Good afternoon, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. A rescue operation is underway to help free two hikers stuck in freezing conditions in Victoria's Alpine region. Costa Haratos reports.
The two hikers are stranded on the Wonangatta walking track southwest of Mount Hotham, where emergency services are responding after a 50-centimetre dump of snow caught many off guard across the long weekend. The conditions of the missing pair are still unknown. Emergency services are also using specialised vehicles to continue rescuing people trapped in their cars on remote, snow-laden roads at Mount Hotham. 13 people were rescued from their cars yesterday, including one man in his 40s who was treated for minor injuries after his vehicle rolled. 6 people remained trapped overnight. Victoria Police are urging snowgoers to pay close attention to the weather warnings and monitor the conditions.
Former Australian cricketer and captain Mark Taylor is one of the sporting legends who's taking part in this afternoon's Big Freeze event at the MCG. It's the 11th year of the event, which was co-founded by former Melbourne coach Neil Daniher after his 2013 motor neuron disease diagnosis. It involves Australian celebrities plunging into icy water, dressed to this year's theme, Iconic Aussies. Taylor says he's taking part in support of Daniher's fundraising efforts.
He and his family have just been extraordinary in, living it forward. Start thinking about what you're going to do next, not what's gone before you. And I think we all get very much inspired by that, or I certainly do.
Yallourn Power Station in Victoria's Gippsland region has suffered another unit breakdown, which could take weeks to repair. Energy Australia says Unit 3 at the station is offline after an air duct detached and fell to the floor during maintenance work. No workers were injured, and Energy Australia says the unit will be offline for at least 2 weeks. A Reliability Watch report last month found Yallourn had the highest breakdown rate of the region's coal-fired power stations. The US military says around 500 Marines are prepared to deploy in response to demonstrations against immigration authorities in Los Angeles after National Guard troops clashed with protesters. Californian Governor Gavin Newsom has formally asked US President Donald Trump to rescind the deployment of National Guard troops. Mr. Trump earlier said he'll send what's needed to ensure law and order. This protester says the response from authorities has been disproportionate.
I think it's a little overkill right now. A lot of the people are just peacefully protesting. As you can tell, we're not being violent. We're just trying to be loud so that we can be heard. But there's been no violence, and we've just been shot at rubber pellets, a bunch of over-exaggerations that are not necessary right now.
And the US correspondent for 9 News, Lauren Tomasi, has apparently been hit by a rubber bullet fired by an LAPD officer this morning while reporting live from the scene in downtown LA. Officers appeared to be firing towards protesters before Ms. Tomasi was hit on her lower calf. Israeli forces say they've taken command of a charity vessel that tried to break a naval blockade of the Gaza Strip. Israel earlier said its navy had told the yacht to change course as it entered a restricted area. One of the activists on the boat, which is operated by the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, says the law is on their side. International law professor at the ANU, Dan Rothwell, says the critical question is where the boat was boarded.
If the boarding took place off the coast of Gaza within the Gazan Territorial Sea, which Israel subjects to the blockade, well, then that's consistent with the blockade that Israel has in place. If, on the other hand, Israel conducted this operation within Egyptian waters or within international borders, as you're calling them, that will raise significant concerns.
The Australian star of Succession, Sarah Snook, has claimed the first acting award of the Tonys in New York. Snook has won the trophy for lead actress in a play for Sydney Theatre Company's production of The Picture of Dorian Gray, in which she plays all 26 roles, reprising a performance that won her an Olivier Award. Snook says the award means so much for a little Australian girl. To the weather across Victoria, mostly cloudy with scattered showers near and south of the ranges, tending to areas of rain over East Gippsland. Some isolated thunderstorms possible along the East Gippsland coast and snowfall above 1,300 metres. Further north, scattered showers tending isolated in the northwest. Tomorrow, some patchy morning fog and frost in the north, mostly cloudy with isolated showers, more frequent near and south of the ranges, and snow falling again above 1,300 metres. In Melbourne, showers about this afternoon, a top of 14 today, a shower or two tomorrow, and a top of 14 again. Partly cloudy on Wednesday, 14 again. Right now in Melbourne, it's 14 degrees.
On the ABC Listen app, hear the latest true crime podcasts. Binge the full investigation on Someone Knows Something. Unravel, and Mushroom Case Daily. True crime on the ABC Listen app.
Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemass from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Up to steady and pull the trigger!
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bid to get inside of the bounce.
The intensity and the pressure on the ball is unbelievable. Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy. This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He called the river a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal!
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through, what a kick!
Goes bang with everything he's got. They are leaving nothing out there. Listen to the roar.
The drop punt, he's gone, and the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt, he's there. Gathers, snaps, he'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps, goal. The drop punt, it's good. And you can hear that body roar.
Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six.
Scores level.
Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
One of the most cherished days on the footy calendar. It is the King's Birthday blockbuster between Melbourne and Collingwood. But for the last 11 years, this has been the big freeze fixture. Of course, raising vital funds for motor neurons disease. And the face of it has been the Reverend, the great Neil Danaher, now the Australian of the Year. The 10 sliders are about to make the plunge into the icy waters here at the MCG. And the temperature is fitting. It is a cool 14 degrees. We had some morning showers and there is some more wet weather on the way this afternoon here at our Cathedral 2 footy. The teams are yet to drop. That's how early we are, but we're the first of the footy and the last to leave here on ABC Sport, and so we are again today. My name's Corbin Middlemass. To call the footy with me this afternoon is Ben Cameron. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. It is a privilege to be here today. Of all days, and as two native sandgropers, I don't know about you, Corb, but I grew up with this game on King's birthday, and we couldn't watch it, we couldn't listen to it because we were at school. But we are here today, and this is a special day, and I love the words of Neil Danaher during the week and the modern AI technology that allows us to hear it in his voice, in which he says, every day you have the chance to choose your own attitude. Irrespective of whatever you're facing, you get to choose your attitude. And despite the fact that he needs 24/7 care, he finds it empowering that he gets to choose that. I just love that message, and I might let that just sit. Can't wait for the game as well.
Diagnosed at 53 years of age, he's now 64. The life expectancy from someone diagnosed with motor neuron disease is typically 2 to 3 years. and about 5 to 10% of those diagnosed will survive for more than 10 years. And here is Neil Danaher into year 11 and still leading the cause as he is again today, as the first of the sliders has just gone down in Ariane Titmus. We've got a big pre-game. We'll go inside both camps. The AFL's Iron Man, Jack Crisp, is going to join us. Charlie Spargo, the injured demon, and Beck Danaher, who's really taken the baton from Neil Danaher as the wicked beast has grabbed hold of him a little bit more in the latter years, and she's done a lot of the work the whole way through with Fight M&D, and is of course a pivotal part of it again today. She'll join us as well.
So I've got my eyes on it, Corby, and we've just seen the 4-time Olympic gold medalist in Ariane Titmus go down as Sandy from Greece. Olivia Newton-John had the perm blonde wig on, and I'm looking at Cadell Evans, the first Australian to win the Tour de France, the second man outside of Europe to win that race, dressed up as Max Gawn with a big beard, the bald head on, the D's, jumper and shorts on. He's going down into the cool water as well.
We'll pick up a little sample of that as we work our way through as Cadell takes the plunge. And already you can see the sea of blue beanies around the MCG, which has made this game a real feature. The last 2 years it's broken the attendance record, so by data, my numbers' sake, it's getting bigger and bigger year on year. The Premiership Pine, Luke Ball, is with us again on ABC Sport. Afternoon, Bally.
Hi, Corb. Hi, everyone. Yeah, it's great to be here, and well said, Ben. He was prior to all this. It's amazing. 11 years, a Big Freeze 11, incredible. I think he was a leader, an inspirational person prior to all this, but he is a genuine hero in every sense of the word, Neil Danaher. So, yeah, to be here to witness today, beautiful, great sea of blue beanies, as you said, out the front. Hopefully the stadium gets packed out, weather or no weather, and we get a game that befits the occasion. It's great to be here.
We might just pick up on some of this if we can. Hamish McLaughlin's with Cadell Evans, and Max Gawn, who he came dressed as, is also there at the end of the slide to greet him.
Bigfreeze.com.au. Buy a digital beanie if you can.
Sometimes in life you need good timing. I didn't quite have it there, as we just missed a little bit of that. We'll pick that up on Relay in just a moment. In fact, Adam Jones has got it in the studio for us. That's why he's the best in the business, the cult figure. Let's have a listen to that. Cadell Evans and Max Gawn with Hamish McLaughlin.
Cold?
A little bit.
Yeah. I might need some help today. Do you reckon you could run with me?
No chance whatsoever. Thanks for coming down, mate. All the best today.
He's my hero, home.
Well, this is quite nice because you're his hero, and you think he can play a good brand of football.
Well, I think his worst day on the bike is way better than my best day on the footy field.
When was the last time you had an ice bath in front of 60,000 here and 500,000 around Australia?
First time ever.
Well done. Huge thanks for being involved. The good news, I'm just looking at that sign, we've sold 5,000 digital beanies in 2 sliders.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the support. Thank you for having me.
Cadell Evans with Max Gawn, who made the trip. He's a big cycling nerd, isn't he, Max? He loves getting in behind the Tour de France and the professional cycling scene.
It was remiss of me not to mention as well, Iconic Aussies is the theme for those dressing up and going down the slide today. So that's where those ideas have come from.
FightMND.org.au. I mentioned Big Freeze 11. One man who is the 58th slider to make the plunge into the freezing waters is the games record holder. We can still call him that in VFL AFL history. Mr. 432, Brent Harvey, is with us this afternoon. Hello, Boomer.
G'day, guys, and you're right. You all spoke very, very well. It's a great day. There's a different feel to it, though, isn't it? Like, you come to the football, you see the blue beanies, you know it's for a great cause, and Neil Danaher, Australian of the Year, it's just what a star. Like, what he has done for this day is absolutely huge, and not only him, obviously his family and his team. It's a huge thing, and I was lucky enough to go down there, and it was a huge thrill to be involved in, and I'm very, very honoured to actually say that I've been there and I've done that. It was a good day, and it's a great cause, so hopefully it can stick around for a long, long time.
Is it nerve-wracking in its own way when you sit at the top of the slide?
Yeah, it is, because you sort of don't know what's going to... When you get down there, I've done a lot of ice baths before, but it looks cold. There's I think Beck said there was 3 or 5 tonne of ice or something in there, and it was just a great build-up, being around other people, all for the same cause. It was a great day.
It's been a big week of footy already. It's been a different round of footy, it must be said, and the one thing that's been obvious have been the low scores, Bally, that we've seen in this round so far. So if you look at it from a numerical point of view, the highest score of the weekend was Hawthorn's 81 points, under the roof at Docklands way back on Thursday night. If that isn't beaten today, it will be the highest score in any round of footy that we've had since 2020 round 13. But you think, oh, well, that was shortened quarters during the COVID days. Surely that doesn't quite count. Well, if you want to go back to the last time that we didn't have restrictions on minutes or anything else, 1967 is the last time, round 3 of that season, where the highest score of the round was less than 81 points. So it goes to show just how far the scoring's dropped off this weekend, Bally.
Just an event you'd think, you'd hope from the AFL's point of view, not something that they will, you would think, have too much of a concern about at the moment. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, the winter has set in.
Yep.
If you wanted to look at it as an obvious excuse.
Wet weather.
Yeah, wet weather.
Cold.
Bad kicking though yesterday. Yeah, couldn't the Kangaroos and your Kangas boom and the Eagles can't blame that. That looked a beautiful day down at Bunbury yesterday. Beautiful sunshine. So hopefully just an event. Hopefully just a one-off event. And you know, teams just out of gas a little bit, looking for a buy. A lot of those teams searching for a buy. So we'll see how the Pies, who are the most efficient team at the moment, aren't they? How they go about it today.
There has been a little bit of a confluence of events as well, where a lot of teams have almost hyper-focused on their defence and their tackling. So I wonder whether that's contributed. We spoke about this on the ABC AFL Daily Pod earlier this morning, didn't we, Corbin? And if the Eagles, Hawthorn, they've really honed in on their tackling, and maybe that's just bottled it up a little bit.
Yeah, Eagles 81 tackles, so that was the focus all week after I think they had the highest percentage of tackle breaks in the competition. So they thought, right, we're going to get down to the effort stat. They laid 81 tackles, Hawthorn 82, Adelaide 88, and even Sydney in the game
that was the one, wasn't it?
68 tackles after quarter time. So in 3 quarters they laid 68 tackles. So they're massive numbers.
Blame the coaches.
It's always the coaches, isn't it?
Let them play.
Yeah.
Free them up a bit. Well, we keep talking about it too. I said here on Saturday and said the best teams in the comp, and it's just the reality, are the best teams without the footy. So as long as that's the case, then expect this to set in, especially as the weather turns a little bit.
I do remember Kane Corns tells this story about Mark Williams. He told Port Adelaide one day, if you do not record a tackle today, you'll be dropped next week. So he went through and checked the stats. Everyone had to lay a tackle, at least one. Malcolm Blight, on the other hand, he believed that tackling was completely overrated. He says that the ruck wins it down to the rover, kicks it to the full forward, kicks the goal, goes back to the middle. Where do you tackle in amongst all of that?
Well, you know, Dennis Pagan had a very similar game plan. His thing was the least amount of possessions per goal. And we knew if we hit a number, it sort of did help that we had a bloke up there named Wayne Carey to kick the ball to, but the least amount of number, I think it was 16 or 17. If we kicked the goal per 16 or 17 possessions, we just won the game.
Well, there's less chances that you're going to make a mistake and turn it over. The less you touch it, isn't there?
But it was the one stat that I wasn't ever concerned about being called out on, tackling, to be honest. As I was sitting there at the team meeting, and the coach, either Grant Thomas or Ross Lyon, there's a couple of famous sprays that even I think it was the one time he actually sprayed the skipper, Rui, was about, we were having an ordinary day, and at half time he had the tackles up on the board, and it was the one time he went through the skipper, 0 tackles for the year. But that was one stat that I never had a real concern. Everything else, I was worried that I was going to get called out about. But tackling.
I was probably on the other scale. I broke did my AC joint against Port Adelaide. I don't even know what year it was, and I came back after 2 or 3 weeks, but it was 6 weeks down the track, and Dennis put it on me pre-game. He said, how's your shoulder? I said, that's actually good. He goes, can you tackle today? And I was just like, I've had a tackle for 6 weeks.
He didn't need to tackle. He got the ball in his hands. That's right.
The game's record holder, Brent Harvey, the Premiership Pie, Luke Ball, with myself, Corbin Middlemass, and Ben Cameron on ABC Sport. We might head inside both camps, and you've towed me in beautifully here, Boomer. Possessions to score. Collingwood number 1 in the competition, so most efficient, least amount of possessions to put a score on the board. They're also the second best the other way, so teams have many possessions to try and register a score. Only one team's better than them in the competition. The stat was raised during the week. If they can get to 1-1 at the end of the season, there's only been 2 teams in history that have recorded that since the stat's been kept. Geelong in 2007, they won the grand final by over 100 points. And Geelong in 2022, who won the grand final by 81 points.
Yeah, so I think they won the last 14 games of the year, didn't they? They went on a run, and I mean, that's the game, isn't it? But that's the game. It's a turnover game. I mean, clearances are important. We know that for field position, but the ability to
does that emphasise, Bally, just how good this Collingwood team is?
Yeah, it does at the moment. Yeah, I think the commentary during the week, they played the perfect game last weekend. They punished when they had the opportunity to turn the ball over through the arcs. And then when they did turn it over, which happens, every team turns it over, we know that, their ability to snap into defence and halt and hunt, pressure the footy and stop the other team from rebounding down the other end was just magnificent. So it's hard to maintain that level throughout the course of the year, and that's why those stats that you just read out are so rare. But this team at the moment seem perfectly set up to be able to do it.
I don't think I've seen a team for a long time that can turn the ball over across 50 to 60 out and then just transition the full length of the ground without the opposition even look like touching the ball. Not even look like touching the ball. And it goes from there, it's their score launch zone, and they just go bang and they just score. And Elliott and these type of guys just get on the end of it.
And part of it is, we talk about all the time, the ability to be able to get the ball from traffic to the outside cleanly and quickly. Like you watch, I don't think you caught much of it, Boom. You watch the Kangaroos-Eagles game as an example. There's two teams, and we know where they are on the ladder. But the inability at times in good conditions for players just to execute a basic handball, they look like they're out, and the handball goes to their feet or goes behind them, and all of a sudden it creates congestion. It's so clear at the moment that the top teams, Geelong and Collingwood, their ability not to make those mistakes and be slick out of traffic into space it's stark, I think.
And they're the basic fundamentals of football. Kicking, marking, handballing, you've got to be good at it. And it's funny, when you coach young kids, nobody wants to do it. And you're just like, boys, this is the most important thing. If you can't kick or mark or handball, you're probably not going to play some good footy. So you coach. I think we overcoach the game in general. I think we do that a lot, not only at AFL level, but all grassroots football as well. And keep it pretty simple. Get your fundamentals right, you'll be right.
King's Birthday Footy on ABC Sport. Ben, we might send you downstairs into the Melbourne camp, and then we'll duck inside the Collingwood camp as the preliminary warm-ups take place. We'll bring you the latest from the slide, and Beck Danaher is going to join us as well. But we can go inside the Collingwood camp and welcome for the first time today, Lauren Borden. Loz.
Thanks, Corby. I am down on the boundary with Premiership player Jack Chris. Jack, thanks for your time so close to the bounce. Can you tell me a little bit about this occasion? It's one of the biggest days on the home and away calendar. You're playing a lot as a pie, but is it an enormous occasion to be part of the build-up for?
Yeah, firstly, thanks for having me. Yes, it never gets old. I think the whole build-up and the whole week is pretty amazing. Still being able to have Neil come in throughout the week, plus Fly's brother's come in the last couple of years as well, to kind of give us a talk and remind us why we do what we do, I guess, and all the fundraising that's involved. And the amount of money that we've raised, I think it was over 115 million since it started. So being able to influence what people do and kind of donate to this great cause is amazing.
I wanted to ask you about Craig McRae's brother-in-law, Pat. You had him in the song last year. He's come into the club as well. Does it put a human face or another human face in terms of the disease as well? We know Neil, but now you've got someone quite close to the club as well.
Yeah, I guess so. Like we have had people throughout the last 10 years come in that have obviously had the disease. I think we had a fireman, I think his name was Murray, a while back now. But it's great to see the club getting so involved in it and bringing these people through so they can get probably an inner sanctum experience, I guess, at the football club as well. But also, again, shine light on a really good cause.
And on field today, obviously a big game against Melbourne. If you win today, you're 6 points clear on top of the AFL ladder going into the bye. Would that be nice just to be sitting there, not playing next week, but knowing that you hold top position on the ladder?
Yeah, it is. It would be nice, obviously, to think about. We've got 4 quarters of consistent football to play first, but it doesn't. We've played some great footy so far this year. We've put ourselves in a really good spot coming into the bye, but there's still a lot of football to be played post the bye. So we're setting ourselves up with a good opportunity to have a great back end of the year.
We'll get some more questions for you, Jack, now from upstairs from Luke Ball and Brent Harvey.
Go, Jack. Good luck today. The MCG pretty famous for its powers of drainage. What's it like out there underfoot?
It's not too bad in the sun on the far wing. Where I'm standing right now is a bit of a mushy pocket, maybe the top of 50, but if the rain stays away, it might drain away a little bit, but so far so good. I'm liking the weather at the moment.
And your powers of recovery, just quick sort of arithmetic. How many ice bars do you think you've done over your, 250-odd games in a row? Or are you an ice bather? Is that part of it? Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah.
I even got the kids to jump in the ice bath yesterday at the club twice, which was funny. But I don't know. I've definitely done a lot. I don't know what a good number would be, a couple of thousand. I don't know.
And speaking of recovery, great to see Dan McStay back in the team today. It mightn't be a perfect day for key forwards, but you get the sense he's a pretty important player structurally for you.
Yes, no, he is. He's a powerful man. He leads at the ball well. He competes well in the air, and that's all we can ask. Especially on a day like today, if it is going to be more of a contest slug and the rain might come down, all we can get from our key forwards is to bring ball to ground, let our smalls go to work. We've got Bobby, Bo, Jamie, who's in terrific form, and then our midfielders will show up as well.
Well, you just beat me to it. The bloke I was going to ask for, the weather's going to suit him today. Jamie Allett, 33 goals for the year. What's changed? Has anything changed with his preparation? He's second on the Coleman, only behind Jeremy Cameron, who's having a fantastic year by 5 goals. What's changed with Jamie?
I don't know, maybe we're kicking it to him a bit more.
That would help.
Yeah, no, definitely. But I think, well, like last year we were riddled by injuries and we had Smalls playing tools at times. So I think having some consistency in our forward line allows him to play to his strength position, which is could be that deep forward. But not only is he kicking goals, he's selfless and setting up goals for other teammates when he's laying blocks for the big fellas or laying big tackles up the ground.
What do we see today through the midfield? Obviously, they've got a star-studded midfield as well as you guys as well. Do you guys do any run with today with obviously Petrarca and Cozzy Pickett floating through there a little bit now as well?
Yeah, it's no run with. It's probably just having an awareness piece of how they like to play, I guess. You know, Cozzy's real lightning and explosive and he's really damaging at the moment. So we'll have make sure he doesn't get out the front door, and Petrarca as well. We'll try and keep him inside the contest, and because we know they're quite good with their hands, especially Oliver and Petrarca. So we'll see how we go on the outside of the contest if we lock him in there.
Jack Crisp with us pre-game on ABC Sport. Jack, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Your health is obviously the key part that is in focus with Collingwood. You're playing some lights-out footy, but it is the start of June. You obviously need to contest the flag at the end of September. How do you map that out as a group now that you've banked so many wins at the start of the season? I imagine you're not the kind of guy that'll be putting your hand up for a week off. But what kind of work do you do with the rest of the group to make sure you're able to get to the spring?
Well, I think having the bye now is coming at a really good time for us. And then obviously the early season wins probably helped us be able to manage a few guys like Pendles and Steele and Howie at different stages. And then, obviously coming to the colder winter months, it's just we're going to enjoy our week off, get our energy in, but make sure we come back refreshed and ready to hit the ground running again. It's just a comma in the season. As I said before, still a fair bit of footy to go.
I know you've been asked about it a lot recently. You're now the record holder, obviously, for the most consecutive games. But today, another milestone. It is your 250th consecutively. There are only 297 people in the history of the game that have played 250, let alone play them 250 without a single break. Are you aware of those numbers, and do you still get a buzz out of it to be able to have done it for this long?
Yeah, when you say the numbers like that, it makes it sound even more cool than I had it in my head. Yeah, I still get a buzz out of for sure, but I'm not counting it as much as like I was obviously before coming up to the record a few weeks back. But yeah, it still never gets lost to me. I love running out each week, still preparing the same as I would every week. Not taking any shortcuts, resting the body well, training hard, and making sure I'm giving myself a good chance to play great footy on game day.
Just quickly, before we let you go, Jack, speaking of records, I don't want to make it awkward, but what about number 10? Has he got another year in him, do you think?
Yeah, the way he's going, especially if we get a few more wins, give him a few more rests throughout the season, he might be right.
No, I don't think he has.
But Boomer's ready to put the boots back on and end of the mid-season draft.
He's still going all right, Boomer, aren't you? You still running around?
Nah, not this year. First year off, mate. First year off.
Jack, go well today. Appreciate your time so close to the bounce.
Thanks, guys. Speak later.
Jack Crisp for the AFL's Iron Man. How about this for a bit of timing? So one Collingwood premiership star to another, ready to go on the slide.
3, 2, 1, away you go, Dates! Down the slide, over the hump and in! And Dates can be a little soft when it comes to coldness. And here he is, look at that! Taking in the big breaths is the great Peter Dacos. He loves the MCG, Hayne.
Normally, Bristol people are rushing to get out, but you're happy in there, Dakes. How often did you have an ice bath at the Pies?
Plenty of ice packs. I don't know about ice baths, but boy, Stevie, we got Steve Bremer here, so to his family, all the best. But yeah, what a great day.
You've been affected by MND, a great mate of yours, Peter Hoppy, and then Steve you met during the week.
Oh no, I just found out the other day that we lost a close friend, so Peter Hoppy, to him and his family, and George Daskaloo many years ago, so it affects everyone, so either directly or indirectly, we're all affected, and to Neil's great efforts, we're getting so much closer, so yeah, keep chipping away.
You played against Neil 4 times. Did you ever imagine that the player and the coach could leave such a legacy in such a different way?
No, I mean, amazing. No one would be blaming him for sitting at home and, sitting there in comfort. I mean, he's working for others, so, yeah, I mean, how can you say no? I mean, took me a split nanosecond, I keep saying, to say yes, so not a problem.
You're going to watch the game in this kit or changing?
No, actually getting used to it. I'm looking forward to the game. Should be a close one. I reckon Collingwood by 7 goals.
Great to have you, Dates.
Peter Dacos with Hamish McLaughlin on 7 a short time ago. The top of the slide here at the MCG. And of course, it is Big Freeze 11 as we count down to the game of footy that follows. Of course, what a cause it is. Bigfreeze.com.au, and you can grab a digital beanie right there.
Are comedians naturally good at spelling?
Guayabera, propolis, guacamole.
Find out in the brand new season of Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView. On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
Don't get better than this.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Take a seat, 'cause I don't get better than this.
The King's Birthday blockbuster at the MCG. It is the Red Hot Pies up against Melbourne. Of course, the biggest fixture that the D's play in every year, and it is one of the most cherished days on the calendar. Of course, Big Freeze is the occasion. It is Big Freeze 11. And to Fight MND, you can find it all through fightmnd.org.au. If you'd like to donate, you can purchase a digital beanie this time around. If you've got too many of the real beanies, the blue ones, which are available right across the country, and obviously this is far greater than what happens here on the holiday Monday here at the MCG. But there's a sea of blue beanies all around the Melbourne Cricket Ground, and for the last 2 editions of this game, they have set an attendance record, including last year, which is the high watermark so far. So 84,659 is the number to beat today. And hopefully we get there despite the inclement weather that we've had so far this morning. There were sweeping showers across, in fact there were heavy showers across Melbourne this morning. There are sweeping showers forecast this afternoon. It's currently 14 degrees. My name's Corbin Middlemass, calling the footy with Ben Cameron. Lauren Borden is on the boundary. We've actually sent Ben downstairs to go inside the Melbourne camp in a few moments' time. And the game's record holder, Brent Harvey, is up here with me, as is the Premiership Pie in Luke Ball. The teams are in. There's no late change. And the subs, Caleb Windsor, on his 20th birthday, is going to start as the sub today for the D's. And Will Hoskin-Elliott is the sub for Collingwood, so one of their 30-plussers, Bally, to get a late start.
Yeah, he gives him versatility, doesn't he? Again, that's one of the strengths of this Collingwood team at the moment, Boom, isn't it? They can hand the vest around, the sub-vest around, and manage players' minutes with all those over 30 players. I think we've got to stop talking about that, to be honest. Like, at what stage do we they're the best team in the comp at the moment. It doesn't matter how old they are.
If they weren't sitting on top of the ladder, we could probably have something to say about it, but you don't need to mention it. They're flying at the minute, 9-1. Absolutely flying. A little bit concerned, not concerned. Windsor being the sub. I feel if there is a way of beating Collingwood, it can be on turnover with quick ball movement. Now, he's got amazing leg speed. So it's a little bit, I'm not obviously coaching the Melbourne Football Club, and I don't want to tell them to suck eggs, but leg speed is something that's super important.
You talk about the 30-plussers, Bally. One man who I'm sure probably wasn't expecting this to happen is Justin Lepage, who's the new list boss. He'd probably be thinking, some of these guys will wrap up at the end of the year, and all of a sudden you run through a few of these names, you think, doesn't look like any of them are going anywhere anytime soon. So Pendlebury, House, Sidebottom, Elliott, all still playing great footy. Myercheck. And then you're into Hoskin, Elliott, Cox, Mitchell, so maybe a decision to be made among a few of those. They're off contract this year. And then the guys that have another year to run after this, Jack Crisp, no signs of slowing down just yet. Tim Membry, who's played a role for them, and Darcy Cameron off contract at the end of 2026. So there's not too many there that you'd be thinking, they're ready to wrap it up at season's end.
No, and I think you treat them all on their merits on an individual basis. There's no need to get too cute about it. I don't think you can also have an eye to the future. You can keep, sort of looking at that mid-20s and below talent as well, and keep bringing that in. And they've got a bit of that. Like we're seeing Ed Allen now get his chance, just with a few out. Ned Long. Hayes comes in today. He looks like he's showing a bit. Unfortunately, McInnes, went down, of course. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive. You can treat the older players on their merits whilst having an eye to the future as well.
Our build-up continues here at the MCG, just repeating, no late change. Windsor and Hoskin Elliott are the two subs. All right, we've heard from Jack Crisp. If you weren't with us, we spoke to him a few moments ago. It was great to catch up with the AFL's Iron Man. If you want to listen to our coverage, by the way, you can find it anytime uninterrupted, regardless of the ins and outs and certain joins that you might get across ABC Radio through the ABC Listen app, which is the home for all the best sport. And we've got the British and Irish Lions coming up, the World Test Championship final, the West Indies tour. The whole 9 is available there, so you can download the ABC Listen app, click on the AFL button to listen to our broadcast uninterrupted. Into the Demons camp. Ben Cameron's made the trip down there. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here with Charlie Spargo. Big Freeze 11. It's an enormous occasion for the club. How's the week been, and what was it like to hear from Neil Danaher?
Yeah, it's always a special week. I feel very lucky, very privileged to be, I've this is my 8th year at Melbourne, been a part of 8 big freezes now and played in 6 of them. And it's always great to hear from Neil and his family. And he always has a different sort of message going into each week that's quite pertinent to lessons we can take for footy and how we attack the day, but more importantly, from a broader perspective, what he's doing with MND and how he can help people suffering from that, but just with everyday life. The messages that he preaches are awesome, and he's just really a pretty remarkable individual. So as I said, it's a week that we all look forward to. To playing a big game against a big club for a great cause. Yep.
You're dealing with a scapular injury at the moment. It's a little bit of a strange one. How did that happen, and what does it look like? Yeah, it's quite bizarre. The physios were in a little bit of disbelief when I kind of reported to them my symptoms, and they looked at the scan. Cut a long story short, I probably nearly dislocated my shoulder, and all the pressure from that sort of referred back to my scapula in a bit of a weird way. So, not the most normal injury, but quite painful. And I'm recovering now, so hopefully not too long. Looking at it after the bye to be back. A zip 5 start to the season for the D's, and really you guys have been able to turn that around largely, apart from a little bit of errant goal kicking, which we'll get to. But what's been behind the turnaround? Yeah, I think we're getting back to our DNA. You've probably heard this a lot from other guys doing media over the last month or so, and from Goody as well, but we're really getting back to our DNA of being hard to play against, and that's what set us up for a pretty successful period through 21, 22, 23. We're getting back at becoming a really solid defence and working together as one unit, and that's where all the growth's been over the last sort of 5 to 6 weeks. Obviously last week was really disappointing, and some errant goal kicking, and probably just didn't really have the game on our terms at all along with that. But we spoke about it during the week. Disappointing weekend, but we can't look past the growth that we've had over the last 6 weeks, and that's all built around our defence in our contest. I know that you're not out on the track at the moment, but I'm sure you've got a pretty good idea of what's going on out there from your teammates, etc. How much goal kicking took place during the week, and what does that program look like? Yeah, well, obviously, the stats there. We're 18th in the league this year, and that's not ideal. You feel a sense of frustration. As me being a forward, and I've missed a few easy ones this year, you feel a sense of frustration being out on the ground when we have a really dominant period of play, and you sort of can't cap off the work, and you probably feel like you're letting other guys down. But I'm obviously not out there this week and on the track, but really impressed with the way that we've sort of gone about talking about this week. The reality is, we're not going well, but we're putting in a mountain of work to turn it around, and I'm really confident that the work will start to pay off. We always speak about, you start practicing something and there's always a little bit of a lag effect, and you'll feel the pressure when you're in front of goals today in a game like today, but I'm really confident that, as I said, the work that the forwards have been putting in, the mids have been putting in, everyone who's going to get a shot on goal, I feel like they'll be pretty confident in front of the big six today. A couple of fun ones to finish off. A couple of years ago, we actually went out and broadcast the O&M Grand Final, and Albury were playing in that game. I think I saw you at the club rooms later that night, but I was there. Yeah, we've seen Riley Bice emerge this year. He's a year younger than you. Yep. Did you come through with Riley at Albury? Yeah, so I played against him when I was younger in sort of junior footy. He was playing for a different team. Played basketball against him back in the day, and he's actually in a similar sort of friendship group to a lot of my mates back in Albury. It's crazy that, it seems like Albury's a little bit of a footy factory now. You see guys like Sean Manor as well, Aidan Johnson, who's come to Melbourne, all guys from Albury. But Riley's always had the ability to just be a really good footy player, and I guess for one reason or another he sort of slipped through the cracks, but he's just a bloody good footy player, and I think that's what all it comes down to. And you see how composed he is out there, how good his kicking is. So unreal to I was speaking to him at my sister's 21st, probably a week before the draft, and we were speaking about where he might go. So it's pretty cool to be full circle. I was playing on him out at the G in the game that I got injured in the other week, but rapt to see him doing well. That is very cool. Now my spires and my tentacles reach far and wide. I'm very reliably informed that you are an eager DJ, and you're renowned for maybe just bobbing up incognito at certain festivals to maybe spin the decks?
Wow, I don't know who you're talking to, but yeah, not bad mail you've got. Look, all I'll say is I do enjoy my electronic music. It's probably not the number one sort of choice of genre around the club, so I'm a little bit more low key about it. And yeah, I do sort of just go about my own business quietly in the background with it. Sometimes, that sort of music, the scene is not seen to be conducive to playing good football. So yeah, during the season, I'm a good boy, and I'm home early and all that sort of stuff. Yep.
Hopefully we see you out and about DJing. Great to chat to you, Charlie. Could have taken it in a number of different directions as well, but hopefully you're back soon.
Cool, thanks, man.
Geez, got good mail out Ben Cameron down there in the Melbourne camp with Charlie Spargo. So just rolls into some festivals and do it yourself. Jumps on the decks.
What did he say when he took the cans off? Was he didn't seem too happy with that?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll ask him when he gets back out.
You seen him there, Benny? Had a couple.
We'll check in with Ben when he gets back in the box and see if he's trying to yell out from downstairs. But we'll wait till he gets up here. We'll put it to him when he rejoins us. This is the King's Birthday Clash on ABC Sport. Corporate Middlemass alongside Luke Ball, the Premiership Pie, and the game's record holder Brent Harvey. Just repeating, there's no late change. Caleb Windsor is the sump for Melbourne, and Will Hoskin Elliott for the Pies. Elisa Healy.
That's a good one.
Yeah, is about to go down the slide. Describe it for us.
Well, Magda Zabanski.
Yes.
With the neck brace on. What was the character that she was playing then?
Sharon.
From
Sharon
Shazza. That's right.
Yes.
Very good. That's an Aussie icon.
We might be able to pick this one as it's happening. I tried this earlier and didn't go so well, but let's have a listen in. She's with Tim Watson, Elisa Healy.
Well, this place is familiar to you, but you've never done this before. You ready for it?
I don't think anyone's ever ready for it, and watching everyone else do it, I just wanted to get out here, so I can't wait.
Good on you. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
She played a World Cup final here on this ground. She was player of the match, captain of our all-conquering Australian women's cricket team. Today is Sharon from Kath and Kim. And as she takes to the slide, a shout-out to Magda Zabanski, who is in the thoughts of us all. It is fantastic to have Elisa Healy here. 3, 2, 1. Away she goes, Sharon. Down the slide and in. And hopefully the rash will be gone. Only partly so. Forgot the netball. Going to take that with her. Put your hands together for Elisa Healy. As I said, World Cup final on this ground. Player of the match. She knows all about the MCG. And here she is with Haim.
Well done, Chaz.
Oh, yeah, look, thank you.
Sharon is a huge fan of Shane Warne. To be sliding down the Shane Warne stand in front of Neil Danaher at a ground that means so much must be a pretty special afternoon.
A really special afternoon. We may have had a snog out the back, but no, very, very special to be here, to be a part of it. To be Sharon, even better.
If it wasn't Sharon, who was it going to be?
Ooh, it was a tough call. I mean, I actually wanted to go as Meg Lanning, as Tina Turner, but this was it.
In terms of your love of footy, the Giants are your team?
The Giants are my team.
How are they going? About to make a charge.
Yeah, finals, surely.
Okay, a thought on the great man that's about 15 feet in front of you to the left.
Inspiring, I think, is the word that springs to mind, and I feel really honoured to have even been asked to take part of this, but his fight, his passion to get this off the ground and to see it flourishing 11 years on is incredible.
That number, you got to read it out. What's that number?
52,000. That's half full.
That's half full. That's the digital beanies that's been purchased since we got going. Started at 25,000. Bigfreeze.com.au. Elisa, get warm. Well done. See you, Shaz. Let's meet our next slider.
That's Elisa Healy with Hamish McLaughlin. So 7 of the 10 sliders have gone down the slide so far. Ariane Titmus kicked us off. And from then, Cadell Evans, Peter Dacos went as the Joker. So obviously the late great Heath Ledger. From there, Matt Nable, Liz Watson, Matt Shervington went as Thor. So we've seen a couple sort of go as the roles that Australian actors have played in movies. So I'm not so sure about that.
Who's got the money at the minute? Who's been number one?
Elisa Healy's is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm with Arnie Titmus.
Okay.
As obviously the late great Olivia Newton-John. Yeah, I thought she pulled that off very nicely.
Okay, so we'll work our way through them as we go. As Aaron Davey is about to come up. He's got the Michael Long.
Yes.
traditional shirt on, of course, the long walk, which we've been used to, and then also the Kubra, which Longy often wears. So Aaron Davies is the next of the sliders to make his way down the slide. Corbin Middlemass alongside Luke Ball and Brent Harvey up in the box. Ben Cameron's about to rejoin us. Lauren Borden will be on the boundary for the call. And a short time ago, Laws had the chance to catch up with the woman who's really been the face of Big Freeze 11 the entire campaign, the inspiring Beck Danaher, the daughter of Neil, with our own Lauren Borden.
Beck, it's great to see you again ahead of Big Freeze 11. It's already pretty chilly outside, so you've set the sliders a fairly decent task, haven't you, having to head into that ice bath?
Well, we've actually filled the ice bath with 3 tons of ice. We had Shervo go in early, got pushed in by his producer, and he came out of that bath with a thermometer -6 degrees. It is going to be so cold.
So is that probably the coldest that you've got it here? And poor Shervo's been pushed in as well. He's just got an early taste of it.
I know. We haven't scared him away yet, so we're very excited. But I can guarantee you the horror that is their faces when they come out of the water is not acting. It is completely real.
Beck, we've been speaking about Neil across the weekend. We've had a lot of listeners text in and get in touch because of the technology that's allowed him to speak. Everyone's fascinated by it, and they're really, I think, excited to see that he's been able to get his voice back. So what's it like for you as a family to hear him as a daughter hear your dad again, and your dad to have his voice back as well?
So he surprised us at the start of the year. So he sent this clip we've got a family WhatsApp, and so we opened it up, and then all of a sudden it was Dad's voice, and it was so emotional to hear Dad's voice. I haven't heard him speak for about 6 years, and then my 2 little girls, 1 and 3, got to hear Pop speak for the very first time. So I've got to be honest, it was something so special for it to happen. So I'm really grateful for the technology.
No, that is incredible, especially when you mention your daughters as well. That was based on press conferences and things like that, wasn't it? It's just a pool of these videos that they've used. Is that how they make the technology work?
Yeah, we're very lucky that there's a lot of footage of Dad across his coaching career, so they were able to take footage from back in the day, pull it into this technology, and then all of a sudden it's Dad talking, and I feel like he's using it a lot and people are really resonating strongly with it.
And you've said before, you look around the MCG, you didn't expect the cause to become what it has been today. So what were you thinking in January when Neil gets named Australian of the Year? I'm guessing that's something that you never saw coming.
We absolutely did not see that coming. Dad never did this for the accolades. He's always been doing this on behalf of everyone that will be diagnosed in the future. So it's really selfless why he went and did this cause. For him to be honoured in that way, he almost didn't accept the nomination, but he took it on purely because we wanted to recognise everyone out there who's been fighting the beast, that has lost their fight. It's really important that we represent the M&D community because they're a special community who are up against it. So here we are accepting the Australian of the Year on their behalf.
Beck Danaher with us on ABC Sport. I'll send you upstairs to the box for some more questions from Brent Harvey and Luke Ball.
Oh, hi Beck. I hope you have a fantastic day. What an inspiration you and your dad are. Just on the research and obviously now Big Freeze 11, which is just amazing, and the money raised. It comes into sharp focus this weekend, doesn't it, for everyone else? Are we making gains? Are we making any strides for the community out there that are affected by the beast?
I reckon we've completely changed the landscape of M&D research. Back in 2015, there were no clinical trials at all. Since that day, we've been able to invest in 15 clinical trials, 34 drug development projects, the world's first drug screening platform. We've done so much, and it's really accelerated our progress towards finding a treatment and a cure. But we're not there yet. I think the worst thing we can do is slow down. We need to keep pushing forward. We need to make sure that Neil's legacy turns into a way to beat this beast and make sure that in one world we'll be living in a world free of MND.
Beck, Boomer up here. Good luck today. Hopefully it goes very smoothly. A question that I got a lot when I went down the slide was, please tell me it's not cold water, and you just touched on the temperature. People actually think that you put warm water in there just to keep the sliders, and I said exactly the same thing. I can guarantee you it is absolutely freezing down there, but I've got me special beanie on that you guys sent me a couple of weeks ago, so thank you very much. When did the prep start for this? I know we're the 9th of June right now. When did the prep start for you guys, and you start thinking about who you want to go down the slide?
Our prep starts as soon as we finish. It is something that takes a long time to pull together. It's just growing and growing, and we just need to look around at the MCG, but also beyond that, just walking down the streets and seeing the beanies. We've got a digital beanie now, and so we're seeing social media turn blue also. it's just growing, and it's amazing to be in this position where 10 people get tapped on the shoulder, and it's an honour to freeze themselves on a national platform. So it's been an incredible journey. We never could have believed that we would be here.
Beck, all the best with it today. Appreciate your time.
Thanks so much, guys, and a big shout out to everyone listening who's backed the cause. We couldn't do this without them.
Bigfreeze.com.au is the website. Big Freeze 11 taking place here today at the MCG. It's an amazing day, a very special day on the calendar, and vital funds being raised for motor neuron disease. And Neil Danaher here again, 11 years after it started way back in 2015. The Sliders are making their way down. Aaron Davey and Craig Lowndes just sending themselves into the icy plunge moments ago. So we've got the 10th and final slider in Mark Taylor about to head down the slide. Corbin Middlemass alongside Brent Harvey and Luke Ball in the box. And Ben Cameron's made the trip up from downstairs. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. I can look out at Mark Taylor as well, who's dressed up as his great mate, the man he used to captain as well, Shane Warne. So he's going down as Warnie, an Aussie icon, which is the theme this year from the Shane Warne stand. Feels fitting.
Let's have a listen. Here he is with Tim Watson.
To remember my late great mate, Shane Warne.
You know, you're going to have to turn the Fujitsu right up for the next 3 days. That's how long the cold is going to linger.
I've spent 30 years telling people to keep warm in winter, and now I'm jumping into a pool. How stupid am I?
We've had a good look at the wicket, and we're going to put you in, okay?
It's a bit nippy for my liking, a bit nippy.
Off you go.
51 times the Australian Test scorecard said caught Taylor, bowled Warne. For the first time, the scoreboard says Taylor dressed as Warne. The man who's been flogging air conditioners to cool us all down for the past 30 years is about to get the greatest cooling down of all. Here's the great Tubby about to make his way into the great tub. 3, 2, 1. Mark Taylor, former Australian Test skipper, as Warnie. Sensational stuff. He knows this place like no one. Put your hands together for Mark Taylor. Sensational stuff, Tubby. Absolutely amazing. As Warnie, over to you, Home.
Colder than you thought?
Yes, that is cool. That is even cool for me.
Tell me this, we're in front of the Shane Warne stand. Give us a thought on the great man Shane Warne. What he did out here was just incredible. What he did to amuse us and make us smile and believe in the green and gold was incredible.
Oh, absolutely. I was lucky enough to play a lot of my career with my late mate. Miss him, but loved what he did for this country in sport. Brought slow bowling back into test match cricket, which people loved. People here at this ground, right around the world, loved him. So, as I said to Tim, great to be here to support him, and probably more importantly on a day like today, support Fight MND, and Neil Danaher is also a great Australian.
We were at a lunch together on Friday, and you and Dylan Alcott and Neil, 3 Australians of the year, were together. It's amazing how many people can believe in what he's saying and how he's been able to put a movement together.
Absolutely, and he's lived it. He's lived his values. I think that's the thing that's impressed me the most. As a player and as a coach, you talk a lot about giving and working hard and doing all that stuff, but it's when it's a game of sport, it's not that hard. Life is harder than that, and it's been harder for Neil, but he's carried that ethos of his sporting days into his battle for life, which is terrific.
What number baggy green were you?
346.
You're 130 as a slider. They're both equally as important as each other. They're an honour, and you've got both.
Absolutely delighted to be here today to support a great cause and support Neil Danaher and Fight MND.
The last word comes from Fujitsu.
Australia's favourite air.
Well done. Bigfreeze.com.au. 58,000 digital beanies. Please get involved if you can at home.
Bigfreeze.com.au is the place to find it, and as Haim said, you can get a digital beanie, and even us on the ABC, I think we'll let a couple of those go given the occasion that it is today. So bigfreeze.com.au. That is exactly what happened here live at the MCG as 10 sliders made their way into the freezing waters. Big Freeze 11. It's an amazing tradition now in our game that continues to renew every holiday Monday.
Do you want the full list, Corb? This is how we went through them. Ariane Titmus, the 4-time Olympic gold medalist. She went down as Sandy from Greece, as Olivia Newton-John. Cadel Evans, the Tour de France winner in 2011, went down as Max Gawn, one of his favourite players, the bald head and the big beard. Peter Dacos, the dad of, he went down as the Joker. paying homage to the late, great Heath Ledger. Matty Nable, he was Angus Young on this slide of Akadaka fame. Liz Watson, the Diamonds captain, paying homage to Margot Robbie as Barbie. We had more actors in there. Matt Shervington as Thor, so Chris Hemsworth there. Then it was Elisa Healy, I think the pick of the bunch. We all agree?
I think we're a bit split up here, but I'll take Elisa Healy.
Down as Magda Zabansky, as Sharon from Kath and Kim. Aaron Davey, Michael Long was his dress-up. Craig Lowndes as Mad Max, so I think that's Chris Hemsworth again. Double Hemsworth there, and my favourite, who I would have gone down as, Mark Taylor going down as Shane Warne with the Aussie Icons theme.
Yeah, he could have had a few more props. I would have liked to see some blonde shaggy hair, maybe a can of baked beans, something. I don't know. A dart, maybe. I don't know.
No darts in the MCG.
Nah, that's a good call. So maybe just a VB and a can of baked beans, maybe.
Give us your winner. So you've got Warney on top.
No, I think I'll give it to. Yeah, I'll go with Mark Taylor and Warney.
Okay, after some consideration from our man Ben Cameron.
I'm with Titmus as Sandy, Grease as obviously Olivia Newton-John.
That's your vintage, isn't it?
Sure,
Grease?
yeah, it is. Yeah, I thought she and performed too. I thought she came out and,
That's true.
And put on a bit of a move, and I thought she really got into character very well. So loses my 3.
Loses points for me because she is more adept in the water than everyone else. So I'll mark her down a little bit.
And cold water, you'd imagine.
Elisa Healy on top for me. Who do you like, Boomer?
I'm with you, Corbs. Elisa Healy.
There's the winning vote. That's exactly what we're looking for. Let us know off the SMS 0437 774 774. Who is your favourite slider if you're following along at home? Or alternatively, who would you have gone as? Iconic Aussies. I think Lids had a good one last night on the broadcast, Ben.
Yeah, he went down, or he suggested Daryl Kerrigan out of the Castle, so would have gone down with the joust.
Certainly iconic. Tough to dress up as maybe, but yeah, the moustache and the little bit of a mullet.
0437 774 774. Iconic Aussies, the theme. It's been a great edition again of the Big Freeze. I must admit, when they first did it, I thought this will wear pretty quickly and people will get sick of it, and you can only do it so many times. And I think they thought that as well. What are we going to do next? How many times can you send people down into icy water? And yet people love it, that the ground is so full so early. Really, apart from grand final day, we never see this full so far out from the opening bounce. And the attendance has continued to build year on year, that we've set records in both 2023 and 2024 for the biggest gate. Last year, 84,659, and a similar type attendance expected again today. The teams are in. Caleb Windsor is going to start as the sub for Melbourne, and Will Hoskin-Elliott will start as the sub for Collingwood. There is no late change. I just want to touch on last year's game. So obviously it was dramatic, the game itself, and it'll be remembered for the catastrophic injuries that Christian Petrarca endured that day after a collision with Darcy Moore. So a lacerated spleen, punctured lung, 4 broken ribs, a stay in ICU, major surgery. And then at the end of it all, he broke a rib again in the pre-season. He explored a trade, obviously in the off-season, and the times that we've heard him speak about it, you can hear it and you can see it on his face, just how traumatic the entire episode was. Do you think that renews today? Like, is there part of him thinking, look, I'm back on the same stage against the same opponent, the biggest home and away game, 12 months on, and he's got himself back to playing some really good footy. Is there part of that as a player that you relive in moments like this?
Probably a question only he can answer. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, it does feel like footy moves so quick, doesn't it? And he is such a long time. It feels like longer than that ago, doesn't it? But what's been great is just to see him back out there. And I think he's slowly building into the season quite nicely and getting back to the form that we know he can produce. So, yeah, I don't know. Would it have an impact today? The whole, even just the event itself? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think as a player, there's certain things that stick in your mind, and obviously that was something pretty big. So I think it would be in his mind, Bally, but once you get out, it's like a grand final. The nerves are huge. Once you get out there and you just go win your first football, or you get an easy touch or whatever it is, it goes away. It's just gone. So I think he certainly would have thought about that, but bounce the ball, first clearance, everything's gone.
They've got bigger issues to worry about with it. Not that there's anything bigger than your health and everything else. You know what I'm trying to, poor segue, but you know what I'm trying to get to. Their own performance on field. So the guys last week, like Jake Melksham, has done a pretty good job in a negating role. Last week he was beaten by Cal Wilkie. Keziah Pickett, who's having a career best season so far, was beaten in his one-on-one matchup by Marcus Windhager. And as a team, they kicked themselves out of it. 5-19 post-quarter time, and Jake Melksham joked during the week that even Goody was out there practicing his goal kicking. It was a whole club approach. Everyone was out on the track trying to improve.
So I think they need. I mean, last week it was disappointing. It was a step backwards, wasn't it? But the month leading up to that had been pretty solid, really solid actually, in terms of and both ends of the footy as well. I think we saw them the week before really put Sydney to the sword. I thought and a big win there, and the Hawks just got on top of them in that second half the week before that. But so their block of footy prior to last week was trending up. So I think they need to. I'm sure they would have reviewed last week really strongly, but I think they need to be focusing on the month before.
The thoughts of Luke Ball, more from him and Brent Harvey. The full preview coming up next here at the MCG. Big Freeze 11, the King's birthday.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
Driving through this hot land full of dust and smoke, this little Tommy fella feels like a true blue Aussie bloke.
Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia all over, Sunday mornings on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Route to steady and finish. It's close to the goal line and Marty got there. Another one.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
Rampy from 55 and right all the way home. Huge fend off and kicks the goal. The skipper off a step finishes.
Take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Right foot strike. He's got it. Oh, the home fans like that. Takes a bounce. Unguarded goal square. He's got it. Reed's going to go for goal. Oh my goodness. That truly is remarkable.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
The King's birthday blockbuster, and in Australian football terms, there is perhaps no one more worthy of the royalty tag than Neil Danaher. This has fast become his day. It is Big Freeze 11, a day in which we raise vital funds to conquer the beast, motor neuron disease, and Neil Danaher, now the Australian of the Year, is here again today. There have been 10 sliders that have made the plunge into the icy waters, and that gives way to a sensational game of footy. The hottest team in the competition right now, the Collingwood Football Club, and the biggest team in the land, up against Melbourne. Of course, Neil Danaher's beloved Demons, and the Reverend is here again today as we await the arrival of both competing teams. Neil Danaher is about to do to have a guard of honour, as both the players will pay their respects to him as well as he joins us again. The 11th consecutive year of Big Freeze here at the MCG. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron for the call. The games record holder Brent Harvey and Luke Ball, the Premiership Pie. Your commentary team, Lauren Borden, is on the boundary. There is no late change. Caleb Windsor is the sub for Melbourne, and Will Hoskin-Elliott for the Pies.
Cast your mind back 12, 13 years ago, we're all doing the Ice Bucket Challenge. That was to fight MND, and they expanded on that idea. They came up with the Big Freeze slide here at the MCG, and now into its 11th iteration. How special it is. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I love his message. In every situation, you have the ability to choose your own attitude. I just love that.
Oh, it's the Viktor Frankl one, isn't it? Yeah, it's the famous Holocaust survivor. Unbelievable message, and you're right, Benny. That's why he's just become such an inspiration and a hero.
It's a great book if you haven't read it. Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl.
The King's birthday blockbuster upon us. The Collingwood banner goes up at the Ponsford stand end of the ground. There was torrential rain this morning, Boomer.
Yes,
the good news is that he's cleared. It is still cold and 14 degrees, so these blue beanies which are scattered around the MCG will come in handy. It's an appropriate piece of attire, isn't it, particularly for this time of the year, and just a genius concept as you see them every single year in the month of June. They're scattered around the G. There are some showers forecast, but the good news is, at least since we've been here in the last couple of hours, there has been no rain.
It's amazing how good the MCG can look. Game last night, I think Jack Crisp said there was a little soggy patch down there, but just a little soggy patch on a big oval ball. You'd take that every day of the week, considering some of the local ovals at the minute. I was at a game this morning of local football, and the oval looked okay, but the rain was coming down sideways, and this is just a beautiful place, isn't it? Yeah. Like seriously, MCG is no better place in the world, nearly.
The Collingwood banner's up, awaiting the arrival of the Magpies. Of course, we've got one game to go to complete the weekend. There's been 8 matches, 16 teams involved, spread across 5 days. So it's been a lengthy round 13. It's been one that has been highlighted by its defensive prowess so far. It's been low scoring, high tackling across the game.
Bad kicking.
Bad kicking.
Certainly contributes.
Bad kicking.
If only there was a saying about that in footy that we always repeated.
The Lions, of course, in that final quarterback on Friday night. The Eagles yesterday. And Melbourne will be a little jittery seeing that, given their own problems in front of goal. They are the least accurate team in the competition. They sit 18th in that category. And Darcy Moore leads his team out again on the King's birthday. And Collingwood, no stranger to big-time games. This is the 7th time that he's played in this fixture, but plenty of others in front of a raucous crowd at the MCG as we have a listen in as the Pies make their way out on the ground.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barrackers are shouting as all barrackers should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
We are into the instrumental on the song before Collingwood have even burst through the banner, and the delay is for Bobby Hill, who's got one of his 2 kids with him. The other one is Bobby Jr., who for the 2nd time this year has had a false start making his way out on the ground. If you remember those iconic scenes from the All-Star game in the pre-season where he was standing there screaming, and in the end he got picked up by one of his teammates to take him through the banner. Didn't want to know anything about it, and again it's ended in tears, unfortunately, for Bobby Jr. He stayed with Mum, and Bobby Hill has made his way out onto the ground with one of his 2 kids for game number 100. Of course, the Norm Smith medalist, what 100 games it's been, the first 41 with GWS, and now playing for Collingwood here on a pretty special occasion. Neil Danaher is down on the boundary, flanked by his family. And of course, the face of the Freeze, the Big Freeze, and Fight MND, as I try and amalgamate those 2 things. You can still donate, of course, bigfreeze.com.au, and the Melbourne Football Club will make their way out in just a moment. They couldn't have got much more out of the season so far, Bally, the Magpies, and this is all after they were embarrassed first up on the opening weekend of the season, and from that point on they've gone 10-1. And the one in that time is Jack Crisp missing after the siren against the Cats.
Against the Cats, who, we think are a top 4 team, certainly. So it feels like an eternity ago, doesn't it? That round 1 game where they were too old, too slow, and made mistakes, not tapping guys on the shoulder. It's just been wonderful to watch since then, and it's been in different ways. I think that's been the key to it. Some of their experienced players, looking terrific form. Boomer, you mentioned Jamie Elliott. To me, it's just continuity in his training, in his body. Which has allowed him to have such an uninterrupted run at it, and you can just see his confidence, and he's flying for marks, his timing's there, and he's kicking beautifully, and that's going to be a big challenge for Melbourne's defenders. I mean, I'm just looking down now. I wonder who gets the match up on him. Do they go with a smaller player? And if you do that,
he marks the ball.
He marks the ball. So maybe it's a Turner who's got a bit of pace and explosiveness about him.
They've got an amazing spread, haven't they? And we mentioned Ed Allen comes in, Ned Long. They just come in and play a style of football. And I just had a quick look at the goal kickers. Elliott's 33, Mychek 22, Hill 17, Membry 15. To go, he's only played a handful of games.
Yep.
And then you got Sidebottom and Dacos on 6 each. They could probably get some more goals out of their mids. But then you flip the coin and go straight to Melbourne. Pickett, who missed the first 3 games of the year.
At least.
Yeah, he's 18. He's a leading goal kicker, and it drops away really quickly. Petrarca 13, Fritsch on 11. They've just got more avenue towards goal, and when you have if you give them the opportunities with the inside 50, which I think is the most important kick in football, you just got players that are just going to kick goals for you.
Max Gorn has just led his team down towards the goals at the punt road end of the ground, and immediately goes over to Neil Danaher, gives him a hug in the forward pocket. Now every single member of the Melbourne playing 23 today goes and gives Neil Danaher a touch on the shoulder. The crowd is on their feet, and it doesn't matter what colours you're wearing, whether you're a Collingwood or a Melbourne fan. And that's getting a warm round of applause, as you can imagine, for the Australian of the Year as he battles motor neuron disease. And Neil Danaher in the forward pocket at the moment with the Demons at the punt road end of the ground.
Great touch.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? Yeah, he means a lot to that club, we know that, and to the broader game. So getting the acknowledgement that he deserves from the Melbourne players. And think about the game, boom, I looked outside this morning and thought, okay, a bit of rain, that'll probably suit Melbourne, the way Collingwood have been playing in terms of their transition, and their slickness with ball in hand. We've seen that over the last couple of weeks, and turning this game into more of a clearance stoppage type game would suit Melbourne. You think of Max Gawn, who's just been in magnificent form, hasn't he? He's been a big reason. Take last week out of it, he's been a massive reason for their turnaround over the last 5 or 6 weeks. And so that battle with Darcy Cameron today looms as a key one, clearly. Clayton Oliver's just slowly turned it around. He's been given roles, I think, which has probably given him a bit of a focus. So you wonder who he goes to today. Maybe it's head-to-head with the Pendlebury or a side bottom. I mean, Ned Long's been brilliant, hasn't he? He's been such a key inclusion to that Collingwood midfield group. So interesting to see how they play Oliver today. And Pickett's the one. He's the match winner, isn't he? And he's been starting in the middle. He's been playing a lot more midfield time and playing that midfield spit forward type of role. So no doubt that Collingwood would have done their homework on that this week, and they'll be clear on when that happens and how they handle it today.
Last week, 12 disposals. Got held by the Saints, and you sort of look at Melbourne, you always went, you know what, Gawn's probably going to play well because you don't tag Ruckman, but if we can keep Petrarca and Oliver quiet, we're probably going to win the game. Now you chuck Cozzy Pickett in that, but the Saints were able to do that last week against him. He becomes the most important player for Melbourne because he's a goal kicker. He starts in the mid, like you said. He starts in centre bounces now. He gets hard forward. He hits a scoreboard. He has 4 or 5 shots every time.
Neil Danaher is just looking out towards the outer here as he's in a wheelchair nowadays, Neil, and now the snappers are just positioning Neil in front of a block which is really through their own doing, jumped on their feet and given him a standing ovation as he's made his way towards their section of the crowd. So some beautiful images, and his grandkids with him down there as well as part of that moment.
I must admit as well, Corbin, I'm a bit overwhelmed by the sea of blue. It is truly incredible when you look out of our broadcast position on the centre wing of the members' side of the ground and you look down towards the punt road end and both the city end through the members. It is just a sea of light blue. To a person, they are wearing the Big Freeze 11 beanies. It's an incredible sight.
We've spoken a bit about the new AI technology which is available, which has been able to bring Neil Danaher's voice back, and he addressed the Melbourne Football Club during the week, and here's a little bit of what Neil had to say when he was able to speak to the footy club that he loves so much.
In every situation, you still have to choose your attitude. In life, there are a small number of things we control, and so much is out of our direct control. Even more so with motor neurone disease, I've lost control over so many bodily functions we take for granted, and I need 24/7 care, yet I feel empowered that I get to choose my attitude every day when I wake up. That is entirely in my control. Whether I want to feel sorry for myself or look for the opportunity the day offers, it is my choice. We deliberately didn't start out to advocate to government for a bigger slice of the funding pie. We appealed to the community for their help. I now know how generous the Australian public can be. When we started this fight against the beast I call MND, I had no idea that people would be so generous in their support of our fight. Every year I'm blown away when I see the number of our beanies on heads and our socks on feet. It's a collective effort. That support gives those living with motor neurone disease like me and their families hope and belief that if we keep at it long enough, the research community will find treatments and ultimately create a world without MND. So to all out there who have bought a beanie, socks or donated, I say a sincere thank you. Together we will eventually win this fight.
Here's a little of what Neil Danaher had to say during the week, and he's just down in front of us now, and every block that he moves in front of, the entire block rises and he's up on their feet, and there's a big broad smile on his face, as there often is, Neil Danaher, whenever we see him out in public.
I love as well, Corb, he's got one of his young granddaughters who's dressed in a little blue fairy dress, and she will just not let go of the wheelchair that Neil is being pushed around in. So for all of us, he's a hero. He's Australian of the Year. For her, as we heard from Beck earlier, it's just pop, and she doesn't want to let him go.
The SMS number 0437 774 774. Iconic Aussies is the theme this year for Big Freeze 11. Sandy was the best. Go the Blues from Adrian in Hampton East. So there's another vote for you, Bawley. Another first one down in Ariane Titmus. And from Mick in Victoria, after 300 plus park runs, I would have to go as Cliff Young, Sydney to Melbourne Ultra Marathon Guru.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of
How would the
nominations.
dress-up go? He's sort of in the gumboots, wasn't he? That was what he was famous for running in, Cliffy.
What about, what'd you say
Skippy.
earlier on? Skippy.
Imagine
What do you mean outside the box? I like it.
Yeah. The only problem is it might fill up with water pretty quick, and it could become of an issue depending how deep the pool is. Neil Danaher is working his way around towards the players' race. Both teams are conducting their preliminary warm-up, and we're only a few moments away from the opening bounce. It is King's Birthday footy here on ABC Sport. Caleb Windsor is the sub for Melbourne, and it is Will Hoskin-Elliott for the Pies. Can the D's keep up today? That's really the big question against a football team which has been red hot. And the Collingwood Football Club 10-1 in their last 11 games after that sluggish start. The D's and the Pies are about to make a guard of honour, so the players and the key combatants involved today, the umpires and all the other officials, are starting to get themselves in position for that as Neil is about to make his way off the mighty MCG. It is an amazing scene, particularly the lower bowl and the amount of beanies that you can see in just about, it feels like, 8 in every 10 people has a beanie on, and there'd be 80,000 people in the house.
This is a stirring scene. You're absolutely right, Corbin. These players coming together. Simon Goodwin has the beanie on. We've seen injured players out of games wearing the beanies. Coaches on the bench. I think Ken Hinkley on Saturday night, as well as Adam Kingsley at different points. So this guard of honour formed. It is stirring and emotional here at the MCG.
The Reverend, as he was dubbed for his passionate speeches as a coach of the Melbourne Football Club, and how has that continued on now in his second act in public life as a leader of this cause to fight motor neuron disease. And Neil Danaher, the Australian of the Year, is wheeled between the two teams lined up on the boundary's edge. Melbourne up against the fence, Collingwood on the far side from that. And all the snappers at the end get the shot of Neil Danaher with the two teams alongside him as he departs the MCG after the 11th edition of the Big Freeze, and Simon Goodwin leans out and gives him a hug at the end of the line. And the captains from both teams embrace Neil as well and shake hands with one another. What a day on the calendar. That's become far more than just the footy itself.
Yeah, it is. It's just one of those days. It's bigger than footy, and the club's colours get drowned out by one common colour, one common cause. Fantastic.
It is King's Birthday footy here on ABC Sport. There is no late change. And Neil Danaher about to make his way off the MCG as all the Collingwood players take the opportunity to go over and give Neil Danaher a bit of a pat as well. It is a Melbourne home game, so they're all in navy with the Red Sox, of course, and the red V. And for Collingwood, they're all in white today with the black stripes. Just repeating, no late change. Caleb Windsor the sub for Melbourne, and Will Hoskin-Elliott is the sub for Collingwood. Darcy Moore about to join Max Gawn in the middle of the G for the coin toss. Lauren Borden is downstairs for us this afternoon on ABC Sport. Loz, what was that like as Neil made his way past you?
It was an incredible moment just to be here as he made his way around on the wheelchair. He was stopped right in front of me, and everyone in the MCC and the members with their blue beanies on gave him a big round of applause and a big smile on his face as well, as David Neitz made a little joke to him and he smiled. So that's incredible to see. I guess as well, Max Gawn and Darcy Moore shaking hands right at the end of that the parade or the lineup that they had there as well just shows how much this brings the two clubs together in the footy world as well. So they've gone into the middle, shaking hands again, and it is Darcy Moore that won the toss, and the Pies will be kicking towards the city end, which is where it is a little bit soggy today. So there's been a lot of rain across this weekend, and you can see at the top of the 50 there's some puddles where they actually had the leaf blower out a little earlier on, a couple of hours ago, trying to just dry it out for the game. So there is definitely, it is a little bit soggy, the MCG today. It's about 12 degrees or so it's not awful down here, but there is a little bit of wind, so the beanie's hopefully protecting some of the fans around here from that. As you mentioned, the two subs today, it'll be Caleb Windsor coming to the back of the bench for Melbourne, and Will Hoskin-Elliott, the veteran, playing the sub role for the Pies today.
Thanks, Loz. Darcy Moore wins the toss. He points towards the Ponsford Sand end of the ground. He said during the week, he asked Steele side bottom, always which way we should kick. So I imagine Steele said, skip up, we're going to go that way.
Why is that? Is he the guru on what the breeze does when it comes in? The Hell's Bells are tolling around the MCG.
The weatherman.
What Melbourne like to have ring out around the ground before this match starts.
You would have played with him, Bally. Was he particularly in tune with the conditions, Steele?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Right. I don't know what that's all about.
What he does know is the brand and type of boots that every player in the competition is wearing.
High IQ, still, you could do worse, and then go to him for advice. But it's worked again. Won the toss.
Is anyone tipping the upset?
No, Collingwood on exposed form, Boomer, should be winning today. Melbourne, can they get the jump on them a bit earlier? Clearly have to kick straight and take their chances. I don't know, if you're looking for reasons, maybe a Collingwood bye next week.
Yeah,
on form.
I think the big four for Melbourne have to play well, and they're all starting in the centre bounce now.
King's Birthday Footy on ABC Sport, the 24th edition of the King's Birthday Blockbuster. For the 11th time, the big freeze game. It is Neil's game. It's here on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
Umpire Stevens to get us underway, lays it down. Gawn and Cameron both with hands on it. Out after it, McCreary. There's a whistle on the play. It'll come back. Free kick is going to go to Clayton Oliver. Side bottom shows that high IQ. He just leaves the ball on the wing rather than picking it up. Christian Salem has to come in and fetch it, send it back to Clayton Oliver in the middle of the ground. He'll send the D's inside 50 in the Pickett direction. Back there, side bottom, punches it down. Petty gathers it. Handball looking for Pickett. He's dragged down. Was he held? Yes.
Oh, he's lucky there, Christian. He's very lucky, Christian Petrarca. He heard the whistle and he thought, I'll try and sneak one here. And he got tackled. The umpire is going to give him the benefit of the doubt and bring the ball back to Cozzy.
So just a quick match-up to keep an eye on. Ed Langdon going to Dacos pretty tightly. Straight after the centre bounce. Dacos started in there. Langdon outside the centre bounce and straight to him.
Yeah, and I think that'll be Pickett, who started in the bounce, starting middle and then bolting forward and playing more of the high half forward.
Cozzy from 48 out. His drop punt. He's just a little left. Not to be for Pickett. I did hear Simon Goodwin speak during the week about the fact the last time Aaron Davey was at training, Pickett that week was inspired. He booted 5. Nearly kicked the first here, not to be. First score the way the D's will play just over a minute.
I'm sure the D's would have loved their first scoring shot to be a goal this week, but not to be after their 7-21 against the Saints. Quainer marks the kick out, goes long down the wing, punched away by Lever. Piece of it for Langford, not to be. And Oliver, hand pass close to the boundary line. Sparrow pokes it along the line.
I say it every single time I'm up here with you boys. Just change the rule. Just change it.
Yeah, well, that's right. If the rules change, then that's fine. But oh gosh, that's way too harsh.
Perryman long down the line. Ball hits the deck. McCreary got a hand pass back into dispute. And there's young Langford. He's tackled and a ball up. The man tackling him is the tackling machine, Ned Long.
There's just no feel for that ball. That was on the outside of his right boot, trying to keep the ball along the line.
Gawn slaps it down. Houston pinches it though for the Pies on the wing. Off to Pendlebury to side bottom. He snaps towards half forward. No one able to mark. Bouncing ball. Mychek looking to slap it on. Lever gathers for the D. Centre half back. Off to Turner outside of the boot. His kick at turnover. The former D. Howe mops it up. Gets it off to Crisp. He'll kick the Pies into the pocket. And guess who? Jamie Elliott, the in-form man in the competition. He marks 40 out, very tight angle, 10 metres in from the boundary line. Pokes it on, Bobby Hill. Slightly worse angle, 25 metres out, deep in the left forward pocket.
Well, hold my tongue here because he'll run around in a second, Bobby, but gee, they had some space. Collingwood's two most dangerous forwards.
So the milestone match, game 100, 41 of those for the GWS Giants. He's been dubbed Bobby Thrill. This is Bobby's skill. No, it hit the post.
Was there a Bobby Thrill or Bobby Skill in there?
That was meant to be Bobby's skill, but not quite skillful enough into that left-hand upright. 2 behinds, 1 for either side to begin. 3 minutes and change into the opening term.
You burnt that one, Benny. You can't use that one again, sorry.
Howie long down the pipe, punched away at the back. Oliver Smacks it further afield, and it's a spoiling game as Howe knocks it away, but straight to Chandler. Melbourne through the middle of the G. Short kick to Sparrow. He marks centre half forward. He's got Langdon very deep. Decides in the end to have a look himself. Sparrow kicks the first. And the D's with the hot start. 1-1 to 1 behind. 4 minutes in. Melbourne by 6 points by that shot from Tom Sparrow. Kicks the opener. Big Freeze 11. 4 minutes in. This is King's Birthday Footy on ABC Sport.
So earlier in the broadcast, we spoke about the fundamentals, Bally. The reason why Jamie Elliott was to get free in the other one, because Melbourne won the ball. All the half-back flankers took off, but the kick was terrible. It went to a one-on-one off the side of his boot. That time there, the ball transitioned. They hit a target. They hit another target. It's just simple football. You don't have to be Einstein to work anything out. I don't even know if Sparrow was having a shot then. It looked like Langdon was in the goal square on his own and sailed through, though. But the fundamentals of football.
Yeah, it was Chandler, wasn't it? Just
Chandler,
found his way through space. Yep. Yeah, that was really sharp to hit Sparrow. And then Sparrow sometimes, back your leg in, and he did that and knocked it over. Good start from the Demons.
Yeah, they'll be relieved with that early goal. Back in the middle, Gawn and Cameron. Gawn slaps it down, Pickett. Out of the middle he goes. Left foot snap inside, attacking 50 for the D's. Punched away by Perryman. Loose footy, Langford overruns it. Long picks it up. His handball ricochets back inside 50 for the D's. And they pile on. Umpire Hosking wants it. He's out there with umpire Stevens, Howard and Broadbent today, and all of them dressed in yellow.
It's interesting, isn't it, the Langdon? Clearly a tag, isn't it? That's a hard tag on Nick Dacos. We're not used to seeing the wingman go inside and obviously backing his running power.
The ball spits around from the stoppage. Few cries for holding the ball. Eventually Oliver gets a kick forward. Petty can't mark but brings it down. Hand pass to Fritz. Shakes one tackle. Squeezes it forward but only as far as Moore. At fullback, ugly kick out towards the back flank. Ball bounces, won't quite reach the boundary. Oh, in the end, eluded two players pursuing it. Turner gets the sit, gives it back by hand to McVie. Now to Bowie, back to McVie. Tackled, dispossessed, holding the ball. Took on the tackle and lost, and a free kick from Myercheck. Defensive side of the wing. Melbourne by 6 points. They've got the first. We're half a dozen minutes in. This is King's Birthday Footy on ABC Sport.
Great pressure by the Pies. Just kept coming forward there and nailed every single tackle they needed to.
Gloomy skies overhead. Myercheck kicks around the wing. Getting back, McVie sticks out a hand and knocks it out of play. Throw in.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the Demons lose with Langdon not playing that up and back role on the wing and doing a hard tag on Dacos. He started half forward on Houston and coming straight in.
Umpire spins it in. Cameron and Gawn. Cameron to the front, brings it down that side. Onto it quickly is Lindsay, and he's dragged down by Long, as Corbin said, the tackling machine.
Yeah, I think the two kids, Lindsay and Langford, have been able to play that role pretty well over the last 6 or so weeks, Boom. So you see Langford out on the wing now on side bottom.
Yep. Gawn wins the tap out after a Petrarca trying to get it on the boot to get a kick away. Umpire lets them rumble. Here is Lindsay getting a handball away, pinched by Bobby Hill. Off to Crisp, pies forward of the wing. Crisp, a couple of fend-offs. Back to Hill, chips it inside 50. Membry 47 metres out. They break inside 50. He's wide out at half forward, nothing he likes immediately. He'll go back and possibly kick for the sticks.
Well, you mentioned tackles. It was just two broken tackles, wasn't it? Jack Crisp was able to get through.
Membry comes wide to Pendlebury. Sorry, boy.
I thought Membry would back his leg in there, Cor, but
70 out, high half forward. A deep kick into the pocket. There's a heap of players there, and May comes over the back, finds the safety of the boundary line.
Yeah, I haven't seen a tag like this for a while. I'm just keeping a really close eye on Langdon, on Dacos. There's a few other players getting involved. Melbourne players are hitting Dacos, which is good to see.
He got 40 in kick two the last time they met Nick Dacos. There's probably a fair reason for the attention as McVie kicks from the back pocket out towards half-back and punched out of bounds by Fritsch. And the boundary throw in half forward for the Pies. That was round 24 last year, and it was the night where we all thought, well, that's the 3 votes that'll take Nick Dacos and certain Brownlow. It got him to 38 votes.
Took him to record votes. He just lost by 7.
Would have won every other Brownlow in the history of the award.
Throw in half forward here for the Pies, reaching over Cameron. There's a free kick. It'll go to Gawn.
No, it's going to Dacos. So the Collingwood supporters are onto it. And that time it was the out-of-zone umpire. You just going to have to be careful, Langdon, with the arms around. I mean, it's an interesting one. It's not a natural role for him, so we'll keep an eye on it.
Nick Dacos chips it into the pocket. Flies from all angle. Elliott, one of those, out of play off the hands of Turner. Throw in coming left forward pocket here for the Pies. King's Birthday Footy on ABC Sport.
And it's not new to him, we know that. And Boom used to cop this sort of attention. We've heard Nick say it's a win. He knows that it's taking one of their players out of it. So he can be selfless. He can go and put himself where he needs to be for the team.
Melbourne lead by 6 points. The opening goal of the game. Slapped down boundary side by Gawn. Out it goes again. Same boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Pies.
And it's a great feeling when your teammates come over and support you as well. You know that they're on. They're not just going to leave you 1v22 or 1v1 for the whole game. You're going to get a chop out from your mates.
Nick Dacos in a little tangle there with McVie after the ball went out of bounds. The crowd getting involved, as Paulie said, they're awake to all of this. And the boundary throw in. Pendlebury trying to soccer it out of there. You can throw a blanket over 12 players close to the boundary line, and in the end, Crisp tackled with the footy. Says, I'll have it. And the ball up just inside the boundary line. 30 out from the Collingwood goal at the city end. There's a real tone setter. A hard tag on Dacos and plenty of feeling in it. Tough footy again as McVee's got it. The Collingwood fans screaming ball. And the says, no, ball up. Right in front of the slide. The big freeze 11. Another success as Crisp gets a kick high up and under. Still can't clear the area, and Melbourne eventually Turner pokes it out of the defensive 50. Scrappy footy to be won on the wing as Fritsch goes and gets it, got it out.
Shovels out the handball, knocking it on his picket. Langford overruns it, allows in the Pies. Perryman to Quaynor to Moore on the logo. Little fumble from Moore. Allows in Fritsch momentarily. Knocks it out towards Houston.
Good pressure.
Eddie's got him and the ball spills out. Umpire wants to spin it in, southern wing.
So, Boom, we just had 5 or 6 stoppages in a row in Collingwood's forward 50. What I like, Melbourne aren't committing a forward up to the contest. They're holding their 6 forwards. They're saying, no, we know what you want, Collingwood. You want one of it. You want a drop-off defender. We're going to hold our 6 forwards, back our midfielders to get to work, and then we'll have even representation ahead of the footy. I like it.
Melbourne lead by 6 points, 1-1 to 1 behind. We've played 10 minutes in this opening term, and another ball upcoming.
As what it allows them to do is put that pressure on Darcy Moore, who would ordinarily be sitting back there by himself.
He's the one that they free up, him or Jeremy Howe.
So they get a stoppage on the wing.
Cameron wins the hit out, but was clipped over the shoulder in all of that ruck infringement. And a free kick against Gawn. Collingwood dart away, take the advantage. Pendlebury by hand to Long. Long runs out of options, goes back to Pendlebury. And the veteran loops it over the top to Quaynor. Hand pass away to Crisp. Dishes it off to Dacos. That's Nick. Got it away to Quaynor. Handball further forward. Too hot and outstretched for Sullivan. And in the end, Bowie sees it out for the Demons. Collingwood trying to get something going. The handball game, a boundary throw in half forward for the Pies.
And Melksham, sorry, Benny. Melksham's got the role on Moore. He's playing. We know that's when he's been playing his best footy, Jake Melksham. When he's such a smart player, when he plays on the opposition drop-off defender, makes him defend, and he's been hitting the scoreboard as well.
Melbourne by 6, 11 minutes into the first. Houston jams it on the boot, floats it into the forward pocket for the Pies. Out of the reach there of the target in Dan McStay. Out it goes.
The Traralgon Tiger off the SMS. Surely in Neil's honour of Fight Day Monday, a slider dresses in the revered cloth as the Reverend. Didn't Neil, Chris Fagan, I think, went as the Reverend?
I think that was Chris Fagan when he did his hammy.
I was going to say, didn't
pull the tendon off the bone. As May kicks up to the wing and the mark taken by Darcy Cameron. Maybe gave Gawn a little shove underneath it. Cameron sends the Pies back inside 50. High ball, Myercheck down there, May too. And it's the latter who marks for the D's and bites off the kick into the middle.
Kick, Sparrow takes the mark. Now looks one way then the other. Comes out to the broadcast wing, finds Langford. 6-point lead for the D's, 8 minutes in. Or in fact, a dozen minutes in, down to half forward, and Chandler marks. And Melbourne going inside 50 again. They've hung with the Pies early. Kicks to the hot spot. Spills it. Petty bounces off his chest. Petrarca, hand pass to Sparrow. Was that a high fend off? Says no, but it's holding the ball.
Just they get back hard, don't they, the Pies? And Darcy Cameron's the one. He leads it. He's the old school ruckman. Gets back to support his defence.
Yeah, you've got to be quick with the ball. Yep. You cannot go slow and go sideways against the Pies.
Long's up to 3 tackles already as he kicks wide to Houston. Goes long down the wing. Punched away from McCreary. Side bottom cleans it up. Handball inboard to Membry. Over into the path of Sullivan.
He shovels out a handball. It's a turnover. Mays there, back flank for the D's. Sweeps a handball to Langford to Salem. Clever dribble kick. Onto Chandler. Right up to the centre line. Hospital handball away to Sparrow. Houston looks after him right in front of Lauren Borden.
There is a decent breeze down here, Ben, so it's blowing, if anything, across the ground, across towards that Shane Warne stand side where we've seen probably a lot of the play across the last 12 minutes. So a decent enough breeze, but it's blowing across the ground.
It's the same theory again, as they say on ground level. It's almost the complete opposite with the flags, and again, it shows us that here with the swirling nature of the G.
What an occasion it is. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport as Ed Allen buffeted off his kick. Christian Petrarca thought it might have been holding the ball.
Yeah, I think his first initial move was the fend off, so he missed his foot with the footy, so it sort of should have been holding the ball.
Ball did dribble out, so a throw in coming.
They do say that, don't they? The flags on the big screen are almost the complete opposite of the breeze.
Yeah. Do they? I haven't heard that before.
I don't think there's ever been a win favourite end at the MCG. She's a swirly breeze.
The Pies come away with the footy. Josh Dacos with a quick kick up to half forward. May beelines the footy, marks it, kicks from half back to half forward here for the D's. Moore's underneath it. He takes the mark, centre half back for Collingwood.
It's a good win at each end, isn't it, Boom?
Yeah.
For May out in front of Elliott, and that time Darcy Moore out in front of Jake Melksham.
Gives it to Josh Dacos, long kick wide for Crisp, pokes it down the wing, spilling the mark. Out there, not to be for the youngster who's back in the team in Hayes. Melbourne able to link up, long kick down the line, and Petty takes the mark. And a kick from Lindsay as he got around onto his preferred left peg, thumped it down the wing.
It's a very hot game, Bully. Hopefully Melbourne can maintain this because we know the Pies can.
Ferocious 15 minutes to start. Melbourne with the only goal. They lead by 6 points. Contest kick into the pocket. The two Pies fly, and Frampton takes the mark. Back to Nick Dacos, who's at fullback to get a kick after the heavy early tag. Shares it with brother Josh, and he'll have another go.
Yeah, so they wax as they so often do. Nick Dacos kicks out wide to Quain, or back flank.
Well, he's got himself on, Nick, and Ed Langdon's waiting to get back on. So let's see if he can get 3 or 4 touches to really annoy the tagger while he's on the bench.
Melbourne by 6 points, 1-1 to 1 behind, quarter hour mark in the opening term. Kick goes out wide from Josh Dacos to Ed Allen.
He's fuming too, isn't he, Ed Langdon?
Yep, he's screaming out as Ed Allen kicks up to a contest. Half forward for the Pies. These have the numbers. Petrarca roves, gives it off to Rivers, tumbles a kick. Here's Pickett, fumbles the footy, still follows up. Quaynor gets involved. Josh Dacos wins it back on the wing here for Collingwood.
Sweeping hand pass middle of the ground. Pendlebury doesn't take possession, knocks it to his mate side bottom, turns into a two-man tackle. High.
He was cold, wasn't he? Harry Petty, he just came in too hard, didn't need to. It was Trent Rivers had the tackle, had him cold, and it was the second man in, got him high. The pressure's good here. The Pies just over-handballing a little bit, Boomer, inviting the pressure in, and Melbourne are up to the challenge at the moment.
16 minutes in, Melbourne by 6 points. Side bottom to Frampton, and now the long kick out wide for Howe. He's played in this game for both teams. Kicks out to half forward, and young Hayes takes the mark. William Hayes, the 19-year-old. Debut round 11, missed last week, comes back in with Lipinski and Schultz both out injured. Hayes to the top of the goal square. May's back there, punched away in the end by Turner, but into the path of Long, trying to squeeze a kick out along the ground. May playing goalkeeper, gives it to Lindsay, kicks to half back. Howe the target, one-on-one with Fritsch. There's a free kick, it's going Howe's way. An illegal shepherd in the marking contest.
There's a couple of times Melbourne now just not putting the ball to their teammates' advantage, just kicking on top of his head.
Howe elects to come inboard, spots up Quaynor. Attacking edge of the square, he looks inside 50, overshoots Elliott. At the back, Allen gathers in the pocket there for the Pies. Coughs it up with a handball, Petrarca and Salem combine. Petrarca coughs it up, Perriman back there for the Pies. Kicks inside 50, no mark. Bursting through Nick Dacos, he can't gather it. Lever there to clean up. The D's avert the trouble and clear through Petrarca, who gets it from Van Roy, and then he kicks up to Melksham, tumbling mark on the wing.
Pickett tearing forward, the kick goes in that direction. Howe back to lend a hand, breaks it up. Down to Josh Dacos, and it is a hot start to the King's birthday clash. Melbourne by 6 points, Collingwood still looking for a goal. Frampton off the back flank, short kicked along.
Just that last kick there by Melksham, it just didn't go to Cozzie's side, it just, again, on his head.
Gee, Long pulls it across the ground, almost turns it over. Fritz broke it up, but couldn't trap it. Howe, Chris Brother sweeps a hand pass further forward to Sullivan, to Pendlebury. Hand pass away to McStay. What a way to return. Dan McStay kicks Collingwood's first. Welcome back, Dan. And the Magpies tie the game. 18 minutes in, 1-1-7 apiece. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball and Brent Harvey.
I'll go back to the play where Melksham had the ball, took a really good mark. Moore just sort of sagging off. Turn and Cozzy Pickett was flying inside 50. All he had to do was put the ball into space or slightly to his advantage. He kicks it right on top of his head. The Collingwood player, Jeremy Howe, just intercepts, ball comes to ground, and we know if the ball lands from 40 to 60 out, Collingwood are the best team in the competition from transitioning the ball. Again, Melbourne didn't touch the football, goal straight over May's head.
It's spot on, Bert. It's not as slick as they usually are, Collingwood. I think that's still their over. The forward handball's been used a lot, isn't it? It's just inviting Melbourne's pressure, but that time, you're right, it was hard to defend that turnover at half-back, and it was a good finish in the end, wasn't it, from McStay?
Well, it's a 12-point play because Cozzy probably should have run into open goal if the kick was good from Melcham.
What a start to this game. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport. Gawn winning the tap down. Oliver handballs it back into the mark. Pickett drops the footy trying to evade a couple. Oliver slaps it on. Langford picks it up. D's edging forward. Here's Rivers from outside 50. Hooking it left. And inaccuracy has been the plight of the D's this year. But it is a lead. 1-2-8 plays 1-1-7. 19 minutes and change into the opening term.
Well, they've missed one set shot. They've kicked one on the run and they've missed one on the run.
There's that kick.
That is a dart onto the chest of Moore. A kick out from Houston. Marks it at centre half back. Hand pass to the run of Howe. Goes long straight down the pipe. Elliott one out in the cage. Gets up to break it away from May. Hits the deck. Elliott gets a second look at it. 30 out. Gives the hand pass. Hayes runs into the Lindsay tackle. Ball spits out. Umpire says holding the ball. And X gives it to him. And he gets the free kick.
Come from nowhere, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was at pace too, and hit him hard, the young fella.
They are on. They're up to the challenge, as I said, the Demons at the moment. Pressure high.
Lindsay puts his left boot through it. Long kick to the wing. 2-on-1. Petty bounces off his chest. Ball hits the deck. Chris picks it up for Collingwood. Back feeds a handball to Houston, who back feeds it further to Perryman. In that number 12 jumper, he kicks up towards half forward. Bowie. Outsized, but not outpointed, he marks.
A great win, great one-on-one win there.
The man they call Bowser on the back flank for the D's. Premiership player goes back to May, who pokes it short to Judd McVie. Still inside their defensive arc.
Howie, by the way, won his first 17 games. Yep. He's currently plus 17 in the win-loss, so
he's 50-50 since.
Correct. That's a good way to break it down. He needs to get going to be able to keep that record intact. Out towards half forward, Melbourne head as Petty's got it, and he's tackled. Ball held up. Good tackle from Houston.
I'll always remember on grand final day, they were doing the lap of honour and everyone was just soaking it in. Jake Bowie finished about 4/5 before anyone else. He was just too excited.
Melbourne tried to kick it in the forward pocket, but they ran out of room, so we're going to have a boundary throw in here at half forward.
He's paid the throw, Corby.
Are we still doing that?
Yeah. Okay. That's one for the four umpires, I think. He was right there in that forward pocket, deep in that pocket.
It's against Rivers, the throw.
Dacos has just pushed forward now with Langdon, so see if he goes the whole way with him as well.
Lockie Sullivan takes the free in his second King's birthday clash. Long up the wing, comes down to Oliver. Hand pass back in to the ruck, picked up there by Bowie. Away towards Lever, sweeping hand pass ends up out of play with young Lindsay. Just guys that are here for the first time today. So Collingwood with 7 players that are playing in their first King's birthday clash. They play in plenty of big games, we know. Well, for Melbourne, it's their biggest home and away fixture of the year. Tolstrup, Langford and Lindsay, the 3 that are on this stage for the first time.
Gawn slaps it down, but Crisp able to pinch it. Pies away down the southern wing. Handball to Long. Loops it over towards Hayes, who gives it to the running Crisp. He takes a bounce. 70 out from goal for the Pies. Driving ball towards McStay. Punching it away, Howes. Off the hands as well of May. And a throw in deep in the left forward pocket for Collingwood.
Just had the blinkers on, Jack Crisp then, didn't he? He started the game brilliantly. He's up to 9 possessions.
Looks strong, breaking a lot of tackles.
Yeah, but that's all. Yeah, Bobby Hill just streaming down into space inside 50. Elected to go to the top of the square.
Do you know what shows ball here? Speak to the ABC pre-game. Get plenty of the footy.
We get him going, don't we? We get him in a good mood.
Hot start for Jack Crisp with 9 touches. So Oliver, hand pass away to McVie. Kicks out of the defensive 50, but picked off by Cameron.
Well, he's behind the ball. He's just going to have to chip it around here because his direct opponent, Max Gawn, just plonked himself 30 metres out in front of the goal.
Handball to Josh Dacos, goes short to Perryman, kicks inside the forward 50, punched away by Lever and out of play.
Mark that one. Mark that one. It was an easy mark for Lever.
Forward pocket, boundary throwing for the Pies. They've turned general play more their way in the last 10 minutes. 23 in. Melbourne lead the game by a point.
Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Brent Harvey and Lauren Borden bringing you all of the action. Gawn takes it out of the ruck, just dumps it on the boot. tumble punt up towards the wing. How comes in from the side? Lots of it, doesn't mark. Ball hits the deck. Perryman goes and gets it. Worried out of it momentarily. Got a shove. Free kick to Perryman the Pie. On the edge of the square, right on the centre line. He'll kick laterally along it. Out wide to his defensive mate in Frampton. He chips it short, further out wide, hard up against the boundary line, Josh Dacos, and he goes short to the dangerous kicker in Dan Houston.
Yep, it's in good hands. Houston trying to pinpoint the pass, superb. Straight to Jamie Elliott, who marks overhead.
Well, Boom, I know he's not a 6 foot forward, key forward, Jamie Elliott, but he's the red hot man in this Collingwood team. That's a couple of times now, and I know that Melbourne play a bit of a system defence, don't they? But Dan Houston's got it 70 metres out from goal. That's red alert time. Get an arm across. He just drifted into a pocket of space, and here's a beautiful kick down Houston.
What a feel-good story. Jamie Elliott, now 32 years of age. He skips in. The drop punt is good. The man's a goal kicker. And Collingwood on top for the first time today. Magpies by 5, 2-1 to 1-2. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
So what Houston does there, Bally, he looks long and he shapes long. Even his body language looked like he was going to go long. Rivers playing on Elliott and just drops off, just gives him that 3 or 4 metres that he needs, and then Houston just pops the ball in there. It was a beautiful kick, well disguised. Elliott's in a little pocket of space, like you mentioned, and he's a beautiful finisher. He's 34 goals for the year now. It's fantastic as a small forward. Is he a small forward? Would you call him medium?
Yeah, medium.
He's a small, but he plays medium, doesn't he?
And what I like though, he hasn't dropped the defensive stuff off too, which is how his game started 10 years ago. He still brings that to the team as well. So, but it lacks there from Melbourne. It's the first time they've just disappoint Simon Goodwin.
Second in the Coleman medal race, behind only Jeremy Cameron, 4 behind him. Can he win it?
Gee, it'd be a good effort, wouldn't it?
History shows probably not, doesn't it? But the way this Collingwood team are playing, why not?
Secondary bounce in the middle, a ball up. Gawn takes it out of the ruck, just shovels forward a handball. Pendlebury gets back for Collingwood, gives it to Nick Dacos, knocked out in the Rivers tackle. Jars inside 50 for the D's. They're bringing their tackling pressure. Langford goes in.
Oh, he's played holding the ball.
And holding the ball.
The umpire that wasn't officiating at the time.
It is loud here at the MCG, the whistles. We usually hear them fairly clearly, but...
Turn the whistles up, you reckon?
Yeah. Colton Tolstrup has been able to ping Perryman, and the mark set 45 metres out directly in front. The umpire, dare I say it, Bawley, ignored Christa Berg, paid the Perryman. Tolstrup trots in, puts his laces through it from 50. It's out to the right. It's there. The D's swing the lead. They're out by a point, and they are up for the challenge today. 2-2-14 plays 2-1-13. 26 minutes into the first. Luke Ball and Brent Harvey.
A big celebration too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But it is pressure. We've mentioned it several times, haven't we, in this first quarter? It was Rivers initially mowing down Nick Dacos. They are onto him today. They are closing space at all times, and just forcing the ball, or the Collingwood players to handball backwards and transfer the pressure. And young Tolstrup back into the team, takes his opportunity. Pretty red hot, but definitely there. I think Perryman.
Yeah, no, it was there. It was there.
And incorrect disposal.
15 to 16 tackles, so high tackle count for both teams. The pressure's been fantastic, but it's always good to kick a goal on the back of some pressure. The coaches love that.
Team of the weekend, Winter's here. Tackle. We've seen lots of them back in the middle of the ground. The rucks share it down as Gawn in the end. Probably the more telling touch. Slaps it forward. Pendlebury sells the dummy. Gives it to Josh Dacos. Handball too hot for McCreery. Tackled by Rivers. Melbourne threatened to win it back. Back into dispute. And Josh Dacos just sockers it wide. Looking for support. Hayes first one there. Tackled immediately. Sparrow had it. Lost it for the Demons. And in the end, Crisp knocks it out of play. And the ump says spin it in.
They miss the easy ones. Yeah, that's funny.
You would have paid that insufficient intent?
100% that one was.
Brent Harvey, the games record holder on ABC Sport. It'll be 75 to 80,000 people here, and 65, 70,000 people in the Freeze MND blue beanies.
Cameron wins the tap down. Soccering it on though is Gawn. Picked up by Josh Dacos, and here go the Pies. Pendlebury to Quaynor through the middle of the ground. Kicks inside 50. Hill thought he was impeded. There's a whistle. Yes, he was. It was late. The 4 umpires, they look at each other.
Yes. A lot of out of zone calls, isn't there? Remember that time? There wasn't a lot in that. It was one of those ones. It was at young Howes who just turned his head. Oh, gee, there's not much in that. Bobby Hill.
Well, that's not front on contact, is it? He's actually contacting the whole time.
Yeah,
he hasn't left his side.
Made a hold, so
Bobby was
there,
holding
young
as well.
Howes, yeah. Because Pickett and want that, he won't like that footage off half back there. That stoppage, just fell asleep and let Quaynor run from behind, receive the handball, results in this shot at goal.
And Bobby Hill trots in, 48 out, goes right to the line, and we'll check it. We'll have to look upstairs. Max Gawn coming in late. Jake Lever was down there as well. Lever will be a close run thing.
Lever looks confident, but
he's good at that though, isn't he?
Yeah,
he loves the.
Oh, it might be I don't know. I don't think he's touching it there though on the replay.
There is the belly of the ball. The widest part is just in line with the padding. I think as it touches Max Gawn's hand, or is it just another frame that
what was the soft
maybe
call?
Sends it over the line?
What was the soft call, Benny? Do you know?
I didn't see one or hear one from the communication. I think the soft call was a behind.
This is as close as I've seen for a long time. I don't know if he's touching it.
Looking at this angle, we can see the ball's touched before crossing the back of the
Is he touching it there though, boy? Is he touching it?
I don't think he is. I think there's a gap between the ball and the hand, the frame they're looking at. I think it's another frame before it is touched. And that might be a moment. It does level us up. 2-2-14 apiece. We're a minute away from quarter time.
They just showed the celebration from Bobby Hill. He thought it was there. He turned to the Melbourne fans and gave them the shush.
Oh, no.
And yes, that little bit of egg on the face now as that came back as a behind. Meanwhile, Melbourne worked the footy up to half-back and Salem's helped out of play. So just wait for the next time Bobby gets it. The Melbourne fans, I'm sure, remember that.
He's had a poster and he's had a ball touched on the line. Bobby Hill in game 100.
With one crying child that didn't quite make it out through the banner for the second time this year. Little Bobby Jr. Felsh was another happy starter in the All-Star game and didn't quite get to the line and through the banner today. Nick Dacos with some brilliance, kicks inside 50 after the stoppage win, but a turnover, and there's Turner, who takes the intercept mark for Melbourne. The long kick up to Fritsch, who marks it half-back for the D's.
Fritsch moves it on quickly, Moore closing late on Melksham, punches it out. And right on the centre line, southern side of the ground, Shane Warne stand wing. Boundary throwing coming.
Corbs, how's your scoring going? 14 apiece. You happy with that?
I did West Coast North yesterday, so it's better than that. I'm coming from a really low base.
What was the 81 was the highest score this round?
81's the highest score.
It's not looking good, is it?
No.
From the throw-in, Gawn takes it out of the ruck. Handball to Pickett. He gets it onto Rivers. Rivers with a kick inside 50. No D's are there, only Frampton. Marks defensively for Collingwood. Scores level as we hit quarter time. And Melbourne, they've bracketed the Pies 2 goals in this opening term. The goal kickers Sparrow and Tolstrup. While for Collingwood, McStay and Elliott, we are tied as we started 2-2-14 apiece at quarter time.
It's been absorbing hot footy though, and the battle with Nick Dacos and the close tag with Ed Langdon has provided a bit of interest. And then Bobby Hill denied a goal in his milestone match by the Arc. The soft call was a behind and that was upheld. He thought it was there as he gave a little shush moments ago to the Melbourne faithful. Fran from Melbourne, today emotional and uplifting. I hung up the washing, but it looks like the rain is coming. Go the Pies. Might have to go get that, Fran. Andy from Wodonga, I just Googled Jamie Elliott's height. I'm blown away that he's only 177. He marks like he's 187. Thanks, Andy. Nice to hear from you. From Joanna, listening while walking the coast-to-coast walk in the UK. Go the Pies. Thanks, Joanna. Nice to hear from you as well, and everyone, wherever you may be listening through the ABC Listen app. And from Paul and Catherine, I would like to see Mick Dundee slide down the slide with knife in hand. Good on you, Paul. Appreciate that. We had one from Andy a little earlier as well. Another proponent of Cliff Young, the gumboots.
Yep.
Seems to be a popular theme, obviously. Iconic Aussies. Was the theme for our 10 sliders earlier today.
You're a bit of a runner, Corb, but you do more than the Cliffy shuffle. You're sort of striding out these days.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, Ben. I certainly wouldn't be doing anything in the gumboots. I don't own a pair of those. More from Luke Ball and Brent Harvey. They'll tell us about what we've seen in this opening quarter in just a moment. This is King's Birthday Footy on ABC Sport.
There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Chandler, Melbourne through the middle of the G. Short kick to Sparrow. He marks the centre half forward. He's got Langdon very deep. Decides in the end to have a look himself. Sparrow kicks the first. And the D's with a hot start.
Pressure's good here. The Pies just over-handballing a little bit, Boomer, inviting the pressure in, and Melbourne are up to the challenge at the moment.
Chris whips a hand pass further forward to Sullivan, to Pendlebury. Hand pass away to McStay. What a way to return. Down McStay. Kicks Collingwood's first. Welcome back, Dan. And the Magpies tie the game. Jamie Elliott, now 32 years of age. He skips in. The drop punt is good. The man's a goal kicker. And Collingwood on top for the first time today.
Colstrip trots in. Puts his laces through it from 50. It's out to the right. It's there. The D's swing the lead. They're out by a point, and they are up for the challenge today.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds from the opening term, another blockbuster edition of the Big Freeze game, the 11th edition. It is the 24th time that Melbourne and Collingwood have met in this game on the King's Birthday holiday here in Melbourne. Scores level, 14 points apiece, 2-2 to 2-2. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Brent Harvey.
Yes, I'm just thinking Melbourne had more opportunities there, Bally, in terms of their forward 50 entries, and we've seen the one and we called it with Melcham not going to advantage side for Cozzy Pickett, and Collingwood pick up the ball and transition full length of the ground for a goal. I just feel like if Melcham's their man up forward to play on more, which is fine, you can't kick the ball on top of their head. You've just got to give him something a little bit to work with, whether it's a 60-40. Just can't be a 50-50. Moore's got more height, more experience. So the forward 50 entries, if Melbourne can work with that just a little bit. 41 tackles last week, Melbourne, for the game. 19 in this first quarter. So nearly half of their tackles last week's happened already. And it's been a high-pressure game from both teams. I think it's 19 to 18 tackles. Collingwood's way, sorry. So Melbourne have had 18 tackles, I should say. They've been good. The Pies, on the other hand, controlling the football through marks, uncontested marks. What have they had, Bully? It's 26 uncontested marks they've had, is it?
Yep, 26 to 12.
26 to 12. So just controlling the football a little bit more methodical with the way they play. Jack Crisp has had a great start to the game, breaking a lot of tackles. I think we're in for a riveting game, though. 14 apiece, not high scoring, but it's been entertaining.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, red hot. Finals like intensity around the footy, and you mentioned the tackle and the pressure, the contest, and we know that's Melbourne's strength. We spoke about it before the game. That's going to be the way that they beat this team. They have any chance today to stay in this contest. You just get the sense when the ball gets out into space. You mentioned the uncontested marks. That's where Collingwood look more at home. But I've been impressed by Melbourne's back six too. Apart from that one time when they switched off and let Elliott move into space and kick that goal, they've been pretty. Their system's held up pretty well. We know that's a strength of theirs with May and Lever, and Turner now has gone down there. In terms of being able to get off and support each other, that's been pretty impressive as well. It's interesting. I mean, Collingwood have had 58 kicks, 42 handballs. At times, it's felt like it's been the other way around. They've been too handball-happy, Collingwood, and invited that Melbourne pressure in. And we spoke about Melbourne being up for the challenge from that point of view. The challenge, of course, is can they maintain it? Now, can they reset? Put that in the bank. It's a hard style of footy to play, but to stay in the contest, to be able to hang with a team like Collingwood the way they're going at the moment, that's the task. The Langdon-Dacos matchup is a key one, isn't it? You're right. We don't see too many hard, full-on tags go with him all over the ground these days, and it's probably at the moment it's probably been in Melbourne's favour. Dacos has had 5 possessions, and I'm just watching him. We know he has the ability to be selfless. At times he's gone to Petrarca at the clearance and tried to release a Collingwood another Collingwood midfielder, but it's probably a break even at the moment. So if you're Melbourne, you're okay with that. And he had 3 of those touches when Langdon was off the ground.
Yeah. So my question probably was, do they lose a little bit of run and drive through Ed Langdon? He hasn't touched the footy just yet. Now I know his job is from the gate Dacos, but he still needs to find a little bit of his running capacity is as good as anyone's in the AFL. Find the ball going the other way sometimes as well.
The thoughts of Luke Ball and Brent Harvey. King's Birthday Footy on ABC Sport. We're tied at quarter time, underway in the second. Pickett, his kick smothered, looking for the opening clearance. Ball ricochets away and off the boot of somebody. Side bottom, how about a mark? Clayton Oliver. It was hacking it out of there. And
how good was that from Dan Houston? Sorry, Benny. That come forward smother. He started well, Houston.
Side bottom off the back flank. Sends a kick up towards the wing. Salem roves the pack. Wins it for the D's. Handball away to Lindsay. Off to Oliver. Dump kick. In front, Howe marks.
Well, that's the kick. He's just got more time, Oliver. You've got to do something better than just put on top of the opposition's head.
Howe kicks inside the centre square. Broken up by Hayes in the end. It looked like a certain Melbourne ball. Tolstrup eventually collects. Gives it to Gawn. Kicks to half forward for the D's. Big late Melcham. Whacked away by Frampton. Collingwood should get there first. Hit the edge soccer in Josh Dacos past Allen. Out of bounds. Insufficient intent.
Bend down and pick it up, Josh. Got a low centre of gravity. You had Ed Allen there to release the handball.
You spoke at quarter time as well, Boomer and Bawley, about not just dumping it on the head of Jack Melksham. They've done it to start this term.
For both teams. It's not the order of the day for both teams.
Tolstrup to a contest. Half forward spills down to Cozzy. Soles off the deck. He's got it there. Pickett off the ground from 45 out. I'm not sure those were the ones they were practicing during the week, but they count all the same. 3-2 to 2-2. And Melbourne, who kicked a boatload of behinds last Sunday, are all of a sudden hacking them off the deck from long range and bringing about the desired result.
My question here, Bawley, is did he actually mean it, or did he just try to take territory?
Let's have another look. We know how good he is.
It looked like he's just trying to get the ball forward for someone else to have a crack at. He's dropped it.
He didn't look, did he? But he knew we know he knows where the goals are at all times, doesn't he?
Well, it's gone 48 metres.
I'm going to give it to him.
Yeah, okay.
Quick look at the end. He fumbled it, didn't he? So he made it harder for himself, but had a quick look.
Yep. And then it got the right spin, got the spin. End over end over end. 6 points, Melbourne's lead, 3-2 to 2-2, 2 minutes into the second term. King's Birthday Footy on ABC Sport.
He brings people through the gate. Cozzy Pickett. Gorm wins the tap, stolen by Pendlebury, who just cuts a swathe through them. Handball to McCreary. Long range shot on goal. Collingwood at their best.
Goal for goal.
Pendles has still got it.
Yeah, don't worry
nervous,
about McCreary.
Boomer.
Don't worry about McCreary. Get over to Pendlebury. That was nice.
That was ridiculous.
That was good.
37-year-old. Come on, Scott.
He's got the ability. So what Scott Pendlebury does there, he holds the ball out and he draws people to look at the ball and think where it's going to go, and then he just goes the other way. He's not fast by any stretch of imagination, but gee, he did that well.
Out of 10, Boomer. How nervous are you?
11. No, he's going all right, Scotty. He's going all right.
After all of that, scores are level 3-2-20. 3 minutes into the second term. King's Birthday Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it was that man Pickett who bought the candy too.
Yeah,
wasn't it? He just went straight through Pickett and Petrarca, drew the Melbourne defender forward, and a nice finish from McCreary, who had a few fumbles in that first quarter, so that'll do his confidence a lot of good.
Hasn't been kicking many goals either, Bawley. This is his second goal in the last 7 games for Bo McCreary. 2 in 7. Takes him to 6 for the year. It's not a team you want to fall out of. Like Collingwood's going. He's one of their 15 premiership players still there from 2023. Gawn the telling touch out in front of Petrarca. Can't trap it. Spills to Houston. Collingwood back the other way. Handball to Long. Sells a dummy of his own. They're all buying the candy. Kicks out to half forward in from the side. Hayes spills the mark. Salem cleans it up for Melbourne. Hand pass back to May. Kicks out of the defensive 50. Quaynor in a one-on-one. Trying to compete with Chandler. Drops the chest mark now. Quaynor holds it in. Yeah, he's in trouble. Holding the ball. Chandler free kick at half-back. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Paul, you were just speaking about not dumping it into the forward line. I got a little glimpse of the Collingwood whiteboard at quarter time, and it just said an opportunity there is to change the angles, although they had the territory. So something they're working on.
Good call. I was right on cue there. Both teams, as we said, that's not the way to play today, and that was a beautiful kick from Fritsch. He had the Collingwood loose defender queuing up down the line, just pulled it inside 45 the last minute and onto the chest of Harrison Petty.
Well, they're the kicks you want, Bally, because if the ball's moving fast, the opposition will turn their back and running to their own to the opposition goal. If you can get them scrambling like that, it's just so much easier.
Back up forward, Harrison Petty. He's got a goal in his last 2 games. Stuttering approach. Drop punt from 47 is just to the right. Enough for a lead. Melbourne lead by the smallest of possible margins. 3-3 plays 3-2. Handful of minutes into the second term. King's Birthday footy on ABC Sport.
Kick out wide from Josh Dacos finds Moore at left half back. Just getting pictures of the Collingwood rooms where Mason Cox is on one of the rub-down tables and he's elevated it to give himself a nice little lounge chair sort of position to watch the game on the screen from the depth of the MCG. Kick down the line finds Cameron.
Well, he looks up and he sees Max Gawn and Stephen May straight down the line, so he's going to kick it to them here.
Kick heads in that direction. Here comes May, picks it off. Easy intercept mark and well forecast, Paulie.
He's had a good start too, May, and the intercept marking.
Goes back with the kick and finds McVee, who's got it right half back for Melbourne.
He'll poke it out wide, back to May. May at high half back, waits a kick neatly to the wing. And there's a beautiful kick to Langford, who wheels and goes on his left. Up to Gawn, reaches over Pendlebury to mark, looks into the pocket. His kick not great for Melksham, gathers on the bounce, swings it onto the left to the goal square. Quaynor's back there, marks on the last line for Collingwood. Kicks up the corridor, Pendlebury accepts it. Melbourne lead by a point, 6.5 into the second.
Game number 414. Scott Pendlebury goes out wide and Josh Dacos marks underneath the slide.
Just dropped into a bit of a game of chess now, isn't it, Boomer? Both teams trying to work their way through team defences.
Josh kicks down the wing, punched away from Crisp. Collingwood clean it up anyway. Houston to Elliott, hand pass away towards Hayes. Skids a kick down to half forward. Oh, McStay had it, lost it under a bit of pressure. Back into dispute. Pickett, another toe poke to the advantage of Bowie. Melbourne maintain possession. Howes to Langdon to Fritsch, all by hand to Oliver. Hand pass missed his intended target. As Fritsch kept on running and the ball ends up out of play. Boundary throw in southern wing. Melbourne by 1. King's Birthday footy on ABC Sport.
I just feel like I'm going to be harping on this all day today about Melbourne's last kick inside 50. Melksham again just popped it up.
It's been a recurring theme since the premiership year has gone. Wins it down. Pickett emerges with the footy. Handball to Oliver. Tumbles it inside 50. Bouncing ball. It'll sit here for Petrarca. Fends off more. Handball to Fritsch. Hard up against the boundary line. Kick smothered. Quaynor, desperate defensive effort. A goal-saving effort. And a throwing coming left forward pocket here for the D's.
Love that. He's been back to his best this year. Isaac Quaynor had a bit of a down year last year. Struggled with some injuries. Just closed space, didn't he? That's just all intent.
Melbourne by 1. Forward 50 stoppage. Gone down in front of Pickett. Can't quite trap it. And inadvertently knocked out of bounds. And the ump says illegally.
No, he's on the full. I thought it was off McCreary, but
it's come off the boot.
Off Pickett's
Melksham in the end.
Oh, yes. It's looking dangerous though, Pickett, isn't he, Boone?
He's quick, isn't he?
Speed through the stoppage.
Every stoppage on the move.
Free kick from McCreary. Right back deep in defence. Back pocket goes long to the wing. Punched away by Lever. Back in a dispute. Little poke in the eye for Myercheck in all of that as he runs away from the traffic. McVee sends it back down to the forward 50 arc for Melbourne. Josh Dacos collects. Now has to evade Fritsch. Gets around him. Hand pass away to Crisp. Kicks Collingwood down the wing. McStay, a little body on Howes. Ball hits the deck. Melbourne win it back. Bowie to his fellow redhead in Oliver. Hand pass away to Langdon. Short kick. Chandler outstretched, takes the mark in the middle of the G.
He looks into the pocket. Fritsch is there. They converge on him, tumbling to ground, worrying him out of it side bottom. Then wins it at ground level. Back pocket for Collingwood. Does well to just feed it out to Quaynor. Breaks the defensive 50. Sweeps a handball. Now they're off and running. Here's the young man Hayes in game number 2. Kicks around the wing. Up they go. McStay juggles the mark. Doesn't complete it. Following up Elliott. Pies now at half forward. Handball to Myercheck. He comes infield. McCreary can look deep inside 50. Here's Bobby Hill. Up he goes. No, Langford gets back. Spoils it down for the D's. He'll mop it up too.
Eventually gathers. Pulls the kick wide. 2 demons there. Miss them both. Slides out of bounds.
Good roll, didn't he? Got back. Playing that wing roll. Young Langford. That time it was McCreary choosing the wrong option inside 50, wasn't it? He had players on the skinny side there. I think it was McStay.
Yeah. What about this sequence of handballs to get out of the back 50? Almost like the training drill where you sort of try and test your space and work some slick hands through traffic and make Melbourne look silly. Worked it from back to half forward. The Pies from his boundary throwing. Little kick going forward for the Demons. It'll turn out all right. Tolstrup kicks down the line, and here's Melcham. Marks on halfway for Melbourne. They can head up front now. Fritsch and Quainer. Little slip from Fritsch. Quainer punches it out of play. Boundary throwing 40 out from the Melbourne goal. D's by a point. 10 minutes into the second term. 3-3 to 3-2.
A few players slipping over now too. I was seeing 3 in that passage of play. A little bit soft out there.
Certainly was. When I went down to see Charlie Spargo, I noted that. Melbourne by a point, 10 minutes into the second, tapping it down Van Rooyen. Oliver's quickly tackled, 3 Pies converging on him.
Would have been worried about getting the shoes in the mud and everything else.
Head by centre of gravity. Corb, don't go to ground as Cameron taps it down, side bottom, flicks it out. Chandler has it momentarily. Now it spits out towards Oliver, trying to just barge his way through them. Moore gets involved. It comes out in the end to Melcham. His kick smothered. It's like the old days in the mud. It's not leaving the area. High free kick. Picked out, and that will go the way of Bo McCreary. Virtually at fullback for Collingwood. Melbourne by a point, 11 into the second.
Kick the last in the game, Bo McCreary, at the 3-minute mark of this quarter. Kicks in front of the benches here, and Turner in a tangle with Membry. The umpire spots a free. It's Membry's way.
There wasn't a lot in it though.
Yeah. There's a bit with you, Boomer. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport. Membry, high kick to half forward. May punches it away from Myercheck. McCreary, the extra tap back inboard. Turnover. Here's Chandler. Runs laterally. Now kicks forward. Poor kick. Long spoils. Back into Melbourne's possession. Petrarca to Oliver. Kicks down to half forward. Moore waits for the bounce and then left it behind. Melcham capitalises on the error. Shoots goalward and misses. Gee, there's a few errors here. This little passage, a behind for the Demons. They lead by a couple of points, a dozen minutes into the second term. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
Got to take your chances against the Pies as well. Howe brings it into Perryman. Kick charged down. Langdon wins it. Has to get a handball away to Fritsch. Half forward here for the D's. Spins in the tackle. Handball away to Rivers. Has to wait for it. Now a high ball inside 50. Tolstrup goes up. Clattered into by Crisp. Umpire lets them play. Loose footy in the pocket. Petrarca gets there ahead of Moore. Close to the boundary line. Flicks it back to Petty. Petty runs out of runway. Now to play. 2 metres around from the behind post. Boundary throw-in.
D's kicking at 41% this year. 18th in the competition for accuracy. 41%.
Well, they're at 45% today too, against Collingwood. Collingwood 70%. So they've had their chances. 9 inside 50s this quarter. Only the 1 goal.
Cameron wins it down side bottom. Hand pass out to the back flank. Finds Houston. And send the Pies out of defence. Up the southern wing. Kicks out in front of Elliott. And in the end it's punched away by Lever. Boundary throwing right on halfway. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
And just after Jake Melcham's miss as well, Mark Williams, the goal-kicking coach, he was sitting down, he's kind of stood up and he's chewing his gum furiously, and you can just see him watching on, taking a little bit more of an interest here. I wonder what he's been up to, you know, with his techniques. He's always got a few interesting ones, Mark Williams, when it comes to goal-kicking techniques across the week.
I did see him out there pre-game. They had the silhouettes guarding the markers. Advantage paid to the D's. Rivers runs away with it. He'll kick into the pocket. Melcham and Moore bouncing ball. And into the behind post. The throwing coming. Yeah.
Kick doctor.
He's got the kick doctor, and we asked Adam Uze what you've got to do to get your doctorate in kicking from Mark Williams. We didn't get a clear answer, did we?
I was going to say, what was the answer?
I think I might have laughed it off, Adam Uze.
Yeah.
It was back when he was an assistant at the D's. Van Rooyen palming it down in the ruck. Nick Dacos manages to get a handball out. Skirmish again. Going in, Pendlebury flicks it out to Josh Dacos. Neat little kick. Gets it beyond the defensive arc. Tracking it, Tolstrup. Pies arrive, Myercheck. Lindsay's there too. Over the line it goes. And a throw in between wing and half forward. No. Free kick.
Too high.
And Myercheck just collected high there by Lindsay. D's by 2 points. We played 14 minutes in the second.
And you're right about their opportunities, the Bully. 10 inside 50s to 3 now this quarter.
Well, that last one was a classic one. They had to lower the eyes. They had 3 players
My check long down the wing, turns it over. Lever takes the intercept mark.
What they are doing, they're setting up brilliantly behind the ball. They've got their defence in order today, Melbourne.
Handball to Bowie, kicks long inside 50. Petty in a tangle with Howe, gives away a free. Free kick for Howe.
But again, just that kick, and it's just something so small, but it was on Jeremy Howe's side. Put it on Petty's side. Give him a 60-40. Don't make it a 50-50.
Howe short to long on the back flank. Dozen minutes without a goal now as Long goes all the way back to Josh Dacos. Of course, Collingwood, the stingiest team in the competition, averaging just 62 points per game against in their wins. And that's 10 of their 12 games. Kick comes out wide to Darcy Moore. Hand pass away to Perryman. And the famous number 12 heads to half forward. Elliott with the big leap, not the B. Spills out the back to Membry. Still 60 out from goal. Collingwood. Hand pass to Crisp. Kicks long to full forward. Getting back Lever. Fair piece of it, but there's a free kick. It's going to Bowie. He was in a tangle with Cameron. And Jake Bowie will get it at fullback for the Demons. And the Bronx cheer for the Melbourne faithful as they earn themselves a free kick. The Demons still by 2 points. 15 and a half gone in the second. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
Bowie to Salem to Lindsay. Kicks up to the wing. What about that? Petrarca, he tripped over his own feet. It landed in his lap. Now he moves it on quickly. It's a shank of a kick. It tumbles inside 50. Howe's there to mop up though as he kicks up to the wing. Tolstrup puts his fist into it. Flicks back to him. Now he kicks the D's back inside 50. In they go. No one can mark. Frampton follows up. Petty too. Petty the handball away towards Sparrow. Twisting, turning. Handballing straight to the boundary. Insufficient intent. Melbourne by 2 points. 16 minutes into this second term. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
They just can't find a mark inside 50, Melbourne. They've had 13-4 for the quarter. They've completely stifled Collingwood's ball movement. Their defence has been rock solid, but they just cannot find that all-important mark inside 50, and it might come back to bite them.
There's a contested mark for Myercheck on the wing. Collingwood up over halfway. Membry trying to take one of his own. Doesn't, but controls it at ground level. Hand pass to Hayes. High half forward, kicks inside 50. Sullivan leaping into Rivers. Rivers spoils. Hill left it behind. Melbourne at centre-half back through Langford. His hand pass and turnover two. Elliott centre-half forward for the Pies. Under pressure. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Kicks wide for Crisp. And Jack Crisp has got it 70 out. Melbourne by 2. 17 gone in the second term, short to long.
We had a hot 3 or 4 minutes there, and the boys are just saying, the Collingwood boys are just saying, calm down a little bit.
Oh, Long kicks in the man on the mark. Rivers with the 1%er. And then to Sparrow, hand pass to Chandler, back into dispute. Josh Dacos wins it back, centre-half forward for the Pies to Sullivan. Short kick to Membry, not long enough. Hand pass away to side bottom. The veteran steadies on the kick. Side bottom goes bang. Collingwood back in front. The veteran does it. And all of his teammates run over to him to rub his bald bods. Collingwood by 4. 18 gone in the second term. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
But in the end, it was Josh Dacos, wasn't it, who just body-lined the footy and turned that 50-50 ball into his own. And then they had players out through the middle of the ground. Collingwood, again, not pretty. Hard work. Melbourne really making them earn it at the moment, defending really strongly. In fact, all players look a bit gassed, don't they? It's been up and back and up and back. Not many stoppages or goals, certainly in this second quarter. Hard to come by. And the old fella, I mean, that's just been his... It's almost like his distance has increased as he's got older.
He's
just so used to seeing him now knock them over from 45, 50. That was off 2 steps.
He's so good at just getting the ball in his hand and knowing which way the shape of the ball needs to be.
Last 2 goals of the game going the way of the Pies, but the D's get it out of the middle. Rivers shovels out a handball. Pickett knocks it on. It ricochets away to Chandler. He rushes a kick inside 50. Bouncing ball. Quaynor, great pickup. And the Pies out of trouble. Handball to Allen. Retreats with the handball towards Howe. His kick a turnover. Rivers wins it back there for the D's. Pickett kicks it on, then slaps it on. Ends up with Fritsch. Now Petrarca fires on goal. And offline, misses left. What about that from Ozzy Pickett? I don't even know how to describe it. He went to soccer it on, it flicked up. He then slapped it on and found Fritsch.
It's like a solo in the Gaelic game.
He's had a foot in there, a knee in there, and a tap on in there.
Amazing. He just does things that others couldn't even imagine.
You get any possessions for that? Should get 3. I'm going to get 0. Knock on.
Josh Dacos kicks out the half-back ball, spills to Long, took on the tackler, took on one too many, caught And a high five for Turner as he wins it back for Melbourne.
Melbourne have just been rushed. I don't know if it's the perceived pressure because the tackle count was so high in the first quarter, but just been rushed, Melbourne.
Turner to Van Rooyen, who leaps for it. No mark, punched away by Howe. Spills down to Tolstrup. In the end, he caught Hayes high and he didn't have the footy. Free kick, Collingwood advantage applied. Quainer goes wide to Membry and May professionally takes him down. It's Collingwood trying to get something going on the counter-attack. 3 lead changes, one of them in this quarter, the last of the game. The last goal of the game, that is, contributing to the lead change for Steele's side bottom. Here's the corridor kick to McStay. Mark still defensive side of halfway. Pokes it to Pendlebury. Middle of the G. Long kick out wide to Perryman. He's got Howe in support. Harry goes himself. Looks inside 50. Myercheck deep. Punched away by McVie. Picked up here by Long. Hand pass to McCreary. Handball to Sullivan. Trying to evade a desperate Demon. Gives it to Long. He's tackled. Ball pinballs around. Still the umpire lets him go. How's his net? Heavy tackle. In from the side, McCreary, and the ump eventually says, give it to me. Ball up forward, 50 for Collingwood. They lead by 3. Time on in the second term.
King's birthday footy on ABC Sport. Ball up, forward pocket for the Pies. Gaunt punches it away. Pendlebury goes and gets it. Tackled there by Langford. Umpire wants to ball it up again.
That side bottom goal, Bally. Same spot as the grand final. Remember he kicked that?
That's what I mean. That's the spot.
It's amazing.
The grand final was further out, but yeah, 2 steps, bang.
Myercheck doing the ruck work. Taps it down boundary side. Onto it Long. Off to Pendlebury to Nick Dacos. Can't sidestep. Langdon, who's got him in a tackle, and he lets him know about it. He's on top of him. And we'll get a boundary throw in or a free kick, will it be? Rivers is pleading for it. No, boundary throw in.
It probably was deliberate in the end, wasn't it? It was nowhere near a Collingwood player.
And Ed Langdon is under Nick Dacos' jumper at the moment.
Back pocket.
Gawn slaps it down. Onto it, Ed Allen. Spits out. Dispossessed in the tackle. Gathered there by Sparrow, who tumbles a bouncing ball up to the logo.
Moore punches it back to half forward for the Pies, but Oliver's there. Sharks it for the Demons. Kicks down the wing. Van Rooyen as the Roo chants go around the MCG.
It's his first mark for the day. First kick.
Back in the side. Dabs it to half forward. Melcham the target. Heavy contact from Howe. Brings it to ground. Keeps his feet to Perryman. To Frampton. Collingwood back with it. Hand pass to McStay. Puts it on the chest of Nick Dacos. That was fortuitous. Standing in front of Ed Langdon. And the chant kicks in the middle of the ground for Collingwood. Salem breaks it up. Punches it back. Straight to Perryman though. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Langdon's got him. Holding the ball.
He's all over him, isn't he? Yes. Every time he gets the ball. And this is what you've got to do. You'll probably still end up with 25 touches, but you just can't let him be 25 good ones because he cuts you open.
Ed Langdon with Nick Dacos for close company all afternoon. With the hard tag on the Collingwood champion, wins the footy back for the D. Short kicking game in their back half. 23 gone in the second. Collingwood by 3. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
I like the plan. Like the only man just about who could go with him on running power, maybe Harry Sharp as well, if he was in the team, but I think they've thought that up well, and Langdon has stuck to his task. That he's chipping it on the southern wing. Here's Salem just poking it on. Tolstrup accepts it. Very wide out, just forward of halfway, southern side. Collingwood by 3 points. Tolstrup with a driving ball inside 50. Can he find a marker? Gawn nearly. Ball hits the deck, and they pile on top of it. Nowhere to go from the scrimmage. Ball up, left forward pocket. Here for the D's. Collingwood still by 3.
Nick 7 touches so far for him today, and Langdon's had the 4. And we're 23 and a half into the second. Up it goes. Gawn wins the hit out. Forward 50 for Melbourne. Oliver out after it, but slips over. Long collects. Gets out of the tackle. Hand pass away to side bottom. Kicks out of defence. Up towards the wing. Salem wins it back for Melbourne. Hand pass to Lever. Handball goes further back to Howe. Slick hands to Salem. Pokes the kick back inboard. Oliver the target. Broken up by Long. Awkward landing for the Collingwood midfielder. Advantage applied. Free kick Melbourne. Oliver gives it to Tolstrup. Tolstrup misses.
You can kick it, can't he, Tolstrup? Yeah. Can really roost it.
High draft pick and behind here. Kicked a goal earlier in the game. Collingwood by a couple of points. 24 gone in the second. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
From Esper and Sporley. Also Boomer and out of the Subiaco Football Club. As Allen kicks up to a contest on the wing. Turner in from the side. Roving the pack, Rivers for Melbourne. Handball away to Chandler. Back feeds it to Sparrow. He'll dump it on the boot. Kick to half forward. Off the fist of the pack. It comes down for side bottom. Centre half back. Loops a handball to the run of Long. Collingwood away through the middle. Sullivan back to Allen. It gives it on to McCreary. Cuts back through them. They've got men out. Open side of the ground here, the Pies.
Hayes takes the mark. Sorry, Bully.
Well, I said memory's on, but he's been shut down now. Good scrambling. Look at Melbourne. He's played 50, has he?
It's 50 against the man on the mark. We've seen this all weekend. You can stand or you can get out of the protective zone, but you cannot do both.
One or the other. Let's have a look.
Oh, he's still moving, I think, is it? Is it the moving?
Well, it's the moving. He got to the spot. My guess is the umpire has called him to stand. And you're right, they're red hot on it, Corby.
Either stay outside of the 5 metre protected zone at all cost, but if you rush into the area and you don't stand, you're in strife. We've seen it all weekend, and Xavier Lindsay is called for it here. And young Will Hayes, the 19-year-old, in his second game, in front of a heaving MCG, picked a great time for his first goal in the big time. Hayes goals, Collingwood by 8 points. 26 minutes into the second term, 5-2 plays 3-6. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that's the last 3 goals they've kicked the Pies now, and well, that's a big penalty, isn't it? And you know what? The young fella then, he was coming back off the mark, and the old, I'm getting out of the area. It's just a big penalty. It's just a big penalty to take a couple of steps backwards.
Yeah, young Lindsay.
Yeah, Stephen May absolutely cooked him too.
Yeah, well, because they really surged back hard, Melbourne, which has been the order of the day. They're defending so well as a team, and it was that Collingwood kamikaze handball through the middle of the ground that almost looked like it was going to come undone. They just keep turning up in numbers. McCreary made the key play to change direction and hit Hayes out wide. But Melbourne had scrambled back to cover off all the options inside 50. In the end, just a technically there, obviously the free kick, but you're right, it's a big penalty.
And we just had looking at the replay, you can actually read his lips where he said, "What the hell? I was moving back." So he was saying I was getting out of the 5 metre zone.
He thought he was out of the zone. The umpire begged to differ. Cameron wins the tap, stolen by Gawn. High spiralling ball inside 50 here for the D's. Rivers at centre half forward. Dribbles a kick. Going in to pinch it is Sparrow quickly. Handballs it back into the muck.
I have zero issue with that.
No, I agree.
The rule's designed that you're meant to stand on the mark. Teams try and exploit it. And if you don't want to be in the 5 metre protected area, don't be in there. But you can't get in there and then say, I'm going to retreat. Because all that's doing is trying to delay the ball carrier, which is, well, that's why we got the rule.
I don't mind that, Corb, but be consistent, umpire to umpire. That's the big part about it.
Collingwood starting to win the arm wrestle. Cameron slapping it down. They play volleyball. Petrarca jams it on the boot. Here's Pickett. It might work out. Cozzy, yes! Snaps his second. Creative Cozzy at his best. And he brings the D's right back into it. A 2-point ball game. 5-2-32 Collingwood. Melbourne 4-6-30. We're 98 seconds away from half-time. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, help me out here. How does the most dangerous player for the Melbourne Football Club stand in an area in his forward 50, 6, 7, 8 metres on his own?
It's a great question. It's a great question, Boom. There'd be 6 Collingwood defenders all standing around talking to each other at the moment, wondering, I'll tell you who it is. It's Ned Long, unfortunately. Won't want to see that replay. Pickett, on ball, notionally an on-baller for that stoppage. Yep. Ned Long had him, got caught ball watching, and it was Petrarca, just the hat kick forward. If you ball watch, smart little forward like Cozzy Pickett is going to make you pay. He has looked the most dangerous, hasn't he?
He certainly has. Starts in the centre bounce again here, and he gets on the fly, gets forward so the Langdon or whoever it is can come forward and go on to Dacos.
He's pleased there's no Marcus Windhager out there today who put the clamps on him last time out. Melbourne win it at the coalface. Bowie to Petrarca, hand pass to Chandler, but they're headed wide, southern side, kicks up towards half forward. Oliver competing for it, no mark, follows up ground level, turns it over. Pendlebury, hand pass to Long, feeds it inside the side bottom. Here go the Pies through the middle of the G, tumbles a kick across the ground. Langford runs into the tackle, got it out. Collingwood win it through Membry, hand pass to Allen, handball misses Houston. Picked up by Sparrow, tees back the other way. Chandler, hand pass out to Turner, long kick down the wing.
Looking for a marker down there, going to ground is Melksham. Was he shepherded out of it? No, the other way.
Hang on, how's this work?
They got shoved into Jeremy Howe, and the umpire
Certainly had the rub of the green in this first half.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what Darcy Moore was doing. He didn't need to make that sort of contact, and in the end, Melksham did make a legal contact, but you could argue that he was certainly pushed into it.
Well, the thing is, they're kicking the Melksham like he's Tony Lockett.
Yeah.
That's also Sorry, Boomer. It's kind of
okay.
the push into a marking contest that we've seen cause some serious injuries through the early part of the season. Josh Dacos up towards McStay. They got high on the shoulders of Max Gawn. One on half-back by Bowie for the D's, tumbling a kick to the wing. Josh Dacos goes in, fumbles the footy, allows in Fritsch and the D's. Hamilton Rivers, too hot back for Fritsch. Coughs it up, Pendlebury, off to Josh Dacos. Kick inside 50. Exquisite. And Membry takes it. 40 out, as good as directly in front.
Oh, you feel for the Melbourne players there. You can see hands on heads. Their effort's been enormous this quarter. Just the fumble in the end, and Josh Dacos, his class. Pendlebury is involved as well. Sets up this shot for goal. 23. So they had 21 inside 50s to 9 for the quarter, Melbourne.
21.
There's nothing to show for it.
Tim Membry to really make them pay. On the stroke of half-time, it never looked like missing. And you can't fumble against the Pies because they don't. And they lead by 8 points at the half. 6:2:38 plays 4:6:30 at the main break. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport. The goal kickers, they're all singles. Membry, Elliott, side bottom, McCreary, McStay, and also Hayes, his first goal in AFL footy, while for the D's, Pickett with a couple, Tolstrup and Sparrow, their other goal kickers.
Neither sub has been made so far, so still a clean bill of health for both teams. That is half-time here at the G, with Collingwood by 8 points. Same old story for the Demons. 21 entries for 2 goals 4 in a quarter of footy, in a game which they've led for 75% of the hit-out. They trail at the half. It's Collingwood on top by 8 points. The flag favourites, they get in a little slow jog as they make their way off the ground, and Melbourne just waiting for Jake Levy to finish his media commitments on field before they do the same. Collingwood by 8, half-time at the G. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball and Brent Harvey.
Oh, it's a terrific game, isn't it, Boom? It's a finals-like game. You know, it's got that feel about it, the pressure, and yeah, okay, Melbourne let that one slip late, but I think they should run off the ground here with chests out, feeling pretty good about themselves. I think for the majority of the game, it's been on their terms, and their pressure, their tackling, their defence has held up brilliantly. They've really... We spoke before the game, didn't we, about this Collingwood side's ability to transition the ball from one end to the other. They really haven't been able to do that at all. And I think that's full credit to Melbourne. In the end, it is a bit of the same old story. Unfortunately, 21 inside 50s to 9. So they dominate field position for the quarter. It's 2 goals forward to 4 goals straight the other way from 9 entries for the Pies. So a little bit of the same old story, but they shouldn't get disheartened by that. So what can they do? Can they throw a few magnets around? Can they change the mix forward of the ball? I actually think Collingwood, credit has to go to... I thought Jeremy Howe was magnificent that quarter, and Isaac Quainer as well. So credit has to go to the Collingwood defenders for standing up. It's just part of its method, isn't it? And then its execution.
That's where I want to go. That's where I want to go, Paul. I want to talk about Melbourne's method to go inside forward. I just said they're kicking the Melksham like he's Tony Lockett.
Yeah.
You can't just kick the ball in his head when he's playing on Darcy Moore, and you got Jeremy Howe coming back into his space as well. I think he's a good player, but he ain't Tony Lockett, by the way, or Wayne Carey, or one of these guys, or Gary Ablett Senior. Oliver, he's butchering the ball a little bit for me, but he actually kicked one along the ground. It was a torpedo that rolled 3 or 4 times. Melbourne actually looked dangerous because the ball wasn't in the air going to Collingwood's advantage. I think it's the method of the way they go inside 50 for me. If they can change that slightly, maybe drop the eyes every now and then, kick a couple of grubbers in there. When they got Collingwood scrambling, going back towards goal, yes, get it in there nice and fast, but the method is the way.
Well, they didn't take a mark inside 50. 21 entries, they don't take a mark. They kick at 53%. What was the stat, Corby? So it is, unfortunately for Melbourne, but you could not question. I think their effort's been magnificent. They're scrambling to get back in defence. May and Lever are controlling things behind the ball. And Gawn's starting to look dangerous as well, giving them first use out of clearance and belting the ball forward, which is I love on a day like today. So most facets of the game, you come in at half-time on the whiteboard and you tick them off. It's just that last bit of taking a little bit of care with the kick, or it might be, as you said, the high, long one's not working. It's playing into the hands of Howe in particular and Moore. and Frampton, maybe the chaos ball. That's when they've scored, isn't it? That's when Pickett scored.
Yes.
That's when, and they've missed a couple. That's when Pickett scored 2 goals. His 2 goals for that quarter. So I think there's a lot to like still. That again, we talk about, can they reset? Can they continue to bring that effort? And the challenge is, when you have that effort and you don't reward yourself, you don't get the nourishment of the scoreboard pressure. Sometimes it can just wear away at you and break your heart as the game goes on.
35 tackles for the half, 41
Outstanding.
tackles last week against the Saints, so another 17 tackles that quarter. The pressure's been good from both teams, but we spoke about fundamentals, Bally. Fundamentals from both teams. This is, for me, just a couple of handballs just not hitting the target. Melbourne looked like they were dead set out a couple of times. They've just missed that target with the handball, so just clean that up a little bit.
The guys up front, you've got what you've got, clearly, but Petty, Van Rooyen, Fritsch, the last 2 have been dropped on a couple of times this year. Have they got enough out of those guys so far today?
Well, no, they haven't. That's in short. That's right. And Van Rooyen, is the one. He's only had the 2 possessions. So,
Bully, he's the one. Sorry to cut you off. He's the one that they should be kicking the ball to, just to bring the ball to ground. Melton can be at the ground.
Yeah, he needs to compete.
Just compete. You don't have to take 8 marks a game. Just compete. Be that big guy for us.
Yeah.
If you don't mark it, they don't mark it.
Maybe it's Petrarca. I think has to go forward in this second half. I think things are under control around the footy. With Pickett in there, with Langford pinching in there. They've got Dacus under control with Langdon, of course. And Oliver's, had his hands on the footy. Okay, kicking it at a low percentage, but getting his hands on the footy. And Sparrow's the other one. I think it's probably Petrarca is the one, the lever that they need to pull in the second half going forward to the ball.
Give us a quick hit on Nick Dacos versus Ed Langdon.
I like it. I like what Melbourne are doing because you've got to put it under pressure. I think he's still going to end up with 20 touches or thereabouts. He's had a really slow start to the half. What he had, 8 or 9.
I think he's only had 8. Yeah,
you called in that quarter. In that half.
He's only had 7.
So he's had 7, but. What you're finding, he's got no time and space. So whenever he gets the ball, it's just a quick handball. Now, if he can have 25 of them, you're taking them rather than getting the ball in space. Because when he gets the ball, he carves the you don't want him kicking inside 50.
Yeah, glass half full for Magpie supporters. The best player's been kept to 7, no impact at all. And you're 2 goals up, with a fair bit in the tag. I thought his brother was superb that quarter, Josh. He had 12 possessions and a couple of score involvements, 300 metres gained. So that's why this Collingwood side, Pendlebury had moments, didn't he? Brilliant moments. Ned Long's trying hard. I think he's had 9 possessions and Sidebottom's doing his bit as well. So that's why they're such a tough team to beat. We know that. But it's a nightmare matchup for Nick, isn't it? Because he can't run away from it.
That's the big
so
thing.
he's going to have to use his smarts. And I think he'll say, okay, it's not my day to have 30 today and kick 4. How can I help the team? And credit to him, he does do that.
Yep.
I've watched him. He's gone and put time into Oliver at clearance. He's gone and put time into Petrarca. So, it's a fascinating one. Can he keep working and eventually get some rewards in this second half?
Sam Durham's been suspended for 2 weeks for his bump on Adam Chera. So it's come back as careless, high and high. So a 2-week ban for Sam Durham.
I think that's right, and he's lucky that he missed him. I think by letter of the law, by the table, it only comes out as 1. So it's been upgraded based on the force that he went with and the fact that he only got lucky that he missed.
Yeah, but I agree with you about Chera have to take more responsibility. There's a saying in football, put your backside where your head can go, and Chera didn't do that. He just went. Yeah. There's got to be something around that because anyone can fly in, put their head down, and you're going to get hit.
Is there part of that though? So when you guys played the game, you never would have approached a contest like that. But is it almost?
Well, no, it's just. I did, and learnt the hard way a couple of times. So that's what you hope for. Okay, Adam, you got really lucky here. Next time, you mightn't get as lucky.
But isn't it almost like he's almost in? He feels like he can go for the ball like that because he's not expecting someone to do what Sam Durham did.
Yeah, it's
almost
point.
The action that we're trying to change is what Durham did. And interestingly, when you look at what happened with Tom Stewart, I saw that on Saturday, and the first thing I thought was, you can't do that. You can't run past the ball and bump someone. And yet, for 100 years in our game, that's just been a good old-fashioned hip and shoulder. I actually wanted to take it further, whether we're getting to the point now, we basically said, if you bump and you cause damage, you're responsible for it. Maybe we just get rid of the bump. What do we actually lose as a game? What Tom Stewart did on the weekend is no longer allowed.
You lose a physical.
It's still a great game of footy.
You don't see it as much. That's why it stands out. I still think you can make, and players have got to make. So Durham's made a wrong decision, hasn't he? And we don't see that much. Players now will just wait, won't they? If they're second to the ball, they'll wait. I thought Stewart wasn't necessarily I didn't think he ran past the ball. I think we need to look at that again. I thought it was, instantaneous as Anderson got the ball. So he was second to the ball.
He was second. And
so he made a decision, but he got him in the middle.
And Anderson was limp too, because he's not expecting to get bumped like that. He's expecting to get tackled. So again, he's changed his whole philosophy about how he approaches the ball when someone picks him off. And the thing for me is the margin of error is too great. So if he does get him in the wrong way, and Noel Anderson, who's a great player of our game, ends up with some life-altering concussion, are we willing to trade the bump for that? Like, we might see Tua weekend.
I'll add something, Corbs. Our game is extremely hard, and it's got quicker since we've finished ball as well. You are making decisions, and this is what people don't understand. We can sit back now and watch frame by frame by frame. When you're out there, you're protecting yourself at times. You're trying to go for the football other times. It is a bloody hard game. That's what I will say.
It's largely out of the game anyway, and there's high risk, obviously, that is associated with it. And thankfully, Adam Chera's okay. And likewise with Noel Anderson, 2 weeks for Sammy Durham. It's half-time here at the MCG, the King's Birthday Clash on ABC Sport. Collingwood by 8 points. More of your thoughts on the SMS through 0437 774 774 coming up in just a moment. But first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. An Australian journalist has been hit by a rubber bullet while reporting live from downtown Los Angeles. It came as police were facing off against protesters demonstrating against the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. Tensions in Los Angeles have been escalating, with thousands of protesters taking to the streets for a third day, and US President Donald Trump ordering the deployment of National Guard troops. Channel 9's US correspondent Lauren Tomasi says she was hit in the leg while reporting on camera, but is safe and well.
I did get hit by a rubber bullet. We were caught on the side. We were standing out of police way, but we are safe now, and we will stay on the scene. But yes, we are in a safe position, and we'll just wait and see what happens through this evening.
Greens Senator Sarah Hanson-Young says the Prime Minister must seek an urgent explanation from the Trump administration after the incident. In a statement, Senator Hanson-Young called it simply shocking and completely unacceptable. Israeli forces say they instructed a ship carrying aid bound for Gaza to change course as it approached a restricted area before boarding and seizing the vessel. Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran reports.
Israeli forces had started to surround the Madeleine, which is the ship being run by the Freedom Flotilla, trying to break that blockade of the Gaza Strip. Those forces started to surround the ship. There were drones monitoring its movements before Israeli forces finally boarded the ship and seized the vessel. We believe, based on the information that we were hearing over the last couple of days, that this ship is being taken to Ashdod port, which is north of Gaza. That's where it will dock in Israel, and then the crew, including the activist Greta Thunberg, they will then be deported.
A Qantas plane en route from London to Singapore has made an emergency landing in the Middle East after a passenger suffered a medical emergency. The Airbus A380 landed safely in Azerbaijan in the city of Baku a short time ago. It's understood a female passenger aged in her 60s went into cardiac arrest and was assisted by an Australian doctor on board. Qantas has been contacted for comment. Victoria Police says 2 hikers stranded in freezing conditions in Victoria's high country are expected to be rescued this afternoon. The pair became trapped in the Wonnangata Valley, 50 kilometres southwest of Mount Hotham, after a weekend of heavy snow in the Alpine region. It's believed the pair contacted emergency services for help, but it's not known what condition they're in. Inspector Tracy Johnson says specialist teams are working to bring them to safety.
We expect that rescue to be enacted within the next couple of hours. They're just in an area where they're, due to the snowfall, that unable to progress further on the track, and we would prefer them to stay there until trained police get to them and can help them out of that way.
Meanwhile, a whale rescue organisation says a team of experts is on standby to help free a humpback whale if it's spotted off the New South Wales coast this afternoon. The 20-tonne creature was seen off Sydney over the weekend with a rope and a buoy wrapped around one of its pectoral fins. Pip Jacobs from Orca says a small army of volunteers has been called out along the south coast to try and locate it.
We do believe that the whale may be around the Ulladulla region by sunset, but it's difficult to tell. So at the moment we've got all eyes on the water trying to see if we can spot this whale again, and potentially formulate a disentanglement response if it's spotted.
The Bureau of Meteorology forecasts a cold snap will keep bringing rain, snow and hail to southeast Australia this week. The system has brought some welcome rain to drought-affected parts of Victoria, as well as hazardous surf along the east coast. Parts of New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania have already seen some snowfall, and senior meteorologist Dean Narramore says it's expected to develop further.
It's off the south coast of New South Wales today, and it's going to continue to wrap cold air, showers and snow right across southeastern Australia. We're going to see another showery day in Tasmania, Victoria and New South Wales. We're likely to see snow not only in the southern tablelands of New South Wales, but the central and possibly even the northern tablelands as well.
And motorcyclist Corey Hammond has claimed the Finke Desert Race's King of the Desert title in his 5th attempt of the race in the Northern Territory. Hammond increased his lead over second-placed Brodie Waters in the return leg from Apachula Community to Alice Springs, finishing in a time of 1 hour 52 minutes and 39 seconds across more than 200 kilometres. After placing 4th last year, Hammond says his homework on the red dirt track paid off.
I've spent a lot of time up here this year learning the bottom end of the tracks. Pretty well, so I was just happy.
You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Holster to a contest. Oh, it spills down to Cozzy. Soles off the deck. He's got it there. Pickett off the ground from 45 out. I'm not sure those were the ones they were practicing during the week, but they count all the same.
Gorn wins the tap, stolen by Pendlebury, who just cuts a sway through them. Handball to McCreary. Long range shot on goal. Collingwood at their best.
Goal for Joel.
Pendles has still got it.
I just feel like I'm going to be harping on this all day today about Melbourne's last kick inside 50. Melcham again just popped it up.
Josh Dacos wins it back, centre half forward for the Pies to Sullivan. Short kick to Membry, not long enough. Hand pass away to side bottom. The veteran steadies on the kick. Side bottom goes bang. Collingwood back in front. The veteran does it. Young Will Hayes, the 19-year-old, in his second game in front of a heaving MCG, picked a great time for his first goal in the big time. Hayes goals, Collingwood by 8 points.
Cameron slapping it down. They play volleyball. Petrarca jams it on the boot. Here's Pickett. It might work out. Cozzy, yes! Snaps his second. Creative Cozzy at his best. To Membry to really make them pay on the stroke of half-time. It never looked like missing. And they lead by 8 points at the half.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time, Collingwood by 8 points, as you heard there from Ben. This is King's Birthday Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin, Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Lauren Borden on the boundary. Brent Harvey, the game's record holder, and the Premiership Pine. Luke Ball off the SMS. Francis from Watsonia says low scoring, just a matter of whether the D's can maintain the intensity and tackling pressure. Tagging is on well and truly. You weren't much of a fan of the taggers back in the day, I know that for sure. The great Bruce McAvaney has just dropped into our box here on ABC Sport as well, which we always love whenever we get a visit from best to ever do it.
I did think someone could have gone down the slide as Bruce.
Absolutely.
Iconic Aussies.
No problem there.
7 Mike, have a little lapel and a little Mike, and he could go down as Bruce. It would be, dare I say it, special.
Bruce is.
I would go down as Bruce.
Next year it'll be you. Great to see Bruce, as always. He's, of course, worked the Olympic Games for the ABC Sport, so we're lucky to be broadcast colleagues. That's put that on the resume. That's
100%. Put that on there.
You wouldn't have left his side.
You know how Ed Langdon's following Nick Dacos today? That was me with Bruce.
That was Cameron on McAvaney.
Bruce thought he had a hard tag.
2 weeks. 2 weeks. Oh, poor Bruce. What did you learn, Ben? Quickly, because without being facetious, what makes him the greatest?
I think in part how generous he is and kind to everyone else. Yeah. So you hear people speak about how he'll tell them a stat and then get them to deliver it on air. So he's very good at that.
So he's a team player.
Very much ultimate team player.
Yeah.
What else did I learn? I mean, in terms of his preparation, he's unmatched, isn't he? What did you learn, Corbin?
It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Yep.
So it's economy of words, and yet the way he delivers it, and his passion is like that. That's the one thing that you can't fake.
Yeah.
Like you sort of different broadcasters. Like if you love it, it shows through, and that's Bruce. Like with track and field, his passion for that is phenomenal.
Team-based stuff's probably quite unique, isn't it? It's a sort of a relatively individual pursuit, being a broadcaster, and you're always pretty competitive. Any stage are you planning on bringing that to the LBC contacts with your mate here, or
whack off the SMS? Corbin, I missed what you said about the Demons. They're the most inaccurate kicking team in the league. Is that right? They are. They're 18th in the competition for accuracy. So Collingwood, by the way, are 13th. If you're interested in that stat. So Pies kicking at 47% shots at goal, and the Demons into this week, that's body of work throughout the season at 41%. Matt off the SMS, the standard of umpiring both ways is terrible and embarrassing. Okay, thanks Matt. We talked a little bit about the bump after Sam Durham picked up 2 weeks for his knock last night on Adam Chera. James in Parkdale, in my opinion, someone running back with the flight is far more reckless than the guy running against the flight. Why is the latter held responsible for attempting to contest the ball against somebody who probably shouldn't be there? The guy running with the flight has no idea who he's running into. The definition of reckless. Do we need a right-of-way rule in our sport?
No.
Yep. So at the moment they're judging that very much as if you get there first, that's all that counts. So if you're coming from the other direction, if you're running towards the ball, if you're a fraction late and the guy gets there first that's running with the flight, it's your responsibility to protect the player who gets to the ball first.
So there's an unofficial right-of-way rule.
Yeah. If you're second,
it's a bit like the roundabout, isn't it?
If you're second to the ball, you're in trouble. If you're first there, you will be protected by the game.
The
biggest, you have to indicate to get off the roundabout, or
the biggest thing in football, if you're going to hurt somebody, is going into a pack with your knee to hit someone in the head. Now, if we're going to get rid of all that, we have to get rid of that as well. And that's not going to happen.
Second half underway. Collingwood lead by 8 points. Opening clearance going the way of the D's. Petrarca gives it off to Bowie. He kicks up to half forward. Howe wins it for the Pies. Whacks a kick back up towards their half forward. Coming out, Turner. Dispossessed in the tackle. Salem just paddling to his own advantage. Tries to soccer. McCreary picks it up. He's game tackled. Nowhere to go. Umpire crosses himself and a ball up. Members wing.
Gee, Howe's been good for Collingwood. They just cannot get it past him at the moment. And he's winning one-on-ones too, so it's not just third man in stuff. Jeremy Howe.
A little trivia question time for you, Paulie and Boomer. He's one of 8 players to have played in this game for both teams.
Okay.
Who are the other 7?
All right, leave that with us.
Nick Dacos earns the free here, kicks down to half forward Cameron. Velcro for hands, just rips it down. 8-point lead for Collingwood.
Can I have that again, Corbin, please?
8 players. Jeremy Howe's one of 8 to have played in this fixture for both Collingwood and Melbourne. Beautiful. The other 7. That is an absolute dart too.
Beautiful.
It's a long way from hand to foot for the big man Darcy Cameron, and yet he's put it straight on Myercheck's chest.
I've got one. Peter Moore.
Peter Moore. No.
Peter Moore, he didn't play this game. He's only been around for 11 years.
24 editions in.
Big freeze.
Big freeze? Are we talking just big freeze?
King's birthday.
Heredia Lumumba.
24 editions. Heredia Lumumba is 1.
Not many others spring to mind.
There's 4, by the way, that started at Collingwood and finished at Melbourne, and there's 4 that started at Melbourne and finished at Collingwood. As Myercheck, the marksman, pops it through from right half forward, turns to the Collingwood fans and says, how about that for a bit of work? 14 points the Magpies lead. That is a new game high and a danger sign for Melbourne. 2 minutes into the third term, they come out a little cold, 7-2 to 4-6. 14-point buffer in the game. King's birthday footy on ABC.
It was a nice little win for Darcy Cameron because it didn't feel like Max Gawn was starting to exert some serious influence late in that second quarter, but he drifts into space across half forward, takes the mark, and then a lovely pinpoint kick to Brodie Myercheck, who's had his battles today, hasn't he? I mean, it hasn't been a day for the key forwards, we know that. But we know that Brodie will continue to work and work. He's had a bit of Turner, he's had May. That time, just found a little pocket of space and a lovely kick.
It presents the footy, and then you just lower your eyes or drop your eyes, whatever you want to call it. It's just a nice, easy piece of play for Collingwood.
Collingwood out by a game-high 14-point lead. Tapped down by Gawn, overrunning it there, Pendlebury. Might work out for the D's. Picking it up, Petrarca. Off to Gawn. Kicks inside 50. Quaynor bounces off his chest. Works out for Pendlebury. Now they break the defensive arc. Quaynor with a sweeping handball up towards the logo. McVie wins it back for the red and blue. Handball to Lindsay. Looping one towards Fritsch. Wide out. Right half forward. Retreating with the kick. Back towards McVie. Now a handball to Lindsay. Lindsay will look longer. Towards a warmish sort of spot. Pack forms. Cameron.
He does that well.
Gets back, takes a defensive mark for the Pies. Collingwood by 14 points, 3 into the second half.
His opponent had beaten him down there, Max Gawn, but that time Darcy Cameron just with the flight of the ball. I've got two for you, Corb.
Okay.
Chris Dawes.
Your man, Chris Dawes, is one.
Ben Kennedy.
And Ben Kennedy. Didn't think anyone was going to get that. So we're 4 down. So I've got Howe, Lumumba, Dawes and Ben Kennedy.
Brody Grundy.
Brody Grundy's one.
Stop it.
5 down.
I'm disadvantaged. I didn't play for the
I know. Yeah. I should be getting these, Boom.
We've got 3 to go.
Okay.
There's Josh Dacos off the back flank. Kicks down the wing and finds McCreary. Takes a jug with Mark, or at least he thought so. Touched on the way through. Says keep rolling. Handball to side bottom. Nothing up the head he likes. Melbourne well set up. They've been buttoned up defensively today, the Demons, and Collingwood have to switch it. Back to Moore. Inside the centre square. Kicks long out towards the wing. Quaynor takes the mark. Short kick. Finds Pendlebury.
I reckon I've got the next 2. Lyndon Dunn.
Good one.
And Darren Jolly.
That's yes.
Well played, boys. Got them all between us. Well done.
We're 7 down. We got 1 to go.
1 to go.
Okay. Time for you.
We've got 1 to go.
Hit the last one. If I see you go back to your phone, you've been...
I wasn't cheating. I got a text message.
Oh, Dr. Google.
No, I was phoned in.
We're 1 short. Collingwood with the footy. Melbourne, every player just about in their defensive 50. So Quaynor goes long to the top of the goal square. Punched away by Turner. Into the path of Langford. Kicks out to half-back. Pickett and a one-on-one with Frampton. Ball hits the deck.
They all go down like 9 pins. Howe picks it up. Picked up eventually there by Van Rooyen after Howe spills it. Kick from Petrarca up towards the wing. They all go down again. Allen toe pokes it out. Picked up by Petrarca for the D. Shovels forward a handball. Chandler knocks it on again. Langford head over the footy. Flicks a handball back inboard into a nest of Pies. Josh Dacos flicking a handball away towards Frampton. Now side bottom. Back to Howe. Just bumped off his kick. Affected too, and this should work out for the D's. Rivers marks on the logo.
Rivers appealing that Nick Dacos is moving on the mark. He's standing there looking at the umpire, and Rivers in the end, after holding out one hand, decides to kick it long and turns it over. And side bottom the intercept mark. If Rivers had just gone rather than arguing for the 50.
I've got the last one.
Hold it off. Sullivan, centre half back. Hand pass away towards Quaynor. Kicks in the middle of the ground. Membry got it out by hand to Sullivan. Under pressure. Hand pass to the wing. Here's Crisp. Tackled. Taken to ground. Says ball up. Does anyone want a clue before Ben reveals it?
Yes, please.
Played in grand finals with both clubs. Ooh. It's Cameron. Hits it towards the boundary line. Hits it towards the wing. The outer edge of the centre square, and now another pack forms and another ball up. Collingwood by 14 points.
So he must have played in the winning Melbourne 2021 Premiership.
Wouldn't be so sure.
No? What?
Maybe a losing grand final.
Not premierships, grand finals.
When did Melbourne lose one?
Yeah.
All the way back to 2000. Okay.
Free kick going to Nick Dacos on the wing. Pokes it short. Collingwood lead by 14 points. Pendlebury gives it back to Nick Dacos. Kicks inside 50. Low down. A good mark taken by Judd McVie.
Great mark. One-hander.
Defensive mark there for the D's.
Yeah, good mark.
Switches it to Salem. Salem goes to Bowie just beyond the defensive arc.
We missed the Brownlow medalist. Boomer.
Oh, Shane Woden.
Shane Woden.
Wow.
So that's the list. Howe, Lumumba, Dunn, Grundy, Dawes, Kennedy, Jolly, Woden. Played in the King's Birthday Clash for both teams. Now in its 24th edition. Melbourne turn it over on the wing. Frampton to Allen. Hand pass to side bottom. In front of the benches, Rivers. Comes in, collects for Melbourne. Hand pass to Langford. Handball away to Salem along the boundary line. And Van Rooyen.
Got to go. No, you can't.
Collingwood well set up. There's Howe and Moore. Closest to the Melbourne goal.
This is the important kick though, isn't it?
Van Rooyen long to a contest. Cameron in from the side, picks it off again. His third contested mark in the quarter. Collingwood by 14. 7.5 gone in the third term. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
They've just got no presence up there, Melbourne, have they? Like Van Rooyen's kicking that ball in, but he's kicking it to, I think it was Chandler and Petty versus 4 Collingwood players, including their ruckman, who's getting back and filling up the hole.
Bobby Hill on the back flank, working up the ground. Sets up a kick towards the logo. Gawn camps underneath it, and he takes the mark. These win it back. Collingwood still by 14.
Well, he looks up and he sees Darcy Cameron straight down the line.
It's 5 of the last 6 goals of the game. This is a shocking kick from Max Gawn. Cold turnover. Josh Dacos running tall. Inside 50. Elliott set a task. He's not up to it initially, but they fight on. Myercheck wins it. Handball away to Hayes. He goes back to Long. Long will run in and poke it through. All smiles in the stripes at the moment. Collingwood by 20. A new game high. 8-2-50 plays 4-6-30. Luke Ball and Brent Harvey.
Well, we called it, didn't we? Max Gawn. You could see what he was trying to do. I'm just not sure Max is the one that we want kicking that ball 45 metres inside to half forward. You could see what he was trying to do. As we said, he looked up, he saw his direct opponent by himself long down the line. But just a kick. And Josh Dacos, who's just everywhere at the moment. He had 12 possessions in that second quarter, up to 6 already. Was smart enough to come forward, intercept the ball, and then it was just the taunt, wasn't it? The kick and hope, the chaos ball forward. Elliott good enough to make a contest.
I was trying to work out who Gawn was actually going to in the end, Brawley, because
space in the end, wasn't
there was a triangle of players around the ball where it landed, and they're all Collingwood players.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, Will Young Hayes too with a goal assist, and Ed Long getting on the end of it.
Pies by 20. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport. Gawn wins the hit out and then the follow-up. Gives it to Oliver, to Petrarca. Back to Oliver. Kicks inside the forward 50. At the drop, Melcham. Bursting out from the goal square. Takes the mark on his chest.
Well, that ball there, that was more advantage side. And Melcham could do the work instead of just sitting underneath it and letting Moore jump all over him.
Good.
And he rushed it.
Yeah, he did. It was great clearance work, wasn't it? Great contest method, so there from the 2 champ midfielders, Oliver and Petrarca, the 1-2. And the beauty of a centre clearance is you've got 6-6-6, haven't you? One-on-one ahead of the footy. That time Melcham read the drop of the ball better.
He said everyone at the clubs this week been practicing their goal kicking. Jake Melcham to live up to the words. Straight through it goes. And Melbourne hang about in this game. He shows them the Milky Way. Collingwood by 14 points, 11 gone in the third, 8-2 to 5-6. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
Centre clearances, Boomer, 11-3, Melbourne's way.
Oh, so really?
There's an area of dominance, and a lot of the time it's just been Gawn belting it forward, taking the yards, which I like, and then surging onto it. And it gets Collingwood on the back foot through the middle of the ground. That time was just a bit of class with Petrarca and Oliver, the 1-2. Petrarca drawing the 2 Collingwood midfielders and threading the handball through. And Oliver, who's kicked it poorly today, he's had plenty of the footy, Clara. He's had 19 possessions, kicked it at 33%. That time there was a nice kick to advantage, wasn't it? As you said, just to space, putting it across his body.
And you let the forwards do the work, and especially in today's, like with Melcham playing on Moore, you've got to put it to space so Moore can actually trail, and Melcham can cut off the line and actually take a mark or contest a mark at least.
199th goal in AFL footy as well, closing in on 200. Gawn winning the tap, Oliver out after it, plays tunnel ball, Petrarca picks it up, off to Gawn. He just dumps it on the boot, inside 50. How too good. Outbodies Petty and takes the intercept mark.
Well, he has. It's a problem for the D's. He's just been way too good, Jeremy Howe. 16 possessions. Once he had 7 marks from opposition kicks.
Played the first big freeze game for the D's and then 6 cents for the Pies as he goes out to Houston. His kick to the logo off the hands of the pack. May fighting after it. Squeezes a kick away. Ball in dispute. Oliver does well. Wins it. Off to Langford. Long left-footed kick inside 50. Melcham and Moore. Moore gets a fist in out to the boundary line. Halves the contest. That's enough for now. Throwing in the left forward pocket for the D's who have a little run of momentum.
Gee, that was a good contested ball, wasn't it, from Oliver? That was Oliver at his best there. Just beat 2 players. And
fantastic hands.
In the hands that set the Demons player Langford free. Been good today, Oliver. Looks like Long's going to put a bit of time into him now.
Boundary throw-in. Knocked away by Howe, close to the boundary line. In the end, they see it out.
So Sorry, Corby. Boom, this is where I think you point around. I think Langdon needs to get on the move here and try and get himself catch Dacos snapping a bit and see if he can't get on the end of one here and kick a goal. It's deep in there, forward 50. There's no point in just hanging around in his back pocket now. Get proactive.
D's have not kicked back-to-back goals all day. They need the next one. As Rivers goes darting through traffic, gets a flying shot at goal. It's offline, and in the end he's not through for a behind. Lauren Borton's on the boundary for us. Was any movement down there? Both subs still available?
Yeah, both subs still available. Corby, it's been a pretty clean bill of health throughout the game. So apart from the odd physio rub down, it's been quite quiet on the benches. But Caleb Windsor still sitting there for Melbourne, and Will Hoskin-Elliott, I can see the top of his head just at the back of the bench for Collingwood.
Collingwood by 13 as two of the vets combine. Howe with a short kick into side bottom. Side bottom pokes it out wide to Josh Dacos. Virtually on the elbow of the 50 in the boundary line. He dabs it over the top and gets it back to side bottom. In that kick mark game here, Collingwood. Nearly 14 played in the third. Side bottom feeds a handball to Howe running by. He'll look long around the wing, up towards a contest. Membry juggling it. May ends up with a footy, tackled to ground by Membry. Umpire crosses himself, ball up coming between wing and half forward. Collingwood's record in third quarters this year has mirrored the end result in every single game. Whatever that's worth, they're leading this third term at the moment as well.
That was an easy one, Ben Royan. Worried about Cameron. With his arms around him. As that man Razor tells us, Bally, treat it like a marking contest. Gave away the free. Cameron to Houston, told to keep it moving, kicks inside 50. Elliott hitting up, no mark, spills to Long. Long snaps. Ben's a little too much, through for a behind.
Yeah, just a Melbourne play, got stepped inside by Houston, and it's a cardinal sin, isn't it? Bally, got to keep him the boundary side so the defenders can read that cue and kill the ball, but once they step you inside, you've got the whole ground to play with.
Pies by 14 midway through the third.
Howie goes to Howes, who kicks to the wing, and Petty, little backhander, controls it down, one-handed with the mark. It was very neat work. Moves it on short. Sparrow releases the running Bowie, who kicks long and high. Melcham from the back, reaches up and marks over the top of them. A chest mark from the back of the pack over Myercheck.
Maybe he's Wayne Carey, Boomer.
Yeah, well, he looked like Wayne Carey on that one. But the thing is, he's going to do one of them a game. Now, you can't kick it to him 15 times, and he's going to do that 14 times. That's talent there, but he got a little bit lucky as well. It's a great grab.
I was about to say, Jake Bowie, poor decision. Looked up, there were three. Myercheck was back in the hole by himself.
Frampton was there as well.
What did we know? Thank you, Melcham.
Would be his 200th goal in AFL footy, but the here and now is more important. Melcham hits the post. Oh, that would have made it very interesting. 2 goals neat, Collingwood's lead, 16 played, third term, King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
Have not kicked back-to-back goals all day. Still haven't. As Howe on the kick out, goes along with the wing. Punched away by Lever. Out of play. Lauren Borton.
Might be a little ankle concern for Brodie Myercheck just in the centre of the ground. The doctor's gone out to him in the middle of the MCG. He was limping a little bit, but he's staying on the ground.
Yeah, he looks sore, doesn't he?
Craig McRae said a couple of weeks ago how often Myercheck plays hurt and tells them after, I've been battling with an ankle. And so why didn't you tell us?
Game number 148 for Myercheck today. Van Rooyen grabs it out of the ruck, gives it to Petrarca, kicks inside 50. Quaynor. Thought he held out Tolstrup. Didn't complete the mark. Spills to Houston. Collingwood work it out anyway. Gives it to Frampton, kicks to half back, and here's more. Collingwood want to go. The green lights down that outer wing. Crisp. Handball away to Bobby Hill. Weighted hand pass for Quaynor. Tolstrup's right there with him. Just come here, and the young man rips him to the ground, and a big tackle, ball up on the wing.
Been impressive. I mean, he hasn't hit with the footy, Tolstrup, but what he does, he kicks it well when he gets it, and his work rate's been really good that time. And Quaynor is a hard man to track. He took off, and he just stayed with him and affected the tackle. Well done.
Here's Oliver, turning tackler on this occasion on side bottom. Ball ends up with both of them, and another ball up, just short of halfway here for the D's.
Where's he from, Ben? Colton Tolstrup?
Esperance.
And?
Subiaco. Players there know the meaning of success. As Gawn wins the tap down. Going to get the kick away, Rivers. It's spoiled. Ball jars free. Crisp runs away down the southern wing. A couple of bounces. Says Judd McVie, I can take you on, but he can't. He's tackled. Umpire lets him play though. Handball away to Bobby Hill. Slipping over there, Pendlebury coughs up the footy. Now Hill turns tackler. He horse-collared him, dragged him down, and the umpire says, hey, give it here, boys, I'll sort it out.
Went to Subiaco a couple of weeks ago and spoke to the boys.
Did you?
Spoke to the leadership group.
Wow.
And they haven't won a game since I left there 4 weeks ago.
It's Sidebottom who gets it on the outskirts of the stoppage, runs out of room. And insufficient intent, free kick.
I think he was trying to get the ball forward, wasn't he?
Well, where do you want him to go? Like, where do you actually want him to go?
He's trying to break a tackle from Oliver and in the end stepped out of bounds, and the ump said, nope, it's insufficient intent, free kick for the D's. They work it up the wing. Here's Sparrow, takes the mark.
This is the kick here, Bally. This is the one.
Hit the first goal of the day, sends it inside the forward 50. Fritsch! Got it! Bailey Fritsch will have a look from 30 out just right of centre. And now 50.
Oh, guaranteed now.
There was a bit that followed, and Bailey Fritsch will be marked to the top of the goal square and pops it through against the team he grew up supporting. Bailey Fritsch pulls Melbourne back within single digits. Collingwood 8-3-51. Melbourne moved to 6-8-44. 19 gone in the third.
And there's your 2 in a row, Corby. You've been asking for it.
First time in a quarter today. 6-8 to 8-3. 19 gone in the third. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it was just off the back of pressure again. Boomhammer there on the wing. They've been at them all day. Collingwood have been a bit sloppy, not as slick as usual with hands, but part of that is due to Melbourne's pressure and their ability to keep turning up. They turned the ball over, and then once they did that, it was Sparrow who rolled on, and they kept the ball in motion and didn't allow Collingwood to get their numbers back into their defensive 50. Not sure what was it, abuse or what was the 50?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I missed that. I missed that one.
Probably kicks it anyway, but first time that Bailey Fritsch has been able to have a really clear run and jump at it.
I mentioned 41 tackles last week against the Saints, 46 already the Demons, and you mentioned that pressure. That's exactly where that goal source came from.
Bounce back in the middle. Gorn down to Petrarca to Oliver, who squeezes a clever kick to Rivers. Loops a handball towards Langdon. Perryman punches it away. Nick Dacos can get on the end of it. Shrugs a couple of tackles. Feeds a handball forward. Houston swings one out towards the wing. Perryman under the pump. Slaps it on. Now Quaynor, running room. Gathers the footy. Great kick. Bounces off the chest there of Hayes. And the D's are there in numbers. They win the footy back.
Rivers collects a hand pass, kicks it down to half forward. Fritsch, a little nudge, takes the mark and goes. Hand pass away to Sparrow. Saul Sparrow caught by Perryman holding the ball.
Yeah, your first option, you got to give it. You can't think about it. It's too quick this game. As soon as you think about it and don't give it, you're done.
Yeah, this game too, it's hot. And both sides scrambling really well.
Luke Ball at half-time said finals light, and it's lived up to that as the kick down the wing, and Cameron takes the mark in front of the benches. Pies by 7 as we tick into time on in the third term. Melbourne home game. You can hear the crowd lifting in behind the D's. And Collingwood, they bring the Magpie Army wherever they go. Another bumper crowd. I think upwards of 80,000. All in the blue beanies. As Pendlebury kicks to centre half forward. Punched away by Gawn. Ball hits the deck. Howes grabs it. He's tackled, taken to ground. Ball up, centre half forward for Collingwood. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
Gee, looks a little bit chopped up under the lights as we enter towards nightfall. Slapping it away, Gawn. Over the top of it is Langford. Warren Borden.
Caleb Windsor's getting set to come on. He's put the GPS at the back of his jumper and taken off the warm-up shirt as well, so he should be coming on shortly as the sub.
Gawn wins the tap again. Nick Dacos hacks it off the deck. Inside 50 towards full forward. Punched away by May. Bouncing ball. Hills onto it. Trying to shrug a tackle. Might have been legged. He was. It was unfortunate. But Lindsay, his tackle slipped down. And he just legged Bobby Hill, who's a little ginger getting up.
Yeah, he's a bit sore, isn't he? It was a good contest. Hill, who's had more of an almost day. He's been a bit sloppy with his disposal today, Hill. Melbourne's pressure. Yeah, he's just grabbed the leg, hasn't he? He's stronger than he looks, Hill, isn't he? That was just his ability to stand up in the contest. And the younger player letting the tackle slip. I was just about to say at that stoppage, but in a funny way, it feels like Collingwood need a goal. I mean, they've only had the ball inside 56 times for the quarter against Melbourne's 10. They just feels like they need a settler here.
Had a poster and a touched on the line. Bobby Hill in the milestone game. Third time lucky. And it settles this game down for the Pies. Their lead out beyond 2 goals. 13 points. 9-3-57 plays 6-8-44. 23 into the third. Lauren Borden before Luke Ball and Brent Harvey.
It is Xavier Lindsay who's been pulled off for Melbourne. So Caleb Windsor into the action and Lindsay now at the back of the bench.
He just, I think he just gave the free kick away too, didn't he? With the ankle tap.
Not how you want to finish your day, is it?
No, it's you want to get at least a stat before you go off. But no, you're right, Paulie. They needed a goal. The Pies looked like the Demons were controlling the game just through kick mark pressure. They really needed that one, and Bobby Hill often stands up for the Pies.
Just repeating, Sam Durham, 2 weeks for his bump on Adam Chera. So the findings from the match review officer: a 2-game ban graded as careless, high and high. 13 points. A margin.
Centre clearance. That's where Melbourne have been dominant. Sorry, Corb. Pies need to be on red alert here. Melbourne, they've been really dangerous from the centre.
The floodlights taken over before three-quarter time. As the D's through Rivers, got a little handball out, but coming through is Houston, just hacks it off the deck in the other direction. Picked up by Sullivan. Pokes a pass out to Membry, hops up to him at the most inopportune time. Kicks to full forward. Hands on it from Turner, no mark, spills to Howes. Oh, handball to Pickett, he left it behind. Hill had a windy, trying to hack it off the deck. Picked up by Windsor, straight into the game, gives it to Pickett, his handball a turnover. Pendlebury had it, lost it. Handball away from Howes, missed his intended target. There's a free though, as Windsor was held without it, and Caleb the sub will get it at half back.
Yeah, he can make an impact. He's got leg speed, so he can get the footy 6, 7, 8 times in this last quarter.
Yep.
Or from now to the last end of the final siren. It's going to be, he could make a difference.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a taxing game too, hasn't it? So legs are going to be important in this last quarter.
Windsor kicks up to a contest on the wing. They get it moving forward the D's, but Frampton for the Pies goes back and wins it. Handball to side bottom, who works his way through them. Handball to Allen, tackled. He gets a handball away. Onto it, Darcy Cameron, who's clattered into, and knee to the head there from Sparrow.
Sparrow saying he took me legs out.
Likely get a concussion check on that.
Oh, no, he missed his head.
Yeah, he missed his head, yeah. That's
grabbed his head.
Just a bit overzealous.
Make sure the umpire's seen it.
Did.
So they chip it around the Pies, back to Josh Dacos, who comes infield slightly. Away to Frampton, who moves it on to Houston. Always dangerous when he kicks inside 50.
Shape long, look short.
When is the man they call Hugh to go? He kicks into the pocket, and Gawn comes across to spoil it out.
Just got there in time, didn't he?
He did, and he made him earn it too. That was a bit of mud. You don't see this very often, boy. Some mud on jumper.
And claret. Mud and claret. What a great combination, Boomer.
Old school MCG.
How good.
Does he deserve a little apology? Maybe he did get clipped in the head after all that.
Fair point. I'm not sure if it happened. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Maybe Maxie got him on that last one because it was coming nice and hard.
It takes the blood a little while to flow.
Well, he's going to take his time to get from the opposite forward pocket here off as well, Big Darcy. He's been terrific. He's had a terrific quarter.
The camera we saw, it didn't look like he got clipped, and yet there's certainly blood flowing, and he grabbed his head immediately.
Yeah, no, he actually did get hit, and they just showed a replay on the screen.
My apologies, Darcy.
Yes.
Us Camerons were a tough bunch. We wouldn't play for a free kick like that.
Of course, first ruck in your first name club too, of course. Yep. It's been a great battle, hasn't it?
I thought there was going to be a line about maybe that Cameron Clam got the height, not so much the one that you belong to, Ben. From the boundary throwing, Gawn knocks it away, punched on by Long. And Melbourne in the back pocket, Windsor, and pass away to Langford, kicks out the halfback, Pickett, clever little knock on. Collected by Josh Dacos, the zippy Dacos, works his way through traffic, now slips over, now he's got a problem. Sparrow tackles him, holding the ball.
Well done, Sparrow, pounced on it. Josh Dacos looked quick though, didn't he? Just a little bit of slip. Ended up on the deck, a little bit unlucky there.
Cameron by 13, 2 minutes to go before three-quarter time. I think was yelled out to me. I'll get down to Lauren in just a moment as the contest kick to the wing. Jeremy Howe, courageous. Floats through, rips it down out of the night sky and takes the intercept mark at half-back for Collingwood. Lauren Borden.
No, thanks, Corb. Just Darcy Cameron. He had a fair bit of blood coming out just the top of his right head, so the doctors have taken him downstairs to patch that up for him.
Long kick up towards forward. The right of his head, I think, Loz, is what we're looking for as Petrarca kicks long inside 50 towards full forward, punched away there by Perryman. And there's going to be a free kick in amongst all of that. It's going to go to Petty, I think.
Yes, Petty, free kick, holding the man, grabbed his arm, the umpire said. Yeah, Darcy Moore just grabbing his arm. Didn't need to do it though, it was 3v2.
Yeah, he had support coming back in Harry Perryman. Just panicked more. He's been in good form, Darcy Moore, but he has been under pressure today at times. Been forced into making a poor decision there. Just has to kick this, goes without saying. He's fought on pretty well, Petty. Struggled to get into the game in the first half, but he's fought on pretty well. He's had an impact this quarter.
The mark set 15 out. It's as good as directly in front. This is an important kick for Harry Petty and the D's. And he gets it through the major opening. They will not go quietly into the night, the D's. 9-3-57 plays 7-8-50. Collingwood by 7 points. Luke Ball and Brent Harvey.
Well, their forwards have actually hit the scoreboard now. Melcham, Fritsch and Petty. So it's been good. The ball movement has been better and quicker, but the inside 50s for me, Ball, not a lot has changed. And I'm only talking 4 or 5 metres from the kick. Don't put it on top of your head. Just put it slightly to your advantage. And the last couple of kicks have been exactly that. So much better. 7 points. 7 points now. The game's back alive, and
game on.
It's going to be a ripper last quarter. The lights are on. It's going to be nice.
Lauren Borden on the boundary. Darcy Cameron, is he still getting that cut looked at?
He is, so still downstairs in the room. He's probably been down there for 3 or 4 minutes. No movement from Will Hoskin-Elliott, but he is downstairs getting the cut looked at.
So McStay's rucking against Gawn, and yet Collingwood win the centre break. Nick Dacos kicks inside to forward 50. An intercept mark for Lever.
Yeah, Lever and May, they've been good to go together again. They haven't played a lot of footy this year together, Bally, but when they do, they just look like a different team, the Demons.
Lever, third game back after that ankle surgery. Comes wide with a kick, and there's Max. And his hands around it. Max Gawn stands in front of the pack.
Van Rooyen trying to contest the mark now. Yeah. He's the next bloke you want to kick the footy to, but he's only 25 metres away from Gawn.
He's getting back. Van Rooyen. And Gawn now puts it on his head as he kicks down to half forward. Moore punches it back to the outer corridor. Side bottom collects. Petrarca's got him, but he got a hand pass away to Perryman. Kicks hurriedly to the wing. Howes can't quite trap it. Here's Crisp. Jams it on the boot down to half forward for the Magpies. Myercheck in a one-on-one. Turner, big win. Wins it for Melbourne. Kicks in front of the benches, and time will beat the D's in their forward thrust. What a warm round of applause for the Melbourne faithful, and a lot of them beneath us and the MCC members. This game at one stage looked like it was drifting away from the Demons. They kicked 3 of the last 4 goals to hang in the contest. 7 points, Collingwood's lead, 9-3-57 to Melbourne, 7-8-50. The goal kickers for Collingwood. They have kicked 9. They've kicked 9, which means someone has multiple goals. I think I'm missing one. Elliott, McStay, Sidebottom, Hill, McCreary, Hayes, Myercheck and Long.
All singles. Yep.
All singles.
9 singles.
All with 1 each. I've listed 8 players, but we can come back to that. Meanwhile, for Melbourne, I've got 2 for Kazai Pickett, and then singles for Petty, Sparrow, Fritsch, Melksham and Holstrop. So that's where their 7 goals have come from.
And I've got bad news, Collingwood fans. This year, the 10 games they've won the third quarter. The 2 games they've lost the third quarter.
Of course.
And that was just 3 goals 2, the way of the D's, to Collingwood 3 goals 1.
Oh, 1 point.
There we go.
Will it tell a tale, Benny?
We'll find out.
Collingwood by 7 points. Because it would annoy me, Tim Membry was the one that kicked that other goal. So 9 individual goal kickers for Collingwood. It is 3/4 time at the G. This is King's Birthday Footy on ABC Sport.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
all the latest, all verified. Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He's bowled! Oh, middle stump is out of the ground.
Australia v South Africa.
It goes a very high and a very
way, long way back at 6.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app from June 11.
He gets under it and he swats it high long for 6. A big 6.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
As Myercheck, the marksman, pops it through from right half forward, turns to the Collingwood fans and says, how about that for a bit of work? 14 points the Magpies lead.
Josh Dacos running tall inside 50. Elliott set a task. He's not up to it initially, but they fight on. Myercheck wins it. Handball away to Hayes. He goes back to Long. Long will run in and poke it through. All smiles in the stripes at the moment.
He said everyone at the clubs this week been practicing their goal kicking. Jake Melksham to live up to the words. Straight through it goes. And Melbourne hang about in this game. The first goal of the day sends it inside the forward 50. Fritsch! Got it. Bailey Fritsch will have a look from 30 out just right of centre. And now 50.
Oh, guaranteed now.
And pops it through. Against the team he grew up supporting. Bailey Fritsch pulls Melbourne back within single digits.
At a poster and a touched on the line. Bobby Hill in the milestone game. Third time lucky. And it settles this game down for the Pies. This is an important kick for Harry Petty and the D's. And he gets it through the major opening. They will not go quietly into the ninth, the D's.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Great to have you with us at the mighty MCG for Big Freeze 11. The King's Birthday blockbuster between Melbourne and Collingwood. Game on the line at three-quarter time. The last game of round 13. It is the Pies by 7 points. Luke Ball and Brent Harvey.
Well, it's game on, Boomer, isn't it? We've just been so impressed with Melbourne's intensity and desire to chase and tackle and pressure all day. I mean, the stat sheet only says 49 tackles. It's felt like more than that, hasn't it? It's felt like that Collingwood haven't been able to get their run and gun. You know, only once or twice have they been able to go ping, ping, ping with hands from one end to the other and get easy goals. Melbourne's defence is back to its stingy best, its rock-solid self. Well, even though Collingwood have kicked the 9 goals from only 33 entries, I mean, that's the key. They've only had 33 inside 50s, Collingwood.
They've stopped that ball movement.
Rarely do you win a game of footy, do you, like that?
And at the start, Collingwood chip mark, and they were getting the inside 50s, but now the last 2 quarters, the thing I've been probably impressed with Melbourne the most in that quarter was the centre bounce clearances, and you called it really well. 13-5.
Yeah, since quarter time, it's been an issue for Collingwood. It's been they've looked dangerous. It's been gone at times. Oliver certainly get his hands on the footy. That quarter, Petrarca got going a little bit and pumped the ball inside 50. So if that trend continues, if they keep dominating, we know that fatigue sets in.
Yep.
If they continue to dominate clearance and get field position, you just feel like they might be able to find a way to scrap a winning score.
And sometimes we overcomplicate the game. If you can win the centre bounce game, get the ball forward into your forward 50, your backs then press up and you set the ground up really well and you get repeat inside 50s, and that's what Melbourne did well that quarter. So it's going to be 7 points. It's game on. It's fantastic.
We've talked about Nick Dacos all day, so 14 disposals against Ed Langdon. You famously, Boomer, got a lot of attention in your playing career from the tagger. How did you deal with it? What annoyed you? What do you think was fair and what wasn't fair? And we've seen a lot of them we've seen them going at it all day.
Yeah, I didn't like the players that didn't really face the ball and was just had your arms around you. The umpire wouldn't play free kicks, and then they wouldn't go get the footy. The best players, the ones I admired the most and had most respect for, was they would play on you. They would try to stop you, but when the ball's there, they go and win it. There was other teams that played more of a team defence. You'd have Clinton Jones. I was actually against the Saints one day. He played on me, but every time I got away from him, somebody else would cover. Luke Ball would just be there. Liam Montag would just be there, and you're the most important player that they had to stop. So it's good. What Nick Dacos can do a little bit more of, I think, is sneak forward like the Dustin Martin. Play in between. Play 20 to 80 out from goal.
We saw him do that a little bit against Freo, didn't we? But not as much today. It's a good call out. Brent Harvey The man that's played more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history with us on ABC Sport alongside Luke Ball. Final term underway, Pies by 7. Cameron first possession, handball to Crisp, tackled, lost it. Oliver gives it to Pickett, sends Melbourne down to half forward. Forced to punch it away. Fritsch bounces back to his feet, wins it. That's a good win. Handball away to Petty, who puts it out on the full.
Oh, he's paid the push.
Oh, wow. It's coming back to Melbourne. This is a let-off. So Petty, is he going to get the kick away?
No, that wasn't a good decision. Yeah. I don't know what Harry Perryman was thinking there. It was an obvious push straight, 2 hands into the number, as they say.
Well, you've got to get lower. You've got to push him in the hips where around next to your bum. He got really high on the number there and pushed him forward.
They used to call that the punky push, didn't they?
They did. Yep. And Alistair Clarkson obviously brought it to North Melbourne. The punky push. Well done.
Push him in the side as they go to kick it. And the hips to kick. Yep. It was straight in the back, and it's cost Collingwood a shot at goal.
Same result though, on the full.
He's put it out on the full near side, so that doesn't change. Collingwood by 7. Lauren Borden on the boundary, started the final term.
To start this final term, it is Will Hoskin-Elliott that's come on. Ed Allen has come to the back, and you would have seen Darcy Cameron started off at the start of the 4th term, right in the centre of the field, so he's all patched up and ready to go.
That's interesting. They've gone for Allen. I thought young Hayes might have been in the vest, but they've gone with Allen.
Perryman kicks up towards the wing. The D's win it back. High kick from Bowie. It'll come down a shallow inside 50, or almost right on the arc, and roving the pack. Crisp wins it for the Pies, kicks back to the wing. Lever caught into it by Langford. So he marks right in front of the benches. King's Birthday footy on ABC Sport. Collingwood by 7 points. Can the D's muster a comeback? Lever with a high kick to a contest. Off the hands of the pack, out the back. Perryman's there, misses the handball. Out of play it goes. They appeal. He was looking for Quaynor, who was right there. Throw in 60 around from the attacking goal here for the Demons. Collingwood by 7 points, 2 minutes played in the 4th.
Yeah, Melbourne's pressure, they've just forced them into those sort of mistakes all day, I reckon, Boomer. Usually you see the Pies, they're really decisive with their hands to set a player free. Melbourne's pressure has forced some errors.
Gone, grabs it out of the ruck. In fact, he spills it on the way down. Comes to Crisp at Collingwood. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Gives it to his mate Sidebottom, and they're out down the wing. Sidebottom saying, can someone come towards me? In the end, he's got to kick it to Elliott, who's caught in the back, and May takes an easy intercept mark.
He's an angry man, isn't he, Stephen May?
Well, he's done the job today. All of a sudden, it's looking like Collingwood are going to struggle to find a way forward here with Lever and May.
May back to McVee, and McVee retreats even further to Salem, who marks on the behind line. So 7 points, Collingwood's lead. 3 minutes into the last. King's Birthday footy on ABC Sport.
I like that play, Boomer. You mark the ball half back, and you go back, right deep in defence to a player who can't play on. They get out of it here.
No, I'm with you, Boy. I think if you can play on, you go back every single time, because you can go the other side of the ground. But they went from 50 to 10 out.
So a free kick for Petty. He doesn't utilise it. Turns it over. Frampton bobbing up to Mark. Just back to the wing. He turns it over. Straight to Sparrow. Forward of the wing for the D's. Goes deep to Gawn. One out with Cameron. Cameron kicks it away with the boot. It spills to Fritsch. Fritsch on the snap.
What a goal.
Skillful. Brilliant. D's back in it. He's second. And it is a 1-point ball game. Bailey at his brilliant best. 9-3-57 plays 8-8-56. 4 into the 4th. Luke Ball, Brent Harvey.
I didn't like that kick by, I think, was it Sparrow, was it?
Sparrow,
He just went to a 50-50. He had Cosy Pickett just drifting in, 35 out. He could have lowered the eyes, popped the ball in. It would have been a set shot on goal. But, it worked out in the end. It was a good goal. Fritsch, left foot, east side. That's what we've got to see more from Bailey Fritsch.
Gawn comes to the bench, and Cameron comes with him. So we're going to see the backup ruckman go at it here for the all-important centre clearance. After Melbourne get the all-important first goal of the first quarter, the last quarter rather. Just a bit of a howler from Billy Frampton, really.
Yes, the old switch of play.
5th time this year, Bailey Fritsch has kicked multiple goals. He's never kicked more than 2, though. It's been a lean season for him.
Hoskin Elliott's come on. He's got the long sleeves on. He looks like a zebra. Have a look at him.
I like it. Here we go. Restart back in the middle as Mix bounces a little crooked. Took me a minute to pick up where he was. There he is on the southern wing.
Out the wing. A little bit different now with Collingwood long sleeves, aren't they? A little bit like North Melbourne, I guess.
Stripes continue all the way down the sleeves. Van Rooyen and McStay, the two backup rucks, go at it. Ball spills out to Bowie, comes charging in off the back of the square, and he's held up. So both subs made. Lindsay out for Windsor. Allen out for Hoskin Elliott, both technical. 1 point game. Start of the final term. King's birthday footy at the G. It's Collingwood by 1. Oh, Pickett fended off one, caught by another, caught holding the ball.
It's a good sign. Nick Dacos, we know it hasn't been his day, but wow.
Pickett drops the footy.
Cozzy.
So Nick Dacos lays the tackle, and as they've untangled, Pickett's had the footy, just left it on the deck, and the ump says, come on, Cozzy, 50 metres downfield.
Just kills you on that.
Oh, it's just not smart play. You know, you actually see that a lot. Like, that happens a lot in AFL football. I watch it and I think it's 50 all the time, but a lot of umpires don't pay it. He clearly had the ball then, put it on the ground.
Yeah.
The worst part about this is it's Nick Dacos. He kicks this, he gets his end up, and he has 15 in the last quarter.
Yeah.
It's usually what happens, isn't it?
Well, we'll see. Here's his moment.
It's a defensive act that earned him the free originally. Nick Dacos impacts the game. You can't keep him out of it. And Collingwood's champ puts the Pies 7 clear. 10-3 to 8-8. 6 gone in the final term. The Magpies by 7 points. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
It's again, it's not the stand rule, but it's a big penalty for something so silly. And it's just the lapse of concentration, Bally. You can't do that. He's got the ball, middle of the ground. It takes him 25 out. There'll be one bloke absolutely filthy with Cozzy Pickett. That's Ed Langdon.
Yeah.
He's done a fantastic job all day, and now he looks up the scoreboard and he's kicked a goal.
This shows, doesn't it? You can just impact the game. Yeah. And I like the fact that it came from a defensive act too. So it wasn't a burst into open space and, burst out of clearance, use your speed. Sometimes you just got to roll your sleeves up.
Yeah.
Get dirty.
Back in the middle, Van Rooyen and McStay. McStay wins it down for McCreary. He's stripped in the Petrarca tackle. Spills out to Oliver. On to Pickett. Snaps inside 50 here for the D's. Live footy bobbling around, picking it up for Rich. He's tackled by the Pies. Umpire will come in to sort it out.
This is what Melbourne did well. Another centre bounce clearance. They can set the defence up now.
30 out from Melbourne's goal. Van Rooyen wins it down. Nick Dacos jams it on the boot. 5-metre kick. Van Rooyen gathers it, gives it off to Lindsay. He snaps it on goal. Oh, towards the goal line it goes. Fritsch rolls it, goals. 3 for Bailey Fritsch. And the D's, they're hanging about. They're going to make Collingwood earn it. 10-3-63 plays 9-8-62. Collingwood by a point. Luke Ball, Brent Harvey.
That's exactly the play that we've been talking about. If you don't kick that goal, the ball comes back out and it usually goes back in. But that was just good contest football. Hard football, one-on-one football. And you talk about front and centre. Bailey Fritsch, well done. 3rd goal for the game, 2nd for the quarter. Unbelievable.
Well, he just beat. Well, it's just fallen into his hands. So sometimes a bit of luck comes into it, but he got into the right spot, didn't he?
That's a good
He
spot.
was in space. He beat his opponent back out of the stoppage. Got himself into the right spot. Melksham made the contest, and there he was. Back into the centre bounce. Again, Melbourne strength.
And how good is the G on days like this? The place is absolutely humming. We got a 1-point game, 9 minutes into the final term. Collingwood by a point. Cameron wins it down towards Nick Dacos. He's kicked a goal and now he's got a centre break. Hand pass away to Pendlebury. Kicks inside the forward 50. Myercheck the target. May again takes the intercept mark, diving forward in the back pocket for Melbourne. And the D's, can they rebound? 9 gone final term. Collingwood by 1.
What a great mark.
May with the long kick in the Gawn direction. Sparrow in front. Pickett roves the pack. He chips it short. The kick is just good enough. Rivers, a fingertipper. Backward of the logo. Runs through it now. Driving kick inside 50 for the D's. Moore and Melksham, both hands on it. Howe roves it. Gives it off to Josh Dacos. Floats a high lateral kick. Side bottom Brave. Stands underneath it and marks. Handball away to Quaynor, on to Pendlebury, and the Pies away down the members' wing.
Kicks to Hayes, and he takes the mark, the young man in his 2nd game. Oh, first goal earlier, kicks a horrid ball down to half-forward Membry, makes it look clean. Hand pass to Ned Long. Long can go all the way, he shanks it too. In the pocket, Bobby Hill almost marked it.
Some opportunities there.
Had too much time, didn't he, Ned Long? He's not used to having that much time and space, and that's not his absolute strength. We know that. He's kicking, he's finishing. In the end, he should have just pinned the ears back, shouldn't he? Run another 10.
Yeah, couldn't really have a bounce there.
Did he shoot or did he pass?
Well, no, I reckon he had a shot.
Yeah.
Just shanked it.
But just didn't fully commit to it. No. That's what can happen. You can shank it. Missed opportunity.
Hill drops the ball in the forward pocket. It's out of play, so boundary throw-in. Deep forward for Collingwood, up by a point from the throw-in. Gawn wins it down. Hill went the bump. Windsor grabbed the footy and clears the defensive arc, but only as far as Darcy Moore, who marks on the wing for the Magpies.
Pies by a point. 10 minutes into the fourth. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport. More drives. Collingwood back into their attacking pocket. Gawn is back there as he so often is.
Oh, it's a poor kick from Darcy Moore. He had 3 or 4 players loose around the 50.
You know what? Give that ball to Josh Dacos.
Yep.
He's a fantastic ball user. Give him the football.
Collingwood still by a point. Gawn the defensive mark as he drives it out to the wing. Van Rooyen squeezes it.
Been waiting for that all day. Only a couple of marks he's taken.
He moves it on quickly towards Moore and Melksham. Melksham outpoints Moore. He's got Fritsch on in the pocket. Fritsch has got it, plays on, and he misses. He didn't realise Quainer had got back.
Why? You were 15 metres out from goal. Why?
Fritsch fritters it away there for the D's, but scores are level. 11 and a half into the fourth.
Gee, Bailey. Having his best game of the season so far, 3 goals.
Here's 20 out. You're directly in front. Go back. Take the responsibility.
9-9 to 10-3. 63 points apiece.
Huge play from Quainer too, isn't it? Just to get there. I mean, you're right. I mean, Fritsch made some mistake, but Quainer's got to work and get back to affect the pressure. Been big today, Quainer.
Collingwood work it up to the defensive side of the wing. Membry kicks long beyond it.
This is a problem
picked
now.
up by Turner.
Yeah, the aerial dominance now. Melbourne starting to kick in all over the ground. Turner, Lever, May behind the ball. Van Rooyen getting his hands on it. Gawn as well.
Who's playing the better footy, Bally?
Oh, Melbourne at the moment. That's who you want to be on.
Turner down to half forward. In from the side comes Sparrow. No marks. Bills to Fritsch. Sweeping Polly Farmer. Hand pass in front of Pickett. Pickett for the game. Turner snaps it through. And Pickett puts Melbourne in front. Keziah Pickett celebrates with the MCG fans. He's got 3. And we have lead change number 4. It comes 13 minutes into the final term. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport.
He's a star, isn't he? He's a star. Oh, Fritsch got the ball and he just handballed to no one. I'm thinking, what's he doing? And
get it into Cossie's vicinity.
Just somewhere there. Who was it? Ned Long or Pendlebury? Pendlebury chasing him. I know we're going to choose in a foot race there, Bally.
Yeah.
He's a star, Pickett. That's his 3rd goal for the game.
Just a half chance. They started side by side, didn't they? Just a half chance and beautiful finish. Running the wrong way, really. Running into the wrong pocket to curl it around your body. Now, over to you, Collingwood. What have you got? Have they got enough run in their legs? We know they've got the bye next week. Are they hanging out for the bye?
Centre bounce, crucial. We've spoken about it all day, Bally. This is going to be a big centre bounce clearance here. Now and go forward, set up the ground again.
I'm still getting over that gather. That was unbelievable from Cozzy Pickett. Both rucks have a go at it. There's a holding free kick Collingwood's way. Looks like it'll go the way of McCreery, I think. Melbourne by 1 straight kick. 14 minutes into the fourth. McCreery goes straight up the pipe, but short to Pendlebury.
They just showed it on the replay. There wasn't much in it. It was actually in front of Cozzy Pickett, and Cozzy's pushed him underneath.
Another out of zoner.
Pendlebury too far out. He sets it up towards the top of the goal square. Lever comes in and they punch it through the D's. Lever and Mate both getting involved and through for a minor score. Melbourne by 5 points. 14 minutes into the fourth.
D's have kicked 6 of the last 8 goals. 6 of the last 8. This is after falling 20 behind in the 3rd quarter. Melbourne by 5. And kick from Langford rather goes long to the wing, but it's punched away and coming back. Nick Dacos by hand to Crisp. Handball to Hayes. Oh, caught in the tackle by Sparrow. Ball comes out, says keep rolling. Petrarca to Langford. Handball back to Petrarca. Off the back flank. Kicks up to Petty in a 2-on-1. Petty had to get it to ground. Moore punches it to the boundary line. And in the end, Collingwood get out of dodge. If that hit the deck, Fritsch was away ahead of the play. Snuck out the back. And a boundary throw in high half forward for the D's.
What was that dropping the ball on young Hayes? Pride, didn't he?
Yeah. Melbourne by 5 points. 15 gone. Final term. King's Birthday footy on ABC Sport.
Gawn brings it down to the front. Oliver scrapping after it. Gets it out to Windsor, the sub. Into the game here for the D's. Kicks to centre half forward. And Will Hoskin-Elliott with the long sleeves on, as Boomer said, looking like a zebra.
Great run, Memory.
Takes the mark, moves it out to Hill. Southern wing. He spots up Membry.
Yeah, worked hard, didn't he? Super hard there. It was about an 80-metre run across the ground.
Look at Melbourne get back now, though. This is their Melbourne team defence at their best.
Short kick, a good one for Long, who gets around Howes. Driving ball for Collingwood to full forward McStay. He's got it! 20 out directly in front. Sticky hands from Dan McStay. And he will go back directly in front. Boot to ball from 30.
Just the roll on, wasn't it, from Ned Long? Really good bit of play. In the end, it was a contested mark. Great hands and rolled inside, and just the change of direction, wasn't it? That put the ball into McStay. You've been screaming about it all afternoon, Boomer. Both teams, just to put it to the advantage of the key forward, and great pair of hands, McStay.
Back in the side, his drop pump makes it 5 lead changes in the afternoon. Collingwood back in front, they lead by a point. 11-4-70 plays, 10-9-69. 17 minutes into the fourth, Luke Ball, Brent Harvey.
Yeah, you're right, Paul. And it was Ned Long who you mentioned as well. He actually got the ball and was able to roll. The Melbourne player probably shouldn't have committed to... He couldn't spoil the ball, so he needed to be the man on the mark and not let Ned Long roll. He overcommits. He runs through 2 or 3 metres past the mark. Ned can roll long, takes the ball off the line, which is super important. And McStay takes a really good mark, sticky fingers, and converts well from 30 out. Cosy Pickett come off for a spell as well, so he's been the live wire for the Demons. They need something now. Rivers comes on and goes straight to the centre bounce.
Hard to believe Dan McStay's only played 27 of 62 since joining Collingwood. Injury interrupted. He's got their first and their last goal so far today. It's Collingwood by 1 point. Back in the middle, still no clean collect. Gawn got it out to Bowie. Hooks a kick down to half forward for Melbourne. Quaynor up strong. Had a fair bit of it. Says play on. As the ball hits the deck, it comes out. Collingwood win it back. Houston, handball away to McCreery. He's off and running. McCreery kicks inside 50. McStay again. Not quite this time. Becomes tackler on Bowie. Got a kick away, but Hoskin-Elliott picks it off.
He wants to go short. Moves it on to McCreery. Just the bare 15.
He likes himself from here.
He likes himself. He's going to have to kick this 60 metres.
Mark's at 53 out.
Turns his back on the sticks.
Yeah, well, might be a ploy to say, listen, I'm having a shot, but I'm not really having a shot here.
Well, he had Houston lurking as well, but if you turn your back on it, you can't see anyone free inside 50, so you don't want this to be a long one to a metre out, punch through, Boomer.
Big kick, a long running goal in the second term. From range, it'll go towards the goal line and be punched through.
What'd you say, Bully?
Yep.
Yeah, they're the ones you don't want. You've got to know your distance, don't you? That either needs to be hit up. You've got to hit someone up, or it's got to go 12, 13, 14 metres out of goal, so they cannot spoil that ball through. Not 1 metre.
That doubles Collingwood's lead. They lead by 2 points. We've got 9 minutes of real time to play.
10-9 to 11-5. Salem long to the wing and spilled out of bounds by Frampton. Boundary throwing between wing and half forward for Collingwood.
So a good little burst, McCreery. 3 possessions, but 20 metres gained. He's had a big impact in the last 5 minutes.
77,761 is the roll-up. We had torrential rain this morning. It's another really good showing. Doesn't break the record from last year of 84,000. But those in the house have been treated to a hell of a game of footy, and it's on the line right now. Collingwood through Quaynor. Under pressure. Hand pass back into dispute on the wing. Collected by Chris to Long. Slick hands Frampton to Quaynor over his shoulder. Volleyball spiked forward by Sidebottom on the end of it. Picked up by Cameron. He's trying to dish it off inboard. Loose footy, grabbed by Chandler. They all pressure on top of him and a ball up on the wing.
That's a hot footy. Who's got the juice left in the legs and the mind here? Just to be calm and composed with ball in hand, make good decisions, execute.
Vaughan just slaps it on. Oliver gathers on the bounce, dumps it on his left boot, kick towards half forward, bouncing ball through Melcham, into the pocket it goes. Quaynor comes over, leaves it behind. Moore arrives.
Oh, trouble.
Hatches a little bit of an egg. Ball spits out and the umpire wants it.
Still not used to the field umpire standing up against the advertising hoardings like he does. It's now with the 4 umpires and the positions they take.
Right forward pocket here for the D's. Gone. Taps the back boundary side and we'll get a throw in. King's Birthday footy on ABC Sport, all set up for a grandstand finish. 20 and a half minutes into the fourth, the Pies by 2.
Feels like the boundary umpire's coming in all of a sudden paying a decision as he walks out from the fence. 2-point game. Collingwood on top. Time on final term. Gone. Grabs it out the ruck to do it himself. Slaps goalward but across the face. He behind. That means we got a 1-point game. 11-5 to 10-10. Collingwood by a point. 21 gone final term. King's Birthday footy on ABC Sport.
Can the Demons get Cozzy back on or not?
Geez, they want to.
Oh, Howe takes the kick in, not his best effort. Doesn't spin like a drop punt. There's a free kick. It'll go to the Pies. It'll go to the D's.
Arm around the shoulder. She's lucky McCreary was away, off to the races.
Free kick going to Dan Turner.
Where's Gorn? He push forward.
It's just in the pocket. Turner sets it up to the hot spot. They'll all fly. Fist from Howe comes down in the pocket. Chandler paddles. Side bottom Sockers. Tries to run away with it. He does. Keeps his feet and his head. The old man, young at heart, he sweeps the handball away. The Pies quickly up to the wing. Here's Hayes.
Hayes with the contest, kick to half forward. Elliott and Membry both in the pack, close to the boundary line. Elliott in the end taps it out. Boundary throw in, half forward for Collingwood.
It's been a non-factor, Jamie Elliott. Just the 2 kicks today, 4 possessions. Kicked the goal in that first quarter, but has not been cited since. Is he the one? Been a great performance by May and Turner. Lever back there.
We've had 1 draw in this game going back to 2010. It was the year of draws, of course. There's a free kick here, Bally. What have we got?
Ruck infringement. Gee whiz.
Cameron's way, free kick. Collingwood 70 out from their goal. Have a look at it again.
Just love them to stay out of it. Just pay the obvious ones for this last 7 minutes, please.
There's a marginal one. The hand from Gorn slipped up over the back of Cameron's head. And a short kick to Sidebottom, who he walks back too with the man on the mark, 52 out. And now dabs it inside 50 to Hoskin Elliott.
Melbourne went to sleep then. The defenders are telling the midfielders to come down, but you still got to be honest as a defender. You can't just let that happen. A little hit up.
The cool heads of the experienced champs. Sidebottom's last 5 minutes. Took 5 possessions.
Will Hoskin Elliott, the sub, pulls the kick to the top of the goal square. Gorn picks it off. Intercept mark for Melbourne. 23 gone final term. Collingwood by 1.
He gets the ball in motion, gives it to Turner, who whacks it out of there, turns it over.
They're too quick, the Demons. They didn't need to do that. There's plenty of time left on the clock. They know that.
So much time. Cameron, who marked, goes out to Dacos. It's Josh, who goes back infield to Pendlebury. Pendlebury organises them. Looks inside 50. Chips to the pocket for Nick Dacos. Overshoots him. Ball lands in.
He's played in the back.
I get the sense you didn't think it was there, Boomer and Bally.
No, not at all.
We don't have a great view up here. We need to look at the replay here. Let's see. Oh, gee, there's not much. I mean, the hand was in the back, but it was a. What did Ray say? That's got to be unduly, doesn't it? Unruly or unduly, whatever it is. I don't think it was.
No, the hand was there.
Those things.
Either.
The hand was there, but it was just planting my hand on your back.
Yeah.
There was no push. There's nothing in it.
So Nick Dacos, wide out, worse than a 45-degree angle. Will have to kick a special goal, and he can't. It's hard left. I'm saying basketball, ball don't lie. Collingwood lead by 2 points. 5.5 minutes of game time remaining. This is King's Birthday footy on ABC Sport.
Melbourne have done a lot right. Are they going to get the W and the lesson, or the L and the lesson? Kick towards half back. Picked up by Tolstrup. Hand pass away towards Langford. Goes long for the D's. Down to half forward. Fritsch has 2 to beat. Howe spoils it away from him. Melbourne still win it. Petrarca at the drop. Hand pass out wide. Missed his intended target. The flying Langford. He goes back, skids in, wins it again. After Quaynor left it behind. And now Langford's penalised.
Yeah, slid on the ball.
Lucky there, Quaynor, didn't he? The fumble. In the end, you can't dive on it. And the correct decision's made, but a lot of mistakes being made out there. A lot of tired players. Who has got the cool head to execute late?
Collingwood to go. A couple of games clear on top. Quaynor kicks down the wing and Turner picks it off. Well, been good. Another intercept mark.
Your point here, Boom. They've got plenty of time. Geez, they're out here. Chandler's out.
Hangs his kick in the air, but it gets to Windsor. Windsor moves it to Chandler on the wing. Members side of the ground. He accepts the mark.
This is the one here, though, because he can't go in and land the ball 45 out. He's got to find another player.
Well, he doesn't listen to you, Boomer. He goes inside 50. This time it works. Tolstrup.
Oh, it's in good hands, too.
Yeah, he got his leg on him.
Slight angle to the right. He'll go back and kick to put the D's in the lead.
I was about to say, Boomer, you see that Collingwood scrambled back hard and filled up space, but it was probably Darcy Cameron there, just leaving some dangerous space. And in the end, it was a brilliant kick from Chandler. A low dart, 50 metres. Can the youngster take his moment here?
Colton Tolstrup, the curly mullet. Right to the line, it's knocked back into play. Quaynor gathers it. He rushes it through, and the lead is halved. Collingwood by a point.
The umpire was confident because he did not go to the score review. I hope he's right here, Bally.
It's the fatigue in the legs, wasn't it?
Here we go.
They'll check it now. They'll check it now.
Gee, we got a game. Howe brings it in, and Quaynor marks in the back pocket. Collingwood by 1, 26 and a half gone, final term.
And I love that by the goal umpire. Back yourself.
Yeah.
I feel like Collingwood need to score still.
Yeah.
Not sure they can hold on here.
Contest kick to the wing. In the pack, Membry forces it down, but straight into the path of Howes. Hand pass for Melbourne away to Bowie. Back to Howes. Runs out of room. Retreats. Bowie has to slip the hill tackle. Does that. Kicks Melbourne to half forward. Collingwood plays at the drop. Crisp. Intercept mark. The Pies by a point. 27 gone now. Final term. 1 point game. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport. Kick goes wide for Howe. Short kick to Perryman. In front of over 77,000, short to side bottom, who marks defensive side of the wing. We are inside the last 3 minutes on the game clock. Game on the line. Magpies by 1.
15. Queuing up in the middle. Can he get it there? Oh, Scott.
Pendlebury bites off the kick into the middle. Mark taken by Cameron. Swings a handball out wide to Quaynor. He'll look out wide for Hoskin Elliott. A good kick. Collingwood by a point. Hoskin Elliott chips it to half forward. Membry accepts. 2 kicks from home. 2.5 minutes of game time remaining.
Max Gahan straight back down there. If he marks this, we've seen this 3 times this quarter already.
Well, Cameron's not in there with him, so there's no point in bombing it long.
Membry goes back to Quaynor.
Cameron's got to make a decision here. He's either get in there and even it up, or get in dangerous space and get used. He looks gassed though. There's nothing in the tank.
2 minutes to go. Kick misses Moore. Frampton missed the target. It's out of play.
You don't want it in those hands, unfortunately, for Billy. He does a lot of things right, does a lot of things well, but
takes us to a neutral ball situation. Boundary throw-in on the wing. 2 minutes to go. Collingwood by 1.
And you like Melbourne in these stoppage situations. Oliver, Petrarca gone. Pickett's forward at the moment.
Boundary throw-in. Down it comes to Crisp. Tried to knock it out, but straight to Bowie. Hand pass out in front of Petrarca. Melbourne headed forward. Sweeping hand pass through the legs of Frampton. Picked up by the D's. Melcham to Oliver. Oliver missed, kicks it out on the full. Oliver puts it out on the full, heading inside 50. Collingwood get possession back. 1:48 to go. Collingwood by a point.
Yeah, I've said it a few times today about Clayton Oliver. He's just got more time than what he thinks. He rushes his disposal.
Howe with a long kick up to a contest. Off the hands of the pack. Turner bounces back to him. Stands up in the tackle. All up on the southern wing.
Melbourne won this game, by the way, in 2023 in a close finish. That was the year Collingwood were the masters of the close finish, and yet Melbourne beat them at their own game that day.
Bowie spins in, wins it. Handball to Rivers. Demons with it on the wing. Rivers gets a handball out. Langford traps the footy. Looks deep with the kick to full forward for Melbourne. Who can mark it? They come from all angles. Chandler follows up at ground level. Moore beelines it. Wins it for the Pies. Perryman grubbers out a kick, and they might be away through McCreery.
Runs away from Pickett, runs a long way, kicks a spiral down to Elliott. He lets it bounce. He's got Membry deep. He cuts back inboard to Pendlebury. The ageless one marks at left half forward.
He just worked, right? Just ran. He just ran. The champions, they just find a way, don't they? Just to be involved.
Pendlebury feigns to go inside 50, comes back and across to side bottom.
Well, that's interesting. Have they done enough? Pendlebury, he could have looked up. He had players free inside 50. Chose to go backwards.
43 seconds to go. Tick, tick, tick. Collingwood inside 50. Gone.
Here they go.
Intercept mark at half back for Melbourne.
Got to go, Maxi.
Collingwood by a point. Half a minute on the clock.
Oh, no.
He shanked it. He went for the top and hit the fat part of the footy, and it lands in the lap of Will Hoskin-Elliott.
Oh, boy.
He thought there might have been someone that was in the protected area. Not to be. Hoskin-Elliott is just watching the sand slip through the hourglass. He'll kick laterally, and Houston's got it. He'll go out wide to Hill. Cardiac Collingwood win a King's Birthday Classic by a point over the D's.
Oh, come on, Bobby. Where's your sense of theatre?
Bobby Hill in game 100 says, I'll have the shot, thanks.
We go a torpedo, doesn't he?
Just keep the footy, Bobby. It's your 100th game.
We nearly got the a cappella version again. Bobby Hill with the torp. It's high and long, but not long enough. And the brave D's. Boy, they were brave, but not quite good enough. Play the song again.
Side by side, they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
So the goal kickers for the Pies, 2 to McStay on his return. Then it was all singles. William Hayes on debut. Ned Long, Myercheck, Nick Dacos, McCreery, Membry, Bobby Hill in game 100, side bottom, and also Elliott. Then for the D's, when they were coming, it was Bailey Fritsch who kicked 3, as well as Cozzy Pickett, and then just singles to Melksham, to Sparrow, to Petty, and to Tolstrup. Collingwood, once again, they win the close finish. They win it by a point.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side, they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
What an afternoon at the footy. 77,761. The Magpies continue to run the table. They are a game and a half clear on top as they hit the bye. And they didn't have it all their own way today, and yet Collingwood found a way. In the end, it was a shank off the boot of Max Gawn in the waning moments, just as Melbourne looked like they were about to make a counter-attack to try and win the game. Max Gawn's kick squirted off the side of the boot and somehow ended up in the hands of Will Hoskin-Elliott, a true centre-half forward for the Pies. He was able to drain the last few seconds off the clock from that point on, and Collingwood get out of here with a 1-point win. It's the second 1-point result of the season after the game between Gold Coast and Adelaide, and obviously sits alongside the draw as well, but in front of a raucous crowd, a sensational game of footy, and the Magpies find a way again to remain on top. They win by 1 point. We'll have the presentation of the Neil Danaher Trophy coming up in just a moment, but first the thoughts of Luke Ball and Brent Harvey.
Oh, great game, Boomer. And you feel for Melbourne. The supporters walk away thinking we couldn't get much more effort from our team today. And you look at the numbers and they back that up. They smashed them in contest. They smashed them in clearance. Tackles pretty even, but it just felt like Melbourne from start to finish. Their pressure was enormous. In the end, the one stat that unfortunately jumps off the page is that kicking efficiency. And Melbourne supporters will probably think, well, that's the story of the team at the moment. They have more inside 50s. Well, they have that 54 to 45. They kick 10 goals, 11 to 11 goals, 6, and they kick it at 58% across the day, the Demons, to Collingwood 73%. So really, if you're looking for where the game's won or lost, and that goes right through to the end there where they have those opportunities. You mentioned Oliver, even just blasting away, kicking it out on the full, not being able to lower their eyes and find targets and marks inside 50.
Russell Robertson is the MC. Collingwood by a point. Here's the presentation.
Trophy presented on behalf of Neil Danaher for his commitment and energy in the fight against MND. Presented to the player, Judge Best Afield. Here to present the award is Ben Danaher.
The winner of the Neil Danaher Trophy is Josh Dacos.
Well, he had a boatload of it, 34 disposals, 29 of them to three-quarter time. 6 contested, 6 ground balls, couple of clearances, 2 tackles, 11 marks and 7 score involvements. A game-high 34 disposals for Josh Dacos.
Absolute day, honoured to be a part of it with Melbourne, Big Freeze 11. What a game, and well done to everyone for continuing to raise money for MND. All the best to Melbourne for the rest of the year, and well done to our boys.
Congratulations, Josh. Congratulations, Collingwood. Well done, everybody. That now concludes the ceremony.
A 1 point win for Collingwood. Josh Dacos named the Neil Danaher Trophy winner. And the Magpies win the game by 1 point. 5 lead changes, a bit more from Bawley and Boomer. It was also under 81 points. So it's been the lowest scoring round, 2020 aside, with the highest score, so the highest score of the round since 1967.
Sorry, just sure you've seen the replay there. Max Gawn, Stephen May having words after the game. Looked like May went and sort of confronted him a bit after probably that kick towards the end there. Max Gawn wasn't having any of it. So anyway, that's just 2 passionate players, frustrated about an opportunity missed. And I thought they were 2 of the best players on the ground for certainly for their team today.
The Pies, they're not making too much eye contact, are they, May and Gawn, as they make their way off? We'll get another look at that, and we'll discuss that a little bit further, no doubt.
Melbourne win 2 of the 4 quarters.
Yeah.
Pies win 1 and a draw for the first quarter, 14 apiece. They did a lot right, Bawley. The Demons. I mean, I'm looking at the centre bounce clearances, 7-16. They just did a lot right. Tackled 59. 50. Oh, that's looking at the replay there between Gawn.
So that was after Max Gawn rushed the kickers in the dying stages when they had about 50 seconds or 40 seconds to try and win the game. And he dumped it on the boot and kicked it to Will Hoskin-Elliott. I think Stephen May came over and gave him some feedback, and Max Gawn was not happy. And
what could you say in that? What could you say in that situation?
Well, yeah, I mean, come on, Steve. Like, is that the time? As if that's the time to... we don't want to make too much of it, but
Max Gawn wasn't happy. He scrunched up his face and then gave him his shove in the chest.
It's not the time, is it? The siren goes, it's not the time. Your ruckman's played his heart out. It's not the time to go and give him, direct and honest feedback.
Right there and then, not when you lose the game.
That's how he plays. We know that, and I'm sure that
he does wear his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah, they'll kiss and make up. But to your point, they were terrific. Their effort. When they bring that effort, and in fairness, last week aside, when their effort was pretty good again, it's the same old story. Unfortunately, they're kicking their way out of it. We know that they've got challenges forward to the ball. They're still trying to find their best mix in the front half. They haven't been able to do that. And at the end of the day, that's costing them games of footy to win. But you look at all the desire indicator stats, the effort stats, and you couldn't fault them today. I thought they were terrific.
They need that one big forward. Van Rooyen's not him right now because he doesn't compete and get to enough contests. I don't think. He competes, but he just doesn't get to enough contests to do it consistently. You can't rely on Jake Melcham to do that. You're not kicking the ball in the air, and they did it today in the first half in particular, not to his advantage. So it's that they've got to look at something there. They've got to go to, I'm not sure who they've got in the VFL coming through.
I don't think so. I mean, I think
play
it looks like
Jefferson, I think.
Maybe.
He's played a couple of
had
games.
a couple of games. It looks like they've settled on Petty forward and Turner back, and I think Turner was superb today.
It was good.
I think that's the right call, and you can only work with who you've got on your list. So they've just got to, whether it's Petrarca a bit more time forward and back your midfielders, Petrarca and Pickett really 50-50 mid forward, and back your younger midfielders, Langford and these types to go in and win the footy, because they were pretty sound, weren't they? Around the contest today, there was no issue.
Yep.
I mean, Oliver and Petrarca, they both found heaps of it. They just didn't kick it well enough, and unfortunately, that's footy, isn't it? Now you've got to be able to be efficient going inside 50. But when they play like that, and especially in the next month, 6 weeks, when the season turns into a bit of a grind, they're going to really trouble some teams, particularly here at the MCG.
And I think I said at the start of the game, Melbourne need the big four to play well. Oliver, Petrarca, Gawn and Pickett. Now they all played. Pickett only ended up with 15 touches, but he's kicked 3 goals, so he's contributed in a really big way. Gawn was fantastic. He took 4 or 5 marks in that last quarter. Oliver ends up with 30 and Petrarca 26, so that kept them in the game. They're big four. I think if one or the two of them don't play well, they fall by the wayside pretty quickly, but they all contributed today, and I thought they played well.
They're going to be hard to score against if they keep playing like this. So you get a bit of continuity now with May, Lever and Turner as
in the back half.
The back half. I thought they looked against a side who's been electric, really, haven't they, over the last month in terms of their ability to transition footy, both from clearance and also from their back half to score. I thought they looked really strong behind the ball today, and they're going to be really hard to score against, going forward with that makeup, which is really that was what led them to the premiership, wasn't it?
Correct.
Now it's 4 years ago now, so there's plenty of positives to come out of it for the Demons.
Only one multiple goal kicker.
Yeah,
we got McStay.
Yep. Yeah, Elliott, no impact at all.
Yeah,
apart from that last little bit of play there.
And he's been probably the best medium small forward in the competition, 33 goals.
Yeah, he'll no real impact. And I guess from a Collingwood's point of view, they've been up for a while, haven't they? So they get to the bye, they sneak a win out. Sometimes you just got to get over the line.
You need them every now and then.
That's right. They'll regroup. They'll get the goey. They'll get Maynard back. Sometimes you just got to get the 4 points, Corb.
And they're a game and a half clear, so when we next see them Saturday week at Docklands against St Kilda, they will still be top of the tree. Collingwood by a point in a dramatic finish. Let's take you into the winners' rooms. And Lauren Borden's down there. Loz.
Thanks, Corby. It's Darcy Moore, as you'd expect, with a big smile on his face, leading the team in right to the middle of the circle. Jeremy Howe as well is coming in sec on the Dacos boys. They've got... It's probably not the most amount of people I've seen in the Collingwood rooms. I think they might be a little bit slow getting down when it is a close finish. Everyone's been too busy upstairs watching it, and they're just coming down now. So not as packed as normal, but there's quite a few kids coming down still. Sidebottom's got his children, Pendlebury as well. They're all joining in the circle, which we've seen a fair bit. Geelong had it the other night, and Collingwood's obviously been very big on this, probably one of the leaders in having their families in the circle. But after a point win today, you can just imagine how loud they're going to sing it. And they're all linking in together. The young ones do have the Big Freeze beanie on as well. So they've got the speckles of blue within the black and white, and they're all linking arms now. They'll go into their little hush, as per usual, before they get ready to sing the song for the 11th time this season. Here it is. So there it is. We'll get Jeremy Howe in just a moment. All anyone's talking about down here, though, is Gawn and May, whoever you bump into, and that little push and shove on the words that they had. I've just heard that it seems very closed off in the Melbourne room, so I'll try and get there next just to see what's happening down there. But by all reports, it's quite quiet in those rooms, and they've shut things off to have a meeting.
Thanks, Loz. We'll keep it short with the winners and get some reaction from the Melbourne camp in a few moments' time. Jeremy Howe coming up here on ABC Sport. Collingwood by a point over Melbourne in what was a dramatic game of footy. There were 5 lead changes including one of them in the final term. In fact, the lead swung twice in the final term as Cozzy Pickett put Melbourne in front, and then Dan McStay snatched the lead back at the 16-minute mark. There wasn't another goal from that point on, and the game ended when Max Gawn in the back pocket tried to hurriedly kick the ball downfield with about half a minute left on the clock, and his kick skewed off the side of his boot and ended up in the lap of Will Hoskin-Elliott at centre-half forward, and as a result, the Pies were able to drain the remaining seconds off the clock and get out of here with a 1-point win. 11-6 to 10-9, Collingwood by a point in front of over 77,000 at the MCG. King's birthday footy on ABC Sport off the SMS. James says if the MCG had a roof, there would be less mud. I think James might be a Taswegian. As that maybe is sort of a little bit tongue-in-cheek, that text message coming through. More on that in just a moment. Let's go back and celebrate with the winners. Lauren Borden.
Thanks, Corby. I've got Jeremy Howe standing next to me. Jeremy, what an epic, I guess, last quarter it was there. You're made to earn it. What was it like in the last term being out there?
Yeah, it was an arm wrestle. Felt like it was one of those ones all day. I think, we managed to get up by 20 at one stage, and then they knocked over 2 goals back-to-back and brought it back to 8. But, the conditions felt like probably encouraged the contest. We got a contest all day, and really proud to be on the right side of this.
You don't often see the conditions that we had today. A little bit of mud out there on the G after all the rain we've had at the weekend. Did you enjoy playing probably something you don't get to play as much as an AFL footballer on that sort of turf?
Not really. Yeah, I'd rather nice and fresh and green. But, I was actually watching the game last night and noticed on the screen, I was like, looks a bit slippery underfoot. And then, sure enough, came out. And I think they even had blowers trying to get the water off pre-game, which was amazing. But, look, it's one of those ones that we're getting into the thick of winter. Expect pretty sloppy games at times. And tonight was no different.
It's probably not too bad when you're in the thick of the winter and you're top of the table. So even though you got the bye next week, you can't be beaten there. Is that a nice position to be sitting in? Middle of the season, you're number one.
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying to the boys, you can't win them all, but, going into the bye with a win, it definitely makes the next 6 days a hell of a lot more enjoyable. So, we'll get plenty of rest. We feel like, we can park the first half of the year, get ready to recharge the batteries and go again in the second half.
I'll send you upstairs now to some more questions from Luke Ball and Brent Harvey.
Oh, Howie, well done on your game in particular too. You were magnificent today. I reckon you'll sleep well tonight. We commented Melbourne's pressure today, I thought from start to finish was enormous. It felt like a finals type game. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Paulie. It was no one really had any time and space today. I felt like, as transitional at times, the ball went up and down, but I felt like there was plenty of contests. Whoever had the more desire to get a job done in those contests scored more often than not, and I felt like our forwards competed their backsides off. They have some amazing interceptors. And then, shout out to Will Hoskin-Elliott sitting on the bench for 3 quarters and coming on. I thought he had a hell of a last quarter.
Yeah, it felt like, you guys over the last month, obviously, your ability to transition the ball from one end to the other with hands and be really sharp and crisp, they'd obviously done a lot of work on that, and just their ability to close time and space, I thought it stood out. But it was just one of those games where sometimes you've just got to roll your sleeves up and find a way to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt like, the hunger and desire throughout the game was going to be there, and pretty much the 3-quarter time spill was whoever wants it more is going to get it done. So we're no closer to really understanding who was going to win at 3-quarter time. But like I said, arm wrestle all day, bit of a slogfest in the wet weather, but really nice to be on the right side.
Howie, how was it out there with Nick Dacos getting pretty heavily tagged by Ed Langdon, who did a fairly good job? He had the 19 touches still, but it looked like there was a bit going on with the lip.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't happen too close to me, so I don't get to experience a hell of a lot of that. But, look, why wouldn't you try and put away the best player? So, Nick's got some strategies around trying to get off where he can and try to play different roles within that, but trying to shake Ed Langdon, who, he's like a dog with a bone. He runs flat out, so you're not going to probably get as much time and space. So a really good runner will offer up some challenges for Nick, no doubt, but he's a smart kid. He'll get to work and he'll learn from today. What does the week look like? Do you have to go into the club for a couple of days and then you get your 5 or 6 days off? No way.
No, done?
I'm done. So we're going to take the family on a plane tomorrow, just go up to the Gold Coast for a few nights and chill out. So I think there's a couple of WA boys trying to sneak off pretty much straight after the team meeting. They're that keen to get out of here. But it'd be nice to put the feet up, to be honest. Halfway through the year, 11-2, sitting pretty good, but we'll reset and go again.
So when are you back at the football club? Is that just all the way off until next Monday? Start again?
Correct.
Beautiful, good break.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Absolutely.
Enjoy it, Jeremy. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Jeremy Howe in the winners' rooms. Collingwood by 1 point in a dramatic finish over Melbourne. We'll get some reaction from the D's coming up in just a moment. The crowd, 77,761. We talked a lot about the average score this weekend. It was the lowest average team score in a home and away round in the AFL era. So that's pretty dramatic. That makes it 62.88 was the average team score this weekend. So
what was it, 80?
62.88. 62 average score.
10 goals.
There was a lot of wet weather games. There was a lot of tight, high tackle, contested games.
How many games at Marvel where the conditions are absolutely...
There was only that one, I think, on Thursday night.
Yeah. Thursday night. What was the average tackle count?
Yeah,
versus
that's
score?
an interesting question.
There's a correlation there, I think, Ben. You're a numbers man.
Not causation, correlation or causation?
Correlation.
Yep.
Pies now 21. Pies now 21 wins, 5 losses, 2 draws. 21-5-2 in games decided by under a goal under Craig McRae, who Luke Ball single-handedly appointed as the coach of Collingwood. So that's a pretty good decision, Bally. So that's 80% of the games. The close ones, they win.
How did you know he'd win the close games?
Well, that's what I did know. That's what I knew. That's what I thought. There might be better coaches in terms of blowouts and all that, but I know this bloke will get them over the line for the close games. There's going to be lots of them because the competition's getting even and more even, Ben.
The scores are coming down.
Coach who's going to win close games.
Do you know what I do find bizarre is that maybe you have and you just haven't revealed it to us. Well, I'm surprised more people haven't asked you to be part of their panel. No, I'm serious. If for nothing else, you guys went through an entire process and the 2 guys you identified that was well reported at the end, multiple second, third, fourth interviews with, was Adam Kingsley and Craig McRae. And surely it's like universally appreciated that they're 2 pretty good coaches. And at the time, no one was sitting there saying, these guys are the next best or whatever and stuff, and yet they're the last 2 that you guys got to.
They probably were, though, weren't they?
But there were guys like Michael Voss that was available.
Yeah, no, he was in there too, yeah.
And high-profile people, and yet right at the end, you ended up with those 2. Like, surely someone would ring and say, hey, what process did you go through? How did you do it? And who did you consult? Like, at least when they're trying to put together a search for their senior coach.
Well, Graham Wright, actually, yeah, in all seriousness, Graham Wright and Paul LeCurie ran the process at the time, and it was very thorough. And I think they were the standout candidates, and no surprise that they all got jobs. And it's interesting now, isn't it? I mean, there's no jobs available at the moment, is there? Yeah. With Port Adelaide changing hands, isn't there? But now the talk almost seems to be on coaches on second time around. Is it a Simpson or a Longmire or Hinkley himself?
LeCurie is still on the board, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
So he's on the board. Graham Wright's obviously the CEO at Carlton, whereas our man Luke Ball has all that IP. You could then pinch and try and set up a different team.
Grab him.
Your phone will start ringing.
No, I save it for here, though.
Tasmania.
That'll be the answer.
Benny Gale.
Yes.
Benny Gale listens to us. He's probably listening down in the Apple Isle thinking, Luke Ball from my panel.
12 to 1 on a Saturday afternoon. That's when.
Yes, correct. That's great. We've got him trained beautifully, Ball. He's all about it. Interestingly, Tasmania have a few other things to worry about before they get to appointing a senior coach, and obviously it's been well documented this week. We'll get some reaction from the Melbourne camp coming up shortly. Brendan from Hobart, who at Melbourne thought it was a good idea to let Jeremy Howe leave the Demons. He's become a player, hasn't he?
What year was that? Was it?
He played his first
a while ago now.
Yeah.
It was for Lumumba, I think, wasn't it? There was a trade. Or no, mate. Is that right?
It was probably was that long ago.
I think it was. Yeah,
it took a
20 or 15. He played in the 2018 losing grand final. So
he played exactly 100 games for Melbourne.
He took a ripper mark out here today, and it wasn't one of his stand on someone's shoulders with both feet, but it was just a contested mark and sticky fingers. It was took it all the way to the ground. It was fantastic.
I would have been happy with him winning the medal today, Boom.
Yeah, I
thought he was great.
Yep. Yeah. I'm sure he'll feature in your votes.
He's now played 164 for Collingwood.
There you go.
100 for Melbourne, 164 for the Pies, and doesn't look like he's slowing down. Collingwood by 1 point, defeating Melbourne here at the MCG in what was an excellent day all round. No injuries to speak of, no obvious MRO concerns, so we like that. 77,761. Should we do the votes? Leave ourselves a bit of time on the back end. If we do get some reaction from the Melbourne rooms, we'll do at the very least a scene setter with Lauren Borden from down there. Am I too early?
No, we'll get through them. Yeah, and there was a lot that had moments, didn't they, today?
Yeah, they did.
I think maybe we'll start from the bottom. I'm going to land on Gawn just for one vote. I thought it was a really good battle, actually, and Cameron was certainly far from disgrace, or not even that. He had moments in that third quarter where he was terrific, and he was a really strong contributor. But just as the game goes on, Max just gets bigger and bigger, doesn't he? And okay, it didn't come off, but his ability to get behind the ball there and in that last quarter and took 3 marks from
big marks in the last quarter
from Collingwood inside, from Collingwood forward thrust. He's a marvel, isn't he? He's a all-time great. We know that, so I'm going to sneak him in for a vote. The others just from Melbourne just didn't quite do enough. Oliver, plenty of the footy, just that that disposal.
We went at 38% ball
effectiveness. Yeah, I mean he did what he does really well. 9 clearances, 14 contested possessions, 7 tackles. So that's a really good game for an inside midfielder. And probably not far off sneaking into the votes. But and Petrarca had moments as well. 16 contested possessions of his 26. I'm going to go with Dacos too. I know he wins the medal, and you could probably flip a coin with these two, but
no, I like where you're going with it.
I thought he was terrific, and I thought in that second quarter when Collingwood really, that was the moment where they established the gap, wasn't it?
Yep.
And then after that, it was probably Melbourne more on top. So Dacos set it up in that second quarter with 12 possessions, finished with 34. I'm going to give 3 to Jeremy Howe across the 4 quarters. Thought he was just terrific.
I like it. 3 for Howe, 2 for Josh Dacos, 1 for Max Gawn. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Collingwood got Jeremy Howe. They gave up Paul Seedsman and Ben Kennedy. So Seedsman must have gone to Adelaide.
Yeah, must have been picked.
And obviously Ben Kennedy went to Melbourne.
Kennedy was a top 20 pick at the time. Just didn't sort of work out for him at the D's. But there you go. Interesting.
I like the votes. 5 lead changes. Yeah, interesting afternoon of footy, and obviously there was one subplot to it all where I'm sure it'll get highlighted by all the shows and be much talked about, the little spat between Stephen May and Max Gawn in the waning moments, where Max Gawn shanked a kick. Instead of kicking it out of the defensive 50, he ended up putting it straight into the lap of Will Hoskin-Elliott at centre half forward.
There was 46 seconds to go, I think, on the clock when he did it. He had no choice.
Yeah, he tried to kick a torpedo.
Yeah, and he had to go. He tried to go through. You know what? If it comes off, and things are completely different, sliding doors moment, obviously, but it went straight down Zebra's chest, and he goes back and wastes another 20 seconds.
It's like when you're less than a goal down late in the game and there's seconds remaining and someone tries to take the game on and gets caught holding the ball.
Yeah.
You got to try and win it to lose it, don't you?
Bailey Fritsch down here, it was that third quarter or in the last quarter, whenever it was.
Played on.
There's moments in every game, and yes, that gets highlighted because there's 46 seconds to go. But
so he doesn't know how long there is to go, which brings us to this next question.
Well, they have a sign on the bench. There would be a minute sign up, a big one, so he knows there's less than 1 minute to go for me.
So he feels the urgency there, but the difference between 46 seconds and 16 seconds is enormous.
Yeah.
Huge.
So everybody in the ground knows, except for the guys that are running out there playing. We've got these juvenile signs and emojis that we hold up on the bench. Is it time that on the LED boards, just like basketball, we just click it down? Because if Max Gawn gets the ball and there's 46 seconds to go, it's completely different. And then
a little bit more composure, hasn't he? 46 versus 20, like you said.
Would it actually lead to a better spectacle that if the players knew in the way that they were able to manage that? Then, because at the moment it feels like we don't do it because A, culture, we've never done it.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason.
And B, it's great theatre, no one knows how long there is to go and it creates chaos. Well, you could argue it actually creates even more drama the other way if they go, right, we've got 46 seconds to get the ball from here down to there, let's see how we do it. Yeah, yes or no?
It does mean there's 5 minutes. When do you start the countdown clock from? On the advertising hoardings.
5 minutes a good time?
Does mean there's 5 minutes every quarter where you can't advertise on the signs.
Well, you can flick it on for 10 seconds, flick it off for
Why can't it just be on the big scoreboard? It doesn't have to be around the fence, does it?
That's a great solution. You're an ideas man, Boomer.
Yeah. I think
you've thrown a lot at us today. I've got a headache. It's 6:25 on a Sunday, Monday night.
I'll dissect it all on the 55-minute drive
next week.
Yeah.
The bump, you've gone the
you know what it is?
Clock.
It's Monday, Paulie. We're not used to having footy.
You've had a big, long weekend.
But this is also usually where we get all our content engine ideas, where we're thinking, let's talk about this and talk about that. And so I've got too many ideas ruminating in.
Well, you'll have a few shows this week. So keep a bit up your sleeve. Keep a bit of powder dry, mate, for this week.
I got one tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes. Let's go into the Melbourne rooms. Lauren Borden's down there.
Thanks, Cole. I have been able to get into the Melbourne rooms. The doors were shut when I came to get in, so they tried to, I guess, lock people out. I asked the security if I could get in, they did let me in. And look, the mood's okay in here. There's a few friends and family around. There was a little press pack talking to Max Gawn, so I was just able to sit on that and hear what he had to say about him and Stephen May at the end. And what he basically said was he didn't realise the camera had caught them, and it was two guys that wanted to win, but he did say it's probably a tough place when you're marked in the back pocket with 30 seconds to go, that's not the play that's going to win you the game. Well, sorry, not the reason that you lost by a point is the fact that he marked it in that back pocket in the last 30 seconds of the game and then turned over the footy. So that's what he had to say about that the chance of winning wasn't down to that final moment. But clearly it's a little bit tenser in the rooms if they were brought straight into the back meeting area. I can see Simon Goodwin is going to head into one of the other coaches' meeting rooms as well at the moment to keep talking to everyone in the back area there. But not too bad of a vibe in here, but you can just sense that there's something there. You can sense that those two had words afterwards and that it's all that anyone can really speak about down here at the moment.
Thanks, Loz. Appreciate that. That's a nice scene setter, and Max Gawn, as you'd expect, trying to play down and immediately says, hey, passionate guy, didn't realise it was captured on camera, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, and that's probably true. And he's, in fairness, probably not the one that needs to be asked the question, has he? So I wonder if we'll hear from number one, the other involvee,
the other party.
And there's so much heat. There's so much heat in it, and it's hard. But I'm with Bally a little bit. Like, give him Maxi. What are you doing? And then go in there in the locker room and say, what were you thinking? Yeah. Because that's how Stephen May plays, and that's what he was saying. No worries. We're exactly what Max said. Two very passionate guys that love winning. We lost, and it was just.
But even then, what was I thinking? Tore up the guts. Yeah. Got less than a minute.
Yeah, I thought we had 10 seconds to go. I think it's the answer's obvious, isn't it? And you play with blokes like that.
Yeah,
Heath Shaw used to, Max. They used to do that a bit, and that's the right answer. I guess why it'll come into focus is because of the questions leading up to this season and a bit of form on that front from these sort of.
And you don't see that often though. Like another player scrunch his face up and a bit of a push away. Just get away from me, mate. You don't really see that.
Yeah. To be fair, Corby scrunches his face up at most of my ideas.
Give you a little bit of a push.
Yeah, a little push away, and don't worry about that.
You both just want to win, don't you? You just both just want to win those ratings.
Shane from Elwood, give me a break. I don't barrack for either team, but Collingwood once again get out of jail thanks to the umpiring. I don't remember a season as bad as this one for umpires deciding outcomes from Shane.
Thought they got the rub of the green in the first half. Let's see, what did the stats say? I know it's not always about there. 29-20. Can't think of any absolute howlers.
There was one little, the Dacos one I didn't like down in
front. Down in front, yeah, where he kicked the point, didn't he? So...
was a handy point.
Handy point.
There you go. Well, he's right. The call's spot on.
Well done. Yep. Shane, was it? Well done, Shane.
Yeah, it's been a long round of footy Thursday through to Monday with two teams having the bye in Fremantle and St Kilda. We'll see them in round 14, which starts in about 5 minutes. We're back on Thursday under the roof at Dockland, St Kilda and the Western Bulldogs for round 14 of the AFL Premiership season. Thanks to you, Boomer.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Bally.
See you, Corb.
I'll see you next weekend. Thanks to you, Ben.
Thanks, Corb.
And thanks to Lauren Borton downstairs, to Leo Keefe on the buttons doing a great job here at the G, and to the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. Repeating, Sammy Durham got 2 weeks for his bump on Adam Chera, and tying things in a bow, or tie a bow on things here, is what I'm trying to say. Collingwood, after 5 lead changes in front of 77,761, win the King's Birthday Clash by 1 single point on a pulsating afternoon to put a full stop on round 13 of the AFL Premiership season. Enjoy the rest of your night.